Ladies, gentlemen, sentient robots, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm of course your host Jackie, joined once again by the wonderful Hugo.
Hi.
And we're going to be breaking down today's games. Obviously, we're moving through day 2 of this week, and to kick it off is an absolute banger. Why don't you give me your initial thoughts on that? It's going to be NaVi versus North to start the stream.
Yeah, a huge one as well. A very, very equal matchup with the way that both these teams are doing, currently next to each other in terms of placements in the standings of Pro League. So actually looking at this one, it's honestly one of the best matches we're going to have this week, I think. It has a really good potential to be a 2-0. It has great potential to be a 1-1. Really very hard to predict. And the map pool as well is perfect. We've got Cobble and Mirage coming up, so good maps for both teams really. And yeah, I'm very excited.
It should be an exciting one, and it's also quite impactful, as you said, to affect the standings. So why don't we have a look where the teams are right now, and also where they're going to be at the end of this, because it's quite impactful. 3rd and 4th place for NaVi and North. And why don't you break me down sort of how you feel this one's going to go? Point out some of the key points in this.
I think it's important to notice the map pool, right? It's Cobble, Mirage, as I said. Obviously a good map for North being Mirage, and as well a great map for NaVi being Mirage. Cobble's a little more shaky for NaVi. Obviously last time they actually played North on this map, they actually won 16-8 over in IEM Katowice, but still they're fairly inconsistent in getting results on the map. North as well, I mean, we saw them at the E-League Major, they picked it twice for some reason, lost it the first 2 and only just got out of groups after realising they should stop playing it. So Cobble is a really shaky one. That's why I'm happy it's the opener. We at least get to see kind of how these teams are playing and how they're feeling, at least in the matches today, and then Mirage will obviously just be the decider to kind of see who's going to take it 2-0 or whether it'll be a 1-1.
So obviously both of them being towards the top end of that as well, it won't affect them too much, but we'll be getting into that later on. First of all, let's have a look at the schedule as well and see what the games will be later on today as well. Obviously our second game over on the B stream will be HellRaisers going up against Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, on the main stream, it's going to be NiP versus LDLC. LDLC, the team that caused a stir yesterday, going 1-1 up against FaZe, and NiP as well, showing signs that they've woken up now, finally as well, to close things over on the main stream will be Fnatic up against Envious. Another interesting one, obviously the second team to come out of the huge French shuffle, but they're faring a little bit better than G2.
Yeah, well, that's not very difficult, but they're still at the bottom of the standings, second from bottom actually, right above G2, so both the French teams weirdly in 13th and 14th place, so a bit scary there.
It's true, it has been a close one. So briefly as well, if we just have a look at that, obviously our second game today will just, a little bit of what you're thinking going into that. Obviously Virtus Pro, the strong favourites really. HellRaisers, they had a very good showing yesterday though.
Yeah, you can't really take it away from them. While VP are great, remember this is online, VP are very shaky online, they're more typically the on-lanners, I mean Katowice aside, right? Looking at them online, it's difficult to predict a lot of the times, and HellRaisers, as you said, did very well yesterday. They 2-0 G2 in kind of an astonishing fashion. Again, it's not only down to HellRaisers being good in that sense, but also G2 having their own struggles individually, I feel, and as a team just putting themselves together. So the fact that HellRaisers were managing to upset to that capacity and take a 2-over against one of the teams that we kind of expected to be near the top of the bracket, it's still interesting. There's still potential for upset considering it's online.
It's true, and that's the thing though as well. HellRaisers, they're a team that they've started to get a little bit more structure behind. Obviously, going up against G2 though, it did help them with a map pool. Inferno, as much as we hadn't seen them play it, it's definitely more of a team-based map where G2 just hadn't had the time to get that structure down. You could see they look quite drilled, but that's kind of a story for another day, obviously, with that. I mean, in terms of that matchup against Virtus Pro, I feel like we've got to look once again at that skill factor. Virtus Pro as well, there's no moments of them not having enough in their playbook, as they are so drilled.
Yeah, I mean, again, a very different comparison comparing VP to G2, but we said that exact thing yesterday. We said, oh, HellRaisers versus G2, you've got to call it for G2, right? Just individually, even though they're not well put together as a team, maybe not as practiced as HellRaisers. Again, you've got these star factors, you've got Apex, you've got Kenny, you've got Shox that can all step up. And now we move over to Virtus Pro, and we go, well, it's the same thing, but they're so inconsistent, it's really hard to tell when you come to online CS, but this time I think it's a completely different level, right? This is the most long-standing roster in CSGO, at least. These guys have got plenty of experience. I don't think that one will be too much of an issue. I would expect a 2-0 regardless of the map pool at the end of the day. But again, still, HellRaisers looking very, very good. Moved up from 12th to 17th in the standings just due to the games last night. And yeah, great potential for upset.
It's true, and we do have a very tasty match to kick the stream off as well. We touched on it briefly before we had a look at the standings and stuff there, but coming into it, NaVi, the team that has always been one of these world-class teams, the team you expect to see at these finals, and they look like they've been struggling internally a little bit. They're not the real NaVi that we expect to see, but they're still up there. Just it seems like they're firing at about 90% power. I mean, is there chance as well with North that seems to just be getting more and more behind them, like they're building up steam coming into this one? Could this be another blow going to to NaVi?
It definitely could. That's the thing. Both these teams placed in the 5th and 6th section bracket at IEM. Every single placing you look at these teams, they are side by side. Online LAN doesn't matter. So it's really, really interesting to see. I think this is going to be a big decider in kind of which team is doing better at the moment. moment, because we have the firepower on NaVi. You said they were firing at 90%. Honestly, individually, they're going absolutely off. The issue is obviously this IGL, right? They lose Zeus, they bring in Simple, and while that obviously did add a great amount of firepower, it's negatively affected them in many other ways, such as the cooling, such as the structure of the team, and we can see that in just their style as well, with North fairly recently bringing in AZ into the roster, doing very well so far with him. So yeah, it's a hard one to predict, but I think it's going to be a really great match regardless of the result.
It should be. And if you guys at home want to try and make yourself a little bit of a better player, why don't you check out these tips over on Cobblestone, some flashbangs to help you when it comes down to your playstyle.
Hey Future Pros, prone to getting pwned on Cobblestone? A site been overthrown, you left all alone? Well, here's a flash that could get you out of the danger zone. To do this, jam yourself into this corner and crouch down. Aim at this incredibly distinct dark spot and throw the flash with full strength. It's certainly a noisy flash, but the lineups are easy and consistent.
Well, there you have it, Future Pros. Some tips that will help you out when it comes down to those exciting matchups. And as well, even when you're just playing your own game over on ESCA.net, if you want to try and get some pugs in to get yourselves up there and climb through those ranks. But Hugo, there's going to be none of that going on, as we're already at the top here. Season 5 of Pro League, we're working our way through, we're getting to sort of the mid-section, and teams have started to actually display a lot of that true potential now, and as we said, NaVi, individually they are amazingly talented. I mean, Guardian, arguably one of the best AWPers in the world, just, you know, he has been at times where he has been #1 because he just is unstoppable, so talented throughout every iteration of Counter-Strike, really. He's always been on that top spot. Guardian coming into it once again today, we're going to be seeing a lot from him.
Yeah, of course, and it's not just him as well. On the roster, we look at Simple as well as a secondary up. He's just phenomenal individually, and Guardian's kind of fallen off. I think he, as you said, he was at that top spot, and he was for quite a while, but he's definitely fallen off since his injury, much as every pro does when they take a extended period of time away from the game. Yeah, of course. But I don't feel like the AWPing is lacking at all on the roster. I feel like they have enough AWPers that can really make it work well, with that being Simple and Guardian, right? So that's obviously going to be coming into great effect. And we're starting off on Cobble as well, which is a map that's typically in the CIS region is played by everyone. It's the HellRaisers map, it's the NaVi map, and the Flipside map, for example. So looking at it, it's going to be a really good one. But I know you pick my brains a lot, and I understand, but I want to know what you think about this one. I want to know what you think, because I said it was going to be very close, and I still stand to that. Are you thinking a split? Are you thinking a 2-0? What's your thought process?
So I am genuinely quite interested to see how it will go. Obviously, as we said with the map pools in the pre-game, it's very close. These are maps both of these teams play. It's going to be quite an exciting one because they're going to be very close together. The only thing is, I feel like North will have an advantage in terms of their play style with structure. They have a lot more going on in that team where you can see, they're just very adaptive. They know how to counter things very easily. They bend quite easily, and there's no chance of them going into it looking brittle. With NaVi, usually coming into it, you see a very strong lineup where they look confident, they look they're going to close things down. But the issues start to arrive if they don't start to close things down in the early game. That's where you see the cracks start to show. And a lot of their players as well, because they're so emotional and they expect it to come very quickly, heated by the fact you've got a player like Simple on there that wants to try and get that driving force behind you, wants to try and get you into the early game. When that doesn't happen, that's when you see things start to go wrong for them. And with North, I don't know if they don't get a good start, like we need to see that normal NaVi come out where they get the opener. That's where I think North will definitely get them in a headlock and start to give them a noogie.
So prediction, you're being a politician, you're avoiding the question. What are you thinking?
Honestly, I think NaVi will take this, but I think NaVi really needs to bring their A game here. If they come in on a slump and don't fire from all cylinders, then North definitely can capitalise off the back of that. I'm not saying North, count them out. I'm just saying I think NaVi, if they come in strong, will pick it up.
Yeah, just for the sake of diversity, I'm going to call a 1-1 split, but I think, again, it could be that too. I think it's more likely, despite the recent result of NaVi actually beating North on LAN on this map, 16-8 Cobble, I still feel like North may be coming into this one looking a little bit more prepared than that. I'm going to go with giving North the first map and then giving NaVi the second. I don't see them losing Mirage at all, but there is still a good potential for 2-0. I do agree.
It's true, and if they're going to pick up that 2-0, they're going to need to whip out some really exciting plays. So why don't we check out some of the top 5 plays from last week?
But that's a lot of the Fnatic style as well, is that individual prowess. They always believe that they can come back from any scoreline. Oh! There it is.
He
flash, not really affecting Flamey at this stage, but he's the last man on his team. Fnatic have wiped the floor in this one, but NaVi with 3 gets sprayed down for Flamey.
It is going to burn automatic out, but nobody's watching it when he pushes back out, so he gets 1, he gets 2, he's got room to get more, and he's going to get 3 and 4. Automatic goes insane. He wants the intel about what's in A main and the possibility to multi-frag. Running up, gets the first and the second one, and now the rest are stuck back inside. One more kill for the CTs. Yell trying to battle close up onto the squeaky door. Doesn't work, but now Showtime has got the AK.
Occasion be back on the AWP. He's actually gone all the way towards the end of long, and there's a real nice flashbang. That's so nice from AZ, looking for the 4-man.
Oh,
he
wow.
gets it as well.
Wow, some crazy players coming out, but you know how you play like the pros, right? You got to wear the stuff that the pros wear. Why don't you guys head over to the ESL shop and grab yourself one of the team jerseys. Get yourself something behind you that'll give you a little bit of momentum. You can pick up that NaVi jersey and do some dirty stuff just like Guardian does.
Yeah,
Definitely crazy. Now, Hugo as well, though. NaVi, I'm thinking they're my favourites. We're looking at it. North, though, I mean, coming into it on that first map, if you just sort of give me an overview of what you think going into it, that is going to be the overall thing. If we just talk on the map here for these two teams.
Well, just to quickly note as well, something that I think we should talk about in North at least, is they've taken a couple of days, in the last few days, not really played any officials, I don't think. So Config, I think it was Config, or someone from the side of North was actually tweeting saying, we've been putting in a lot of practice, we've been grinding very hard, and I really want to start playing officials, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But yeah, something about them really, really wanting to get back into it, get back into the officials, and feeling more prepared. So I'm actually excited to see if they've got anything interesting, anything new, or at least in terms of individual performance, they're very well practiced, and you know they're going to be hitting their shots. I'd expect that to be coming in because they have had a few days as a kind of a break, cool down time, just to practice up individually and also as a team to work out what they want to do on the map. So maybe we'll have something interesting. Who knows? Again, this is one of the map picks that they have constantly gone for over on Cobble, and still, despite not having success consistently, they do have some big wins under their belt. So there is definitely potential.
It's true, and as you were touching on that as well, it's quite an important factor, because the thing is you can kind of get burnt out in those sort of scenarios. You need a bit of time to step back individually, focus on your own game, improve as an individual player, and having that time to step back there, rethink things, go over, and then focus as a team with more of a practice schedule rather than being so bogged down with so many officials definitely can help them out. And coming into it, if they can really be sort of warmed up off the back of that, reinvigorated, that'd be quite scary, because at the best of the time, these players are ferocious in their individual playstyle. I know we sort of spoke quite heavily about NaVi having these players that can pop off, because you have your Simples, you have your Guardian, but over on North as well, it's the same sort of factor. You have so many star players that when you want to see them do some damage, we can. I mean, why don't you just go through their roster for me and just give me some of your favourite moments?
Well, obviously, you got to look at MSL's in-game leading, right? He's very effective. He does get criticised on his fragging, but at least in terms of actually being able to call and put the team together, I think he's the best person for the job right now, at least in their team. That's there's no free agent, for example, that would be able to beat him. So definitely good to watch out, at least on his calling style, see how North position the players. Obviously, with the star factor, we've got AZ recently coming in from FaZe. He's been doing very well, obviously. He kind of had a bit of a... I think when he joined FaZe, he was very, very explosive, and then when Karrigan kind of came into the roster, he started to slow down. He didn't seem to be going off as much, but that, again, he is in a team with a bunch of aimers, right? So what do you expect? Everyone's trying to go off at once. And I think coming into this roster, something new, something fresh, has made him at least feel rejuvenated, because he's doing very, very well in that extent. Obviously, as well, you got to watch out for the Yorping occasion. He's been doing quite well on that. So yeah, across the board, a lot of great individual players over on the side of North.
It's true, and it's of course as well that you touched on that with AZ, because in FaZe as well, he was also one of these players in the early days before Karrigan took over. As you said, he was one of my favourite players because he was so aggressive. Every time you saw him, and another official as well, he seemed better than the last time you saw him. So he's one of these players that worked very heavily on his own individual playstyle and improved a lot massively because of this. And then, as you said, Karrigan came in, really put sort of the constraints on him, wanting him to play differently. And because there's so many other stars in that lineup that he wanted to utilise more, it affected things quite heavily. And that was always kind of one of the scary things as well, with Nico going from Mouse Sports into FaZe. People were going to be like, oh, is he still going to be a star? Will he not be able to do what he wants as much? Because they kind of have to lock things down. But obviously, it didn't go down like that. Everything sort of worked out okay. So interesting to see now AZ back on a lineup where he can kind of play around them and he can play to his strengths. He's definitely been performing more like the classic AZ. But let's wait and see if he's going to be popping off to the best of his advantage. We're working our way into it. North versus NaVi is the first game of the night here. Day 2 of this week. Hugo, why don't you take this one away from me?
Yeah, I'm excited to see Config here and Matchday, obviously the dynamic duo themselves. We're going to see the Tech9 board up here on Config to start things off. A full armor setup for the NaVi on the CT side. No kits in play, so very dangerous if this bomb does go down here. Retaking can be difficult on this map, but let's have a look. As we can see, North setting up the smoke down towards the drop as Config. He looks ready to entry right back into there. He does open it up. No one's going to be in position. Sees is just smoked off here towards the door, but he's trying to look for the opening regardless. And NaVi playing this one very passive, not going to be feeding in. Config will get spotted, but the flashes come over the top of the long area, and finally Seasdall pushing from behind to take the kill, but it's all a fake. North have run up through middle. AZ's going to be leading this charge, and Simple just overrun with Glocks as his head is removed from his body. Bomb should be going down as well, and AZ, he doubles down. This is looking great so far for North.
AZ, this is what I wanted to see coming out from the man. He is that star fragger. There's so much damage, but his teammates can step up as well. Magic Spoy to finish things off as he gets the 2K. Simply does it as he connects the shots upon Edward, and Guardian punishing NaVi into that first pistol round. And this is great as well. They have that explosive potential over on that T side. You come in with the opening pistol round, you can try and link into the following 2 rounds, really set yourselves up on a high pedestal early. And that's not what NaVi want to happen. NaVi, we know in the past, if they start to get beaten down early, the cracks start to show. It'll be interesting to see if we see a potential rebound coming into this one. Obviously only 1 HE on Guardian. Going for more of an aggressive play though, Hugo, with a snack coming out.
Interesting to not see the force buy into the second round. Very, very common, you would expect. Maybe they'll just be investing in the third, but the fact that they actually went for nothing and not even a couple of P250s, it sparks quite an interest. I'd be interested to see what they actually do going into their buy. They're surely going to pull up the AWP if they do save 2 rounds in a row. And that'll maybe catch off North, but look at this MSL. He has just snuck into this A site, a snake in the grass. He can easily split into the connector here and make his way in towards B, but obviously there's no one there, so they're getting a lot of information. The push is going to come out from NaVi in the meantime, though, as they make their way in towards middle, and that will be spotted. AZ's going to be there, but he's not going to be expecting more than one. Flamey takes him down. The instant trade from Magis, so it's going to be okay for the time being for North. They've got control of those guns in middle. There's no potential for NaVi to actually pick them up, and one by one, North just trying to close out these remaining CT players.
Yeah, picking off as many as they can, obviously getting that extra cash bonus. Simple will find one actually scavenge an AK as well. This could be kind of awkward. Not the man you want to give a free weapon to as he starts to do stuff like this. The headshot comes through. That's 2 frags already. Look at the position of the bomb as well. Simple's in a fantastic scenario to try and pick this round up as he still has a lot of time to play over as well. Going to be getting out of there, sprinting away right now. Doesn't have any armor, so it makes things a little bit more awkward. But Config on 1 HP, Cajun B on sub 50. They're not in a great situation. They do have a little bit of utility left to play with, but the mind game's coming into effect as well. You can see how much time was wasted before they tried to take that map control, slipping out now, brushing through, but it's a double fake as they slip their way through towards the B bomb site. They've brained Simple at this point as he shouldn't be aware of this, but backing off. Smart stuff comes out. The stars have aligned. If Simple could go huge into this round, it'd be absolutely ludicrous. But it doesn't work out like that. We'll be backing off. Obviously, a lot of time will be drained up at this point before he is aware that it was that B bomb site.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. He completely played himself, expecting them to push in towards the B site because of the fact that he gave up the bomb so easily, but in fact, they well, he then changed his mind and ran back towards A, so not a good decision there. But either way, it's going to be North looking to pick up this round unless Simple can get in there in the next 10 seconds, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Exit frags will be the question here, as North obviously do have Config. He needs to exit the site sooner rather than later if he wants to hold on to that gun. That being said, he only has about 2.2k worth really left on his body, so there's not really much point, at least in risking that bomb getting defused, but Simple's not going to be going for any kind of ninjas today. He just holds on. They'll both be exiting in towards a T-spawn, and North getting away for it, albeit losing 3 players in the process and allowing NaVi to save a gun. This could be dangerous on Simple. And the fact they didn't invest in that round either means he can buy a Palmer.
Yeah, that's actually a really good round for them. As you said, you know, no investment went in there. 1 HE was bought up. I think we saw 1 upgraded pistol coming out. So all in all, that's actually really fabulous. They worked their way through that very well. Could have been awkward as well if they would have lost that other member over on North. But the buy now comes back through. That's nearly almost a full buy, essentially, when you look at it. It's looking pretty healthy as they come into this round. And Simple as well, he's got the Kalashnikov. He's going to feel very much in his own element right now.
Especially considering North only have 2 UMPs and 3 AKs. No AWP in play, and they may be running into a full setup here. NaVi are going to be so well equipped for this push. I think Config's worked it out. He looked like he wanted to charge into this site, but now realizing that they've actually got utility on their side, he's got to play a little more reserved here as the Molotov goes over. That will force out Guardian. Edward playing close. Great stuff from him. 2 quick kills there with the UMP. Turns around for 3, and Edward, he's shut down North, leaving just Cajun, but he's falling to the dirt as well. It's Seized to pick up the last 2, and NaVi coming in with a surprise round. I was hoping to see something like that after they, you know, picked up almost full eco win and had plenty of cash to play with.
That's really fantastic. That's the thing. You come in there hard and fast, reset at that point. You don't allow North to get all 3 of those rounds on the board. So the damage to their economy, because of the amount of casualties they suffered as well, was so awkward. As you said, the buy going into that round just didn't complement them. It was far too far gone at that point, and they just got overrun. Investing quite heavily back into this as well, though. Just going to try and work their way through. Again, with the B contact play coming out, fast aggression going through. Config with the smoke early. Guardian, this time around, will be playing from tree, has that high angle. It's very effective, but it's been utilized for the second time in a row now, so they should clear it as they make their way through. Utility goes in, though, try and divide all the lines of sights, essentially turn the site into two different situations. Edward, though, playing close from the fountain. Can he really do anything here? Caught off guard by AZ as he gets punished at this point. Guardian hoping to respond as well, though, gliding around as he knows the bomb's going down, but can't quite find anything to aid him. The counter tree boost is used as well. Config put in this elevated angle. It's going to be so damaging as he fires Hellfire from above, gets the first frag, but Simple returns as he connects to the AK, leaving Guardian on the close angle, trying to shut them down, but his teammates are dying all around him. No one to really aid him in this scenario. AZ, another kill into the round. Magic's as well. And North bounce back instantly. A round that looked like it shouldn't have been theirs, Hugo, but somehow the momentum coming through, they just overpower NaVi, and look at their economy as well now.
With 2 rifles, they save 4 players. That is phenomenal. And now, despite NaVi going for a crazy buy that actually managed to upset North, it's been slapped right back in their face. They will be reinvesting, but it's a single AWP on Guardian and M4 on Simple, and C is just left with the UMP as the rest of them buy up pistols around them. It's even a glass cannon, so not even the best of situations here for NaVi. And North, great setup towards a B site, completely smoke off everything. NaVi aren't able to get a thing, and obviously a guaranteed round for them at that point. So now, this is going to be very important that NaVi at least get something done. If that's, you know, economical damage, that's okay, but they're looking for the round really with this buy. That's why they're trying to reinvest, because they know that North just reset them, and in the most unfortunate spot of ever, considering they should have really been able to pick up that round. Regardless, let's have a look at what they can do now. We see North with a mainly A side setup, with the bomb outside of it, looking to late push into the site. As Magis goes down early on, there will only be left Config over towards that B side for the time of things.
They try and get another frag here. Flamey just going to go for the jump. Obviously very awkward trying to get the headshot with a deagle, but he does it in the end, actually landing that. Taking down Config. This is fantastic so far. Guarding repositioning as well with that AWP. He could single-handedly dispatch everything as they try and slip their way through. They're playing over by Wood, but the headshot comes in from MSL. The grabbing of the weapon will be in the hands of Flamey, but his teammates will do the work instead. Simple up close and personal with that M4 as he tears his way through Cage and B. Flamey trying to get a second dirty deagle frag, but it won't be going his way just yet. Left in a 3 versus 1 though as they start to culminate their way over, converging upon the position of MSL. They know where he is. He's trapped at this point, and he's going to struggle to find some more frags into this round. Simple with a backstab as well. Should be an easy kill shortly, but the headshot comes through. MSL proving how damaging he can be with this rifle. An artist with the AK right now, but Edward with a backstab will clean it up in the end. But 4 casualties going through for NaVi. They do get the round, sure, but so much damage is done to their economy.
Team ace as well, but wow, what an effective round though, considering they only had 2 pistols, 1 rifle, an AWP and a UMP into that round. They make it work. It's just back and forth right now, checking neither team being able to cement their economy for the time being. But look at this buy. This time we really do favour NaVi, but I mean, we've said that phrase before. North now going to be back on 3 pistols as we expect a bit of a fast play from them, a burst hopefully, because obviously playing slow and calculated with only 2 rifles is going to be very, very difficult to get your picks, and they will be charging straight out through middle. There's just Flamey to defend this one. Oh, mid-air! He gets shot in the face by AZ. Now NaVi are going to start to rotate, and despite North not having a better buy into this one, they've got a great situation ahead of them. The bomb should be going down, and they're going to have the man advantage as well to bat.
This is looking good so far as they've been able to claim that bomb site. They've taken it as their own territory. They're going to get the bomb down as well. They can reposition to these fabulous afterplants, and Config with the backstab. This could be so huge if he can try and ward them off. He can divide this retake if they even want to try and go for it at this point, as it seems like they will be backing off, going for the smart play. They don't want to run the risk of throwing away all of this economy. Magic's as well with the execution upon Simple as he got the drop on him. He can get that M4. They're in a good situation right now. If they can also pick off more of these NaVi players, it's only going to balloon their economy and really stunt the growth of NaVi's.
Again, another eco upset, or forced by upset from North with 2 rifles, 3 pistols. Somehow they're going to come right back on and take a round win here. NaVi just looking to cement at least some rifles and UMPs into the next round so they can commit towards another buy, and that will be expected here with a triple save going on. But still, North are getting the better one once again. They are going to have 3 rifles saved. They only lost 1 player as well up against NaVi's full buy. So ridiculous to see that this map is still going so back and forth, but we will be seeing a tactical pause called in. I can only imagine that's from the side of NaVi.
Yeah, it's the tech pause coming through, I believe, to try and sort that out. So it'll be interesting as well, working through that. Obviously, NaVi at this point, around 1.7k, average on their economy. They don't have a lot to play with. It's been so back and forth, basically resets galore in every round. And none of these teams have been able to get themselves into a stable economy situation. We've never seen an effective AWP buy come out. The only time the AWP was donned by Guardian was in a round where essentially it was the only rifle they had to play with. And sure, he got that opening frag towards side, but we didn't really see how much impact that could have. Now, we haven't seen the whole story between either of these teams working into it, but is there anything you sort of noticed could have been the downfall, or has it just been these opening eco frags?
It's these really fast pushes from North, right? Yeah. They're getting onto the sites very, very early on, and NaVi are just being completely overwhelmed. I mean, we saw Flamey get completely shot in the face by AZ as he tried to jump cross to spot towards middle. Stuff like this, the burst tactics from North are doing very, very well, and it's looking like it may continue as a fast push up towards Plateau. You can see Edward not even expecting his gun aimed towards the floor. Guardian will trade in through the smoke. That's going to be effective, but still, close positions are going to be had. Simple checked as AZ takes the kill onto him on the entry, looking for a little bit more, and Flamey exposes himself, goes down as well. North, another round cemented heavily in their favour. Finally, we are going to see two wrap together here for the Danish side.
And that's huge. They need to actually find at some point to link these rounds together, get themselves into a good situation. Obviously, two players left with two measly UMPs, nothing to really aid them to slip their way in towards the bomb site right now, playing it smart. Just hold for the exit frags, hope you at least get something to aid you, as they're just getting pounded on into that. And that's been that aggression as well. That's kind of been the whole story, where North are going for these very fast takes towards that B bomb site, completely dividing it off with those smokes going through, nice usage of utility, clearing all of their angles very effectively as well. Guardian actually trying to take the fight here, will be caught off guard by MSL. Could be a trade back from C's though, as he's in that elevated angle. If he wants to run the risk and stick his head through, we'll spot out MSL. Good trigger patience on display as he just waits, hungry for the kill in the end. Should eventually take him down once he thinks he's in the clear to do so. Oh, he's going to go for the knife. Oh, the butcher, he tried to go for it, but it's not going to happen. MSL with the turnaround. That's why you don't play with knives, kids.
Oh my god. That is just... that's something else. At the end of the day, NaVi weren't going to be investing around those UMPs, so while it is a bit of a grave loss there, it's not going to affect anything to this one. It will still be the eco. Even if they saved both guns, even if Garden didn't go too aggressive, we wouldn't have been seeing that, bought up around. You're not going to typically do that. We need to see NaVi eco now that we've won, seen North win 2 in a row, and they will be doing so. A very light investment. Simple on a Deagle and some armor. Still dangerous, and a triple nade setup as well. That's going to be focused towards Plateau. They could go for some kind of fast play. North obviously being, and then NaVi could easily maybe take a couple of rifles off of their hands just with some fast HE usage, but in towards middle North are going to be focusing. The bomb is still outside of B, so they could easily be going for some kind of fake in the meantime as MSL looks for an opener towards mid. Nothing will be displaying itself, but Simple is going to hit all these sound cues, just waiting for the potential push to come out. Bagdis going to get spotted as well. In drop, the nade goes down, not connecting. He's going to be hunting him for more, but there's two NaVi players on the other side of the wall. No issue for Magisk. 2 quick headshots and a 5-on-3 in play.
He's not a magician for nothing as he gets those opening kills. As he works his way through, causing a stir towards that B-bomb site. Guardian as well, caught down with a backstab now from MSL that's been playing very well so far into this game, leading by charge, showing off what he can do, but NaVi as well, the bounce back. You give Simple a Deagle and he will slay, but it's only going to be one frag upon AZ. Config will get the retaliation as he lands a tasty little headshot upon him, but finally, Hugo, they have some money to play with. The buyer will come out, we can see the AWP on Guardian. He has armor this time as well, and a teammates around him with an effective arsenal to play with.
It's very weird to say, considering we're now around 9, this is the first full buy from both teams now. A proper full buy. No UMPs in play, no funny business, they got the real guns, and now Guardian going to be facing off up against Cajun B, the AWP for each side here. NaVi need to get into this match early. You said they need to get that rolling start, and so far it hasn't been showing. It's been very inconsistent as of yet, but this is a chance for it to finally stable out for one team or the other, because the loser of this round is going to be forced into eco more than likely. Bomb plants excluded, and let's see. Guardian, fast peek, he spots a boost. Config does get the dinking through the wall, and Guardian retaliates with a bit of damage as well. They're both down to 40, but he's going to have to eventually back off as the nade goes flying in. North trying to look for that pick. Again, if they can remove the AWP from the equation very early on, that'd be a great opener to find, but a very risky play from Config as he starts to push up towards the plateau, facing off towards the stairs as well. And Edward, he's in an elevated position. He could easily get the pick, and he will. Config goes down, and North losing out on the man advantage.
That opener there could be very good. Just what NaVi needs to try and cement themselves into this round early. But if they get that trade back soon, North could try and work their way back through. If they get a 4 versus 4 here, it will still favour them. But the play towards the A-bomb site, it seems. Nice smoke as well. That takes so much time. Use that smoke on that CT side, divides them. They don't want to push for it. There's so many angles they have to clear that you just waste so much time on the Ts as they hold back for now. Simple as well. Going to be going on the aggression through, though, playing close over by Wood. Cajun B will get the opener upon Flamey, though. Trades back to that 4 versus 4. Simple had to try and make the situation more manageable for NaVi at that point, but doesn't do it. Sees playing close from sight. Will open up his Hellfire. Claims one upon MSL. Hungry for the second, which he will bite down upon as well. Edward, aggressive play pays off as he sprints his way through to get that opener upon Cajun B, leaving just Magix to try and pull something out of his hat as he approaches the bomb site. Peeking from all angles, though. Guardian just toying with it at this point with a headshot from Magix. So close to closing out the round. C's left with 2 HP, Hugo. It could have been huge, but it was not meant to be. But look at the damage there. So many rebuys forced out. Essentially nearly a full team wipe of casualties for NaVi. That's that's not going to be too great.
Yeah, and considering you only get 3250 for winning that round as well, considering they lose all those players, now rebuys are going to be very difficult if you want that utility. They're actually going to succumb to some UMPs here. We see a drop over from Guardian onto Flamey, so he has a lot of utility alongside, but look at Edward, he's really got nothing. Can't even afford a head armor. Not that that's an issue, obviously, but only 4 kits, sorry, seized. He's going to be also on a UMP. Fairly decent for Na'Vi, but again, North do have a far better buy considering they have won a couple of rounds in a row. But Guardian, nice opener there, going to start things off. AZ will be dropped, but MSL does trade, so the AWP already removed out the equation. But look at North, I love the reactive play. They get the pick, it gets traded, and they rush straight onto the A site, but C says no. In through the door, he sprays as he takes down Config, and MSL, not typically the entry player, but he's going off the day. 3 kills so far this round, and the bomb looking like it will be planted. Na'Vi left on just these 2 UMPs.
That's the thing. He's showing as well. That's kind of that romantic factor. If he comes in here, gets these opening frags, try and step his team up, because the in-game leader just going so huge. Frag after frag from SL. He's looking so crisp right now, but Simple, someone that you usually expect to be an absolute madman with the rifle, will slip his way back through, gets that opening kill, puts them into a good situation now. A 2 versus 2, but the backstab from Magix once again. He's been so on point so far throughout this matchup. Simple tapping the bomb, but Cajun had the angle covered. It's an easy frag to beat him down. A North, 7 rounds on the board as they keep their way through. And Na'Vi as well, their economy was never good at that point. They haven't had a single chance to get themselves into a good economic situation.
That was a complete reset as well, and not only a reset to a bad extent, also the fact that they didn't keep any players from the previous buy round as well, aside from one obviously on Guardian. That's really unfortunate. Now they really do have no money, so it's going to be again the Deagle armor on Simple, a nade on Guardian, a 5-7 on Flamey. Really nothing to boast about here on the side of Na'Vi, as North are looking very, very well equipped. Once again, it's going to start to build up their cash. That reset will benefit them greatly. Going into this round, we're going to have to see something interesting from Na'Vi. We have to see maybe some aggression, some double pushes, but you can see North are just playing so passive. They know exactly what's going to be up the sleeves of Na'Vi. They know some aggression may be coming through. So just holding off for the time being, playing this passive default here on the T side and waiting for the CTs to make the first move.
Holding their ground right now. That stack play as well, the only real ingenuity they can actually go for is you cannot play these eco runs out like gun rounds. You have to try something different, a little bit shock and awe, try and throw a spanner in the works, and this is the best case scenario. Flamey as well playing close to the broken wall like that. That 5-7 can be a very effective weapon if he gets put into the right moment to try and strike with it. Oh, does land the shot here, but can't quite take him down, but Edward does retaliate. Finds a headshot upon Config, but can his teammates do anything else? Seems
like to be the opposite of that, as the rest of them are going to start to fall away. Guardian as well, just cornered, 1 HP, running around the site. How is he still alive, and how is he still spraying? Eventually gets taken down by the MSL, and again leaving Simple here with just a Deagle. In the previous round that we saw like this, Na'Vi obviously did get 1 kill to their name, and it's seeming to be deja vu as Simple is too far away from the site. He may be trying to regroup and come back towards to get some exits, but AZ is in position here, however, holding the wrong angle. Simple is coming in from behind, and with 23 HP, it'll only take 1 body shot for him to take him down. Maybe a knife in play, you never know. We saw it work out for... Oh, no, we didn't. So hopefully he'll just go for the safety eagle shot, and it seems like he was considering it. You could tell. He does eventually take the kill, though, just as AZ turns on around and grabs himself an AK to play with. That will give them a little bit of an economy boost into the next round. But remember, Na'Vi aren't going to have a lot of cash at all.
There's anxious plays there towards the end. They're really stressing me out, Hugo.
Yeah,
Na'Vi
I'm
right
not
now.
liking the knives.
It's not good. As we work our way through, obviously they are going to get through with, once again, a little bit of deja vu coming in as he saves another Kalashnikov. Obviously puts him into a good situation, and I mean, they need it as their economy is just basically broken still. It's horrific. Sure, they can get out these advanced pistols, try and go for something that will give them a little bit of headway into the round, but once again, it's going to be heavily reliant on Simple actually being able to get some opening frags to get them into any of a situation that is actually worth talking about. As North, they've started to get the momentum behind them. Sure, it was back and forth into the early rounds, but as soon as North actually got the economy on their side, they've been unstoppable. And this B bomb site is such a big leak. I mean, Na'Vi need to call upon her right now, but Simple, seeming like he wants to try and fix it himself. The bod job comes in as he peeks out, does a little bit of damage upon Config, but no frags just yet. The T's responding very aggressively early on as well as they slip their way over. Flamey with a Deagle in play. He could be deadly.
Oh, it's got Edward, though, to wrap around the back of the box. He's going to be able to catch one out, but still not dropping the kill. Simple eventually chimes in, but his teammates falling left, right, and center as Flamey's found towards the back of the chicken coop. Simple backing off, taking a long-range angle as North. They do have this smoke wall in play once again. The bomb should be safely planted, but Guardian's just on the other side of that smoke. Look at the push-ins from MSL, though. He spots him, takes him down, all onto Simple, and he's already removed. North have got themselves 9, and this is a very dominant start. I did think they were going to be picking up this map, but not like this.
No, this is crazy. I mean, I thought Na'Vi, they had potential to come in here. I put all of my eggs in the basket of Na'Vi, but they've fallen over, they've broken them. There's an omelette on the floor.
Indeed, this is just NaVi. You know, it's unfortunate, but they are inconsistent, right? They do have these issues, and again, the calling star seems to be unaffected. But again, we are very early onto the game. Let's not completely count them out. There's always that T side ahead of them, and maybe a few more CT rounds as well that they can gain. This map is T sided, so there's still potential. But North, they are going to be set up towards B again. We have the buy from the CT side, and Config looking like he just wants to jump on out. I think Edward's going to hear the nade connection into his body there as he takes the kill through the smoke, spraying away. Man advantage for NaVi, and very important considering the utility they have left on their players.
Yeah, that's true. Config, they're hoping that he could go in, just get a couple of entry frags, potentially cause an over-rotate from NaVi into the early game. So North, then when they go for this play towards the A-bomb site, will have a bit of an easier time of it. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out. He didn't do too much and got taken down almost immediately. Now the push coming through towards the A-bomb site. Simple, up close and personal as he holds this very tight angle with his M4 ready to spam upon anyone that wants to encroach into his part of the map as he waits eagerly. Molotov will force him out, but that helps him as he gets opening frag. Unfortunately, he will be sent off to the Burns ward. He's going to need a skin graft after that one as the reposition comes in as well from NaVi now playing close over. They are in a good situation to try and close out this round, but the bomb has been grabbed. Cajun can hold on to it, and they can still decide to back off if they wish to do so.
The man advantage is going to be so important here. North have to try and retrieve something. Unless we see something from MSL, who are over towards the A site, this could be really falling apart. Flamey's going to spot him. I think he just saw him cross as well. MSL knows exactly what's up, but no, checking the wrong angle. Flamey walks out, extends the man advantage to double for NaVi here, and North walking back in towards the B site. There's already a player towards the back of plateau, and who else would you want in this position? Guardian, I think he didn't spot the barrel of the rifle. Just as it peeks around, he's going to have to back off here, but he will hear the flashes come in, so knows exactly what's going on. Misses the shot, though. That was crucial. Going to peek in for more. Oh, no! Cajun takes him down from the plateau. It's easy to follow up. Now they've equalised it, but Flamey spraying away, and he will get two. Keeps it the dream alive for the side of NaVi. But North are still dangerous as they have a lot of economy to buy up.
That was so scary there. It seemed like North, being able to get those opening frags off the back of Guardian with that miss, really could have firepowered their way through that round. They looked on point, and I think that's kind of their storyline overall. Right now, it's only been small moments, flashes in the pans, where NaVi being able to get these kills, whereas North, everyone looks so crisp.
Yeah, but that is North. They do have such great individual players. And right now, MSL at the top of the scoreboard, which is something we don't really expect to see. That's a complete switch-up, right? Because you usually have the typical Magisk and Config really carrying the games. But if you have MSL at the top, what can you expect from your NaVi? You're just getting trounced. So right now, going into this buy again, low economy after losing 3 players in a bit of an unjustified situation. And now we see North looking to exploit that once again. Even if they are losing these rounds, if they can really battle upon the economy of NaVi, that could be really, really good for them. Forcing NaVi down to buys where they don't have a lot of utility, like this one, for example, is going to be more beneficial to North because they can easily bait out these nades from the CT side.
This is the thing as well. Aggression towards that A-bomb site. And as you said, with MSL leading by example, all of his teammates trying to step up as well. But unfortunately, Cajun B, he had an AWP in his hand, but he didn't know how to use it correctly. It's simple, picking him off from such a range. The distance kill comes in with that famous Guardian as well, going to arrive on the scene and try and work his way back into it. But Magic says, you know what, this is how you fire this bad boy. As he takes him down. They now slip their way round as well. Flashbang goes in trying to allow them to peek. Simple is blind, but he's trying to fight his way through it. Angle is covered. They tried to take the fight, and they will take him down. AZ as well. A kill upon Flamey over at the barn. It falls upon Edward and Seas to try and claw this one back. The entire site is set ablaze as well as they slip their way through and get that bomb planted. Hugo
will be going down. This retake already looking over, to be honest. I think these players should just be saving, bring them into the next round. They don't have a lot of cash as well in their bank, so really trying to go for the rebuy regardless is going to be almost impossible at this point. But let's see what they can at least do. Wood moving back in towards a T-spawn. We still have C's playing close, and the fact of the matter is he does have this UMP, right? So he can get $600 a kill. Maybe, hinting towards him trying to go for these exit frags, get a bit of cash in his pocket. And he's going to try, but he won't succeed as AZ removes his head all onto Edward, but he's already removed from the scene. This is really dominant for North, though. 10 rounds so far in their T half, and there's still one more to play for. Considering NaVi has no money, we could be seeing an 11-4 half.
Yeah, there's still potential for them to work their way through. Obviously, North at this point just so dominant. Even if NaVi do get those extra rounds on the board, they get themselves into a little bit more of a manageable situation. I feel like it's just already too far gone, because North, sure, there is players that can go absolutely crazy with a pistol over on NaVi. We're used to that. We see them doing damage all of the time. But North looked so crisp on that opening pistol round, and that's a scary factor. It's not even like they need the economy in their back pocket to aid them through these rounds. Even in the rounds where both of them were fairly broken, they were having to go for these force buys, North are still coming out on top because they just know how to utilize their players in those situations. A broken buy for NaVi as well. It's not the best bet.
Yeah, the charity shop has opened for business, but it doesn't have a lot to stock here for the CT side. As we can see again, North just bringing in the hurt, a fast pushing towards the B side, but Magic's going to fall right down. Cajun does retaliate, but in the meantime, Seaster found himself 2 quick kills there with the UMP. Tagged down towards the back of drop down, he's going to be overrun. Config eventually dropping Edward, and Seized will be found as 2 players remain for either side. It's going to be a complete overrun, actually, as the CTs do manage to make their way into great positions as well, especially with his flank coming out from Flamey. He's going to be over in the drop down, but AZ peeking onto Simple to expose there. A Mag 7 now left at range. He is alone to try and pick something up, and the timing does work out, but the AWP does save it as AZ peeks out as well, just to finish off the final blow to the head of Flamey. It's NaVi to lose out on that round, and North to pick up 11 rounds in the first half. We will see you for that second pistol round in just a minute.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL Pro League. Obviously, an exciting first half has just undergone. North, they looked unstoppable. Round after round of Danish demolition coming out. They just beat their way through, and NaVi, look, they were just complacent. They didn't have an answer.
Yeah, I was expecting to see something great, especially with how the game started. Obviously, we saw North pick up the pistol, and then we saw NaVi go for that full eco second round. Not very common at all, especially not on Cobble where you can pick up those deagles. So I was kind of thinking, okay, maybe NaVi have something up their sleeve, maybe they have a trick, and they did. They saved the 1 rifle on Simple. They then went for the 4 buy in the third round, a very uncommon strategy, especially on the CT side where it's so difficult to buy up. You need those kits, you need that utility, and Molotov being more expensive, everything being horrible. But they actually managed to get themselves back into the game, and as soon as they picked up that third round, I was like, oh my god, NaVi, they're here. They're going to be, performing very well. And then they just completely fell apart and did nothing the rest of the half.
It's true. That's what we thought. It was kind of the battle of the economy early on. As soon as they found themselves cemented into a good situation with their cash, they were going to be able to lock it down. And even the rounds where they did get those buys out that were efficient, we had the full buy with the AWP, but it just looked like there was nothing really to talk about. I mean, Guardian as well, we said he has these moments of inconsistency, but it just seemed like he wasn't really there today. No,
not really, and especially you got to consider the fact that North actually won 2 rounds with only 2 rifles in play each round. They had a triple pistol, double rifle buy against NaVi's full buy to some extent, some UMP, some rifles, definitely a better buy on the CT side, and they still got rushed into B every single time, and that's the thing, NaVi need to maybe more so play for retake. If they are unsuccessful at least stopping these players from rushing onto the site, we saw both those rounds, Flamey pushed out through the edge of the smoke around the back of the statue, and Guardian as well. They just repeated the same setup twice, and once North kind of worked it out after the first one, the second one was so clean. They only lost 1 player. It was just so effective. The Danish guys just completely tore apart NaVi, and it's looking like that's going to continue going into the second half.
It's true, that's the thing as well, the NaVi, they kind of need to get the momentum behind them into the early game to really propel them through, and coming with such a really dominant half from the Danish side as well, it is quite scary, is that T-half, unless they can get the opening pistol round, which once again, North just seem unstoppable on when they come into the opening pistol, it's scary because they just don't have much of a buffer. 11-4, you get those opening 3 rounds on the board, you've basically already closed the game out.
And while obviously NaVi are very experienced as a team, and not only that, but individually and playing at the top level, they are a very emotional team. Losses like this can get to you, and I'm not sure, again, it could just be because of Simple, because he's just so confident. We saw him constantly force buying up in eco rounds with NaVi. The rest of the team would be saving, all those rounds he saved the AKs. He was actually buying up Deagle armor. He was spending all his cash. He didn't have an extra bit. He was just spending all his cash on ecos, forcing it up quite unnecessarily, in my opinion. Obviously, they may have something behind it, but if, again, you got to look, you don't really know, right? We're not in the team, so if he was just buying it out of rage, maybe the emotions are really getting to him over him being beaten by North. That can be quite upsetting, considering in theory they are better, especially being 1 place above in the standings just by round difference, but still.
And it's true as well, just touching on that once again as well, obviously with NaVi in that 3rd place, North at 4th, it affects them quite heavily, as both of these maps are worth individual points. It's important to see where that is going to affect them overall, and could definitely hurt them in their Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, best situation here for NaVi right now, kind of hoping for a 1-1 split over March. That was my prediction earlier, but at least going into this, after seeing what we've seen so far, a 1-1 is looking very, very generous for NaVi, to be honest. I'm maybe even going to flip my prediction depending on how this half goes. North are just looking so good going going into this first map, and it's very expected to be continued on Mirage, but obviously that's a better map for NaVi than this one. But we're going into the pistol round, Jackie. Flamey's on the raid boss. We've got Guardian with nothing after dropping that over, and it's going to be a fast B.
It's true. They're trying to take that aggression once again, using North strategy against them as they try to batter their way through. Magic's hoping to do something, but there's no Magic today as he gets taken down. Cajun responding, though, 2 frags of his own as his teammates fall around him, rallying him to try and go massive. The hat-trick comes out from Cajun. Frag after frag of absolute domination comes out. Hungry for another as well. Approaches the scene of the crime. Connection upon Seas takes him down. The 4K comes through as he's hungry for the 5th. This could be a great ace to try and claim the opening pistol round. It's him and Config left standing, trying to beat down Guardian. Playing up on the platform, switches out weapons there as Guardian tries to back off. They have to fight together. Peek at the same time. Try and get the execute upon him so they can still grab this round. Config will deny the 5, but still, they claim the opening pistol. Amazing stuff on display.
Yep, and that's it. That's got to be the game over, surely, with 12 rounds to North, just picking up that pistol. In theory, they should be granted 2 rounds now for free, potentially bringing them over to 14. Oh, sorry, 1 round for free, obviously. NaVi did get that bomb down, so 13 rounds almost guaranteed, unless NaVi force things up here. I would not like to see it, but I would not be surprised, to be perfectly honest.
And that's the thing. Coming into it as well, it looked like they had so much potential into that round. Sure, you slip your way into the bomb site, you're in a good situation, you can try and work your way into good positions. The 2 CTs that walk back in, Cajun B just starts popping off. Frags that just left, right, and center, blow after blow. And it's just like, damn, he's landing these shots that really just single-handedly tear apart all of the structure they have. Config as well, using the confidence that he's picked up off them, winning that round so dominantly, goes for the aggressive pay, pays off fantastically. He gets out of this situation as well. There's no trade. This is really going to miff NaVi.
Yeah, and the lack of trades as well in these pistol rounds is so important. They need to be able to at least try and go 1-for-1 if they can. It's not really expected them to be able to do so without any armor or utility, but things like this, aggression through smokes, Simple's going to push. It's very, very crucial for them to try and pick up kills, but he's already on 7 bullets left out of his whole 2 mags. Config going to follow up with a second one. Simple eventually removed from the equation and sees 1 by 1. They are just going to be walking into the jaws of the Danish killer as Config, he looks in for a 4th. There it goes, and here comes Edward for a 5th. There we go. Config just going to close it out. Simple stuff there for the start. North, 13 rounds to 4.
Someone needs to check his config right now. The thing is, though, it wasn't even like it was too crazy for players. They are just peeking 1 versus 1. They're walking into him. He took the aggression, which was a confident play. You get that opener. But as you said, no one on NaVi was close by to try and get the opening frag. Then Simple as well goes in on his own, bounds for a smoke where he easily could have been capitalized on if there was a crossfire being held from Matrix. So that aggression coming through. Then towards the end there, just waddling into his crosshair, allowing him to just tear his way through them. Looks like he's hungry for it again, but this time around he's got an AWP in his back pocket, Hugo, as he peeks out, but won't quite find anything just yet. Guardian will take the fight, though, takes him down with a flick. Absolutely dominant.
That is just dirty from Config, and such an upset for NaVi going into this buy round. The one chance to turn this map around and bring it back in their favor, and they lose Guardian, a crucial player for the team, just straight away to the pick of Config. Not always the man to be picking up the AWP, but he definitely makes it work in this extent. Simple. Going to be forced back, boosted up on this box, trying to look for some aggression. As you can see, North are going to be probing for some info and maybe some kills as well. Simple just falling away as Cajun takes him as he peeks out through the edge of the smoke. And again, the man advantage extended here for the CT side. They've got a 5-on-3 and looking to go even above and beyond as MSL allows Cease to drop in. He actually gets shot in the face this time though, so Cease can split in towards his A site with the help of his teammates coming in through middle. This could be a great play, but the issue is there's still plenty of North players. They know he's in the connector. Config's even holding on towards the back lines just in case, and they're going to be fully aware of this mid presence. As you can see, AZ just sprays them down 1 by 1, manages to finish, and North 14 rounds. They are basically on the edge of closing it out.
It looks like it's done at this point, as these frags coming through. This is going to be the 15th round secured, you'd imagine. Sure, NaVi could try and go for an aggressive burst strategy. They have a lot of utility as well, right? So they're not completely out of the round, but they don't really have any weapons to play with. Simple's been very on point with the Deagle, as you would expect. It's kind of the El Clasico as he gets those opening kills round in, round out. But even then, they need to basically play Wolfpack-style CS into this one, Hugo. Use that utility, though. They've had a lot of this bought up in the previous rounds. It seems like they're buying it and not really doing too much with it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that wall of smokes that we saw from North on there. You know, forces and fast B plays, and hopefully NaVi will at least replicate something of the sort, but still North are just looking on fire individually. I don't think that's going to be an easy task. Let's have a look though. The smokes do come over. This will be the wall, and Cajun mollied out as well. He has to peek. Why are they not checking it? They throw a molly there. They should at least be holding the angle as Cajun, he peeks out for a free kill and backs off into the shadows. The rest of his team being able to get the damage done. The Magic's 10 HP doesn't matter. Another kill for him, and he goes to 2, but Simple eventually drops him, but to no avail, as North will be ready and prepared to close it out. 15 rounds, done deal. NaVi trying to force things up, but to be honest, I'm not expecting anything more than this.
Neither am I. I mean, the thing is, Simple's been able to get those frags, but every time he's last alive, it's not an impact frag. It doesn't do anything impactful at all. They're just left in these awkward situations. I mean, it just looks lackluster right now. There's really been not too much initiative thrown into the works at all. Config as well, back on the Orc, going to be trying to take the peak, see if he can find another frag. Does get the tag actually on towards Edward. Might not be the kill, but already leaving him on 70 HP this early into the round is so awkward, as he only has a UMP as well. It's just not looking healthy.
Yeah, and Guardian actually got knifed in spawn as well. We've got a player dropping from the server. Not too sure what that is, but Guardian's gone. I'm not sure if it's a crash or a DC, but that's quite unfortunate either way. Maybe the emotional aspect of the team is really getting to them at this point. As you can see, North do have full control of this round once again. It's going to be the fast play up towards A with a split coming in through connector. Rinse and repeat here from Seized. He gets taken down. AZ will follow up on long. There's 2 low players for him to deal with, and he will just spray away. 1 for him. Edwards down and out. And Simple again, the solo player here, as he has been pretty much the whole map. AZ, he's not aware, but it won't take long for him to work it out, as Simple is just playing with the time, playing with the mines, and waiting for this push to come through.
Pink will go in. AZ takes him down, as you'd expect. A free K on the board for the man, and we spoke about him being the one to watch. Definitely was when it came down to those clutch situations, always being able to get the opening frags on the board, but everyone looked good. I mean, MSL, leader by example in terms of things. The in-game leader for the side, but it did not look like that. He looked like the impact fragger.
Yeah, especially we look at players on the Guardian, on the NaVi side. When we look at Guardian, he had 3 kills at the end of the game. Flamey had 6. I mean, what's going on? If you have 2 of your best players on the team not being able to even frag, leaving that job to Season Edward, that's quite a different NaVi that we're seeing. And the fact of the matter is, if Guardian did drop out of the server on purpose, he was knifed in spawn. So I can understand the emotion, but still, that is just that's bad for NaVi going into the second map.
It's true. I want to take a look at some of those replays as well, see some of the highlight kills that went through throughout that matchup, see if we can break any of those rounds down, because it did just look kind of awkward. The thing is as well, touching on this straight away, aggression towards that B bomb site was hit so many times and they had no idea how to deal with it. And then we saw this as well. Seas want to try and get some extra crash, goes in to try and cause a bit of a butchery. MSL with a turn on. I think that was probably where the emotional turmoil might have started, if that was to affect them.
Yeah, because it was so early on in the game. It wasn't like a closeout so far for North. We weren't going, oh no, North have won this. It's clear. Whereas maybe 10 rounds later, yeah, exactly. So you could kind of justify it, like, okay, the NaVi players could have been trying to tell themselves, oh, it's fine. We just haven't started yet. As soon as we start, it's okay. I can risk throwing away guns like this. I can go for these knife kills just to be flashy. But yeah, it really did get back to haunt them. And now looking at this one, North completely dominating the opposition, going into Mirage. My original pick was North to pick up Cobble and NaVi to pick up Mirage. Frankly, I know you're meant to stick with your gut, but I've got to change it here. Right, North are just looking on fire. You think they're going to go through, pick up both maps here at this point? For sure. You can't argue against it, can you?
I don't think there is much claim to actually try and say that isn't the case, because obviously they just look so crazy. You come in, there were fantastic display on both of the pistols. Individual skill from KJME was huge towards that second one as well. But overall, team play just looked a whole lot better. It looked more on point. Everyone individually was firing off, and as a unit, they just seemed to be the superior team. Cobblestone, a map that you expect NaVi to go pretty much big on. You expect to see those star players going huge, but Config looked like a true AWPer in that situation.
Exactly, we mentioned it before last time these two teams played Cobble at 16-8 to NaVi. What's happened in the 2-3 weeks it's been since they played that exact match? It's just, again, online CS, teams do play inconsistently, and obviously we did mention that North have been putting in some time recently. They've been talking about it on Twitter at least, so going into that one I was hoping to see something special for them, and to be honest I really did.
Yeah, we did, and that's the thing as well. With that individual sort of moment they've taken out to try and work on themselves, bet themselves as players, coming through, especially in the form of MSL, the in-game leader with so much fragging power now, as he tore them apart.
Yeah, not at all like him. He does have the odd map where he steps up, but never really against the top teams like NaVi. You kind of see the underdog. For example, North are currently playing in, or at least were playing in the ECS Dev League. Games like that you could see MSL stepping up because they're against a tier below of teams, but up against one of the best teams in the world, NaVi famously, being able to go head-to-head with anyone pretty much in Counter-Strike, and North just tearing them apart, MSL specifically. Very unlike him, but I'm very impressed.
It's true. The North is here, but are they here to stay? The second map will be up shortly. Stick around.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5. NaVi versus North is the matchup we have today, and the first map was a bit of an exciting one. It was very interesting. I'm joined by Hugo, and we're going to touch on why that was such a crazy result. North, unstoppable.
Absolutely, and NaVi just falling apart. Really a momentum-based game. Neither team was kind of able to start off with the momentum. We saw the pistol round going to North. It was instantly upset by the third round, forced buy from NaVi, and very back and forth for the first, I think, 9 rounds it was, until we saw the first full buy coming out from both teams, and we saw the AWP in play. And then we were kind of expecting maybe it to stable out, maybe one team to kind of take the lead, and it really did.
Yeah.
North just dominated the rest of the way through the game, didn't let up any rounds, and NaVi only finished off with 4 at the end.
That's crazy that they went through. And obviously, guys, if you did miss that game and you're only joining us now, you can catch the VODs over on our YouTube channels. Why don't you head on over there, subscribe, and when you hit that button, there's one more thing you got to do, Hugo. You got to ring that bell so you stay up to date with all the latest and greatest coming from our YouTube channel. Why wouldn't you want to stay up to date with all these fantastic games from Season 5 of Pro League? And there's one more that is coming up soon. Obviously, Map 2, it is going to be Mirage. What are your thoughts on that?
Again, I looked at this one as the one that NaVi should be picking up in theory. I kind of thought Cobble would go the way of North, just due to the way that NaVi have been fairly shaky on it recently. But now, looking at it realistically, just off of individual performance, I still think this one can actually switch over and go to North. I think there's a really good chance to take this one. Obviously, all the players are on fire. We saw MSL kind of leading that one. Cajun, not as much needed. He was near the bottom of the scoreboard, but still able to pick up a lot of crucial AWP kills as well for the team. We even saw Config dominate at time to time. So, I mean, really, really good variance in terms of play from North. A lot of them able to step up, whereas NaVi, with these individual players like Guardian, people on the AWP that should be doing very well, he ended the game with 3 kills. So if your AWPer can't step up for the team, that's quite difficult, because we do see a lot of teams, despite Simple being such a great secondary AWP, he will very unlikely be given the AWP over Guardian in the majority of the time, just due to the way the leadership works out. And this is similar to example G2 that we looked at yesterday with Kennis and Shox. Even if Kenny's not having the game of his life, he will always take the AWP over Shox, unless we have spawns, for example, in different scenarios, and saves. But buying the AWP, if we're giving it to Guardian and he's performing like he did in Cobblestone, we could be seeing another whitewash in the way of the Danish side. It's
true, they definitely come in. I mean, it was a Danish derby. They just tore their way through. And one of the reasons why they did is because they're UC utility. And guys, if you want some tips to try and aid you with your utility usage over on Mirage, check out this video.
Hey Future Pros, we are back on Mirage, but this time with a fantastic flash. This is for the CT side to use for mid-window and useful for retaking mid-control. To perform it, line yourself up at this point on the ground. Aim to the right side of this vent along the flaked off paint. Toss the flash and this should hopefully catch an unsuspecting T off guard. Easy kills for you, good luck.
Normally, I don't condone flashing, but in a video game, I think it should be okay. So they work their way through. Obviously, if you want to try and use that flashbang at mid, it will aid you when you're going for those peaks. But Hugo, talking about peaks coming out towards mid-window, is going to be under very heavy contention going into this. Obviously, mid-control Mirage is a big deal.
It is indeed. You're going to want it obviously to split into the sites. There's a lot of control you can take up at all to connector, and obviously with the versatility, this map being similar to Dust 2 in the sense that you can come out through either top mid or bottom mid, either through lower in Dust 2 or obviously underpass in Mirage. A lot of abilities to take that mid control, split in towards a site, and the fact that we just talked about Guardian not being able to really lock down anywhere with the AWP in the previous map, going into mid control here where it's so very based on the AWP, unless you go for some kind of crazy mid stack and a short connector play where you can have that crossfire. If Guardian's posted up solo towards middle, we could be seeing a very dangerous game in the way of North.
It's true, and that's the thing as well. The scary factor is with North, just in terms of individual skill, they went mental into that previous matchup. Just frag after frag of complete domination coming out. And on Mirage as well, it's not a map they're shy of. Definitely working their way through. We said we hedged our bets towards them. We thought this is where they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable. So if they weren't comfortable on the other map, coming into this, you've got to wonder, is this just going to be a whitewash to open with, especially with those opening pistols, as NaVi couldn't find their legs.
I mean, if we look at previous results, at least in terms of how well they've been doing on the map statistically in the last 3 months, they're 7-3. That does include online and LAN, obviously, and up against lower teams, so it can be inflated, etc. But 7-3 is a very good scoreline. That being said, North aren't having their issues either. 5-2 currently on the map. So, but both teams having effective control over this map. This is a good map, or at least I said coming into this matchup for both teams. So our Cobble's a little more shaky for NaVi and less so for North. Going into this one, it's a very, very equal matchup in terms of the teams' individual skill and team play over on the maps. But just looking at the way that North played, it's still hard to justify NaVi, despite having good performances prior to this game, for them to actually even have anything into this one. I think we're going to have to see Guardian stepping up. We're going to have to see Flamey stepping up, because over on the T side, we need him for those entries. We need him to be opening up the bomb sites. And if he can't do that, he wasn't over on the first map, obviously. Again, it's really, really difficult. But that being said, again, Flamey obviously being the entry fragger, right? Being over on that T side, posted up to get himself into sight. Taking into account, NaVi only played a couple of rounds over on their T side. It was a 10-5, 11-4 half. So they really didn't get any T side to play with. So hopefully, with them starting over on the T side this time, I think it may be, they may have another chance.
Okay. And the interesting thing there obviously is as well with Flamey, as you said, on that T side, we didn't really get too much of a chance to see him even on his T side. Starting off over on CT with such a crazy scoreline going the way of North, there wasn't too much for him to do. Obviously, by the time they got rifles in their hands, the game was essentially closed out already. And the thing is, their CT half, they had a few moments where they went for these kind of aggressive plays, and that's what we wanted to see. A little bit of ingenuity coming out from NaVi is their default just did not work. Towards that B-bomb site, it was so easy for North to get in, round out, back to back, just slipping in, taking what they wanted and leaving no questions. Whereas for NaVi, when they went for these slightly aggressive plays and tried to capitalize, they did get the opening frags and closed out the rounds. But it just seemed like their confidence was completely gone.
Yeah, a lot of weird individual performances as well, at least in terms of some questionable plays. For example, we talked about this earlier, at least especially with Flamey. Once we constantly saw those smokes over the B site, the wall, to at least allow yourself to separate the site into two, you have the control towards Chicken Coop all the way over towards Plateau, and then everything onwards from the statue is smoked off, meaning you can get that bomb down. We saw so many times Flamey peeking out from the back of the site, 2 or 3 times I think he did it in the first half, just trying to get that kill. And I understand it. If you're going off, you can go for that smoke push. He didn't even use a flashbang though, and he wasn't really having the game of his life. So very hard to justify some of the plays that we saw there in terms of individually, because he pushed out and he just gave that free pick over every single time. And every time North are running into the bomb site with a man advantage, and not only is retaking very, very hard on Cobble, it's even harder when you have a man disadvantage.
It's true. And talking about those crazy individual plays that get you those openers as well, don't we check out some of the community plays? You guys at home that sent in your clips, let's check it. Wow, some crazy stuff. Absolutely dominant, I can tell you that for nothing. But something I can't tell you is what's going through your guys' minds. And what I want to know is what's going on. Tweet at me, let me know over at our Twitter and our Facebook, and tell us your thoughts. Who will win this upcoming matchup? Obviously North, they came in hard and fast, locked down map 1, but are they going to take map 2, or will NaVi bounce back?
Who knows, really? We've gone over it again. You called a NaVi 2 at the beginning, so I'd just like to rub that in your face, obviously, a little bit. But
don't rub anything in my face, please.
Well, I can't promise anything. But obviously, going into this one, we're expecting a North victory. But let's hope for an upset. I'd love to see a split map, especially with the standings right now. For those unaware, these two teams are currently at 3rd and 4th. NaVi in 3rd place and North in 4th. They are both at the same scoreline, 7 and 3. Now changed, obviously, as North took up the first map. But the only separating difference was round difference. So going into this, this, if we see a 1-1 split again, this could be even better because both these teams are going to continue to stay at the same level in the standings, and it's just going to be more and more exciting for us as we progress further into the league and see if they can at least hold that spot, or if we're going to see some underdog teams like HellRaisers, for example, who've really been making their way up the ranks, come away and take some spots from them.
It's true. I mean, that's the thing. It was dominant as they worked their way through. Obviously, high contention coming in as they try and keep those spots in the standings. But it will be a short break before we find out who will be able to stay in what position. Tune in after the break. Hello everyone, welcome back to ESL Pro League. We've just had that short break to let the teams get ready, but now they're finally locked and loaded and ready to start this second map. It is going to be Mirage, and it should be an absolute brawl. NaVi, if they can reinvigorate themselves and come back into this and look strong, it should be a close one. But the scary factor is, North just looked like they were going to overpower them. Is that possible?
Yeah, of course. I really just want to see this. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to know what's happening. I want to see the game, because right now it could be anyone's match. Despite NaVi having their own issues over in the first and only picking up 4 rounds on Cobblestone, with them now starting over on the T side, maybe a new NaVi, maybe their ability to actually show off what they've got on their terror side, because we didn't see it at all on Cobblestone. And going into this pistol round, if they can pick it up, again, you talked about this earlier, they're a very momentum-based team, get that early start, they can really get into this matchup. So we're actually going to go right into it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the second map of the night here on the ESL Pro League B stream. It is Hugo, me, and Jackie. Take it away on the pistol round.
Let's see what they're actually going to go for here. Obviously, a lot of utility investment. Free smokes play. Everyone flashbang on Guardian as well, so they can set themselves up. Go for this 3-man apps burst after the smokes roll in. And Edward as well. Actually, sorry, Guardian can flash over. When he pops the flash, everyone will execute their way in towards the bomb site. There's no one playing up close and personal, though. The smoke's going through. Will block off a couple of the angles, but there's no smoke for CT. And that's where KGB's playing from. He will get dinked in the face, though. Got to fall back as well now. He's only left on 18 HP. That's not a great start. Simple making it one better as well as he takes down Magisk as he comes in with that huge opening frag. The push coming in as well. The T's playing it smart. Using their aggression, peeking together. They want to try and capitalize even more. Smoke goes down. C's knocked very low at this point as the push comes in, but they were entering into the meat grinder, Hugo. Flamey taken down, though. Config starts to kick things off as he goes huge. The opening hat trick comes into effect. Config is dominating.
Yeah, great play with Guardian, going to pull one back as he takes down MSL, and Simple out of nowhere, just in front of the balcony. 2 quick headshots to close out the round. And NaVi, finally we're seeing something. They're going to be able to pick up a pistol. As you can see, now they should be able to hopefully get this ball rolling, hopefully being able to throw a spanner in the works and actually pick up a few more rounds. But North are going to be forcing the issue. We see a scout on Config, we see armor pistols on everyone else on the team, and frankly, we could be seeing a dangerous force buy here. But NaVi aren't playing any games. They've got the double rifle buy. They are playing it safely. A lot of teams, as of late have been going with a lot of SMG-based buys, and while that is still continuing with the triple UMP into this, at least they've got a couple of safe rifles. Obviously, these are going to be great at ranges. If you want to take that mid-control, going to need an AK or a Galil most of the time, because if we see a scout on north over towards middle, it could be dangerous, but the scout, it's up towards BAPS and Config. He's looking for something. He spotted someone through the pixel, but he's not going to be able to connect, just baiting out the shots. He's going to be able to jump in back and forth. And for the time being, NaVi are just holding back, waiting for said aggression as Config. He's going to start to push himself deep into the apartments.
Yep, trying to get the information. That's the smartest thing to do as well. If he pushes his way through, we'll get the information that they are stacked towards the A bomb site, as there's no T's near him. All of that map control is over towards ramp. They've got an abundance of utility. Smart stuff. Use it. Make your angles blocked off. Make it easier to slip your way through into the A bomb site. The only thing is, Magix and Cajun playing on this close angle, they can complement each other. Cajun as well, he's playing anti-flash. So if Magix gets the information, Cajun can still retaliate. He won't be blinded, but the push comes through. Can they get the openers here? Cajun will do so. Fires away with that 5-7 as he pulls the trigger ferociously. Edward as well claiming one. Simple, another frag. They're taking one each as they slowly make their approach into the bomb site. Now AZ in the backline, lips his way through Sandwich, walking at the headshot upon Guardian, but he's quickly taken down, leaving just Config to try and make it better, but Edward had the angle covered. Easy pickings as he pulls the trigger, leaves him dead on the floor, and NaVi pick up that second round. There will be 2 casualties though, so the rebuys have to come out. Not going to allow them to go through that one flawlessly.
Yeah, but obviously keeping 3 players is going to start to build up their economy here on this T side. That's so important. And going into this one, actually playing it very, very safely, which is what I like to see. So many teams will reinvest fully. I don't think it's necessary. Knowing that North are more than likely going to be full ecoing this one, Guardian's not even going to be buying up apart from a pistol and some armor. So if any of his teammates do fall down, he can grab their weapon and not have to, double reinvest and waste the money of buying up a rifle here. So NaVi, fast into B they go. It's going to be the charge out as they jump onto the site. The bomb should be going down in just a quick second as well. And Flamey with the Mac 10 hunting for some cash. He's looking for the bills, and he is going to be landing 3 quick kills. NaVi picking up a 3rd round on the board, and North now finally going for their buy.
Cash injections come through. The money has been wired to his bank account, and he is living life large. You can see his new pair of glasses he got there, all of those in fresh.
Very nice, yeah.
Really fits him. But yeah,
from
obviously...
the ESL store.
Oh yeah, of course. He's wearing his jersey as well, Hugo, which you can pick up from the ESL store. But everyone looking very happy at this point as the buy do come through. Obviously, those AKs now in play, ready to slay, hoping they can make their opponents hit the DECK. Simple with the opening pick, trying to make it work, but unfortunately will not go his way. Connecting upon AZ, but doesn't take him down just yet. Most of the aggression stacked towards that B bomb site as well. There are smoke walls trying to slow them down, but they actually just go for it. Ballsy play as they slip their way through. MSL trying to hold them back. He was huge in map 1, but can't do as much damage coming into map 2. Gets punished. Edward as well, the UMP master, as he glides his way around the bomb site, taking down anyone that wants to try and contest against him. Cajun B will arrive on the scene though, hoping to cause a stir, but Simple warding them off. Cajun B will eventually find that frag, but there's the headshot back from Simple. Can he do more?
Does get one more. Will fall down. It's all onto Guardian now, coming back in through short here. AZ just holding the angle. The bomb is in control of him as well on the site, and I think he knows exactly what's going on as Guardian. He's just going to have to run on back in through the connector. He goes. He can come in with the flank, and with plenty of time, that's going to allow him to sneak, not make too much noise. But now, with the time ticking down, AZ's going to start second guessing. He may be considering this flank coming from Guardian. He's actually going to situate himself back towards the car, waiting for the push to come in, maybe jumping into the apartment as well. Could give him a better position to at least play for the bomb. But again, if he faces, he's going to be at a lot of hurt, because Guardian does have that AK. It's only going to require 1 bullet just to wipe his face off of the earth. And Guardian pushing back into the site, trying to look for this kill. It's just a thin wall that separates the two, and AZ will peek out. Ballsy, but it makes it work, and North finally going to be picking up their 1st round here on the board. NaVi, though, still able to buy up into this.
Yep, obviously that cash still working out from the buys will come back through. The AWP is in play as well, going to be passed over to Guardian. C's going to be wielding that Kalashnikov as the rest of the buys come in for utility. Flamey skipping a little bit there. Will go in for the buy on the Molotov as well. So he has something else to play with a little bit. They do have a lot of smokes though. That's the most important factor. They needed them to try and help them out. Guardian with the opening pick, trying to find an opening frag, but it doesn't really work out. Eventually we'll find one in the end. Takes down AZ as the peaks come through. They were hoping to use that mid-aggression to overpower NaVi, catch them off guard, but instead they've already lost 3 men.
Yeah, and with 3 UMPs into this round as well, a bit of an unjustified position, pushing in towards middle with close range SMGs, but regardless, it's going to be so well for NaVi right now. Magisk sitting on the top of the site, waiting for them to push him, but it's going to be the short control with a split coming in through B-Apps is perfect. North have read this wrong. They're both playing over towards the A site and middle. No one in position to stop this push, and NaVi are going to have a free site control up their sleeves. Edward as well, just the timing, going to turn around, but still spots MSL. A clean headshot comes in as he removes his skull, and Magisk, last man standing, wrong side of the map. He's going to try and save, but NaVi, I bet, want to take him down.
Yeah, they're going to try and hunt here. They might as well punish them, get 5 casualties on the board. That's 5 rebuys that really is going to break their economy. Flamey will spot him out, but Magix is moving a little bit too hard to deal with at this point. He will take him down, eliminate Flamey, extinguished, you might say, as he now tries to reposition as well, hoping to see if any more men will come his way. Just holding the A-bomb site. The T's trying to converge as they work their way through. Edward should have the drop on him. He works his way from the back line, rattling on the AK, will eventually find the frag upon Magix. And NaVi not only get the round, but also wipe everyone on the side of North. That's not great, as it's the reset coming through, Hugo, and the economy is busted.
Yeah, but they are going to be forcing things up, obviously, because, again, resets are terrible, but you at least know you can still afford to buy up into the 3rd round. If you invest in the first or don't, it will only limit their utility going into their next buy in 2 rounds' time. But obviously, a few deagles in play can't hurt. They could definitely pick something up here. NaVi, if they overextend, it could be dangerous. But no head armor, aside from on both Magisk and Cajun. So that means Flamey can really exploit that with the Mac-10, especially if he goes for some kind of fast play, tries to catch these deagles off guard. But look at the position of Config. He's actually going to force himself down through middle. He's not got any support through the window, so a very risky play, but he's repositioning back in towards mid. The headshot angle coming in. They've got to connect the shots, and Guardian, he's going to be the man for the job, but instead it's Edward to peek out aggressively, takes a kill onto Config as he pushes, and 1 by 1 seized. Also going to be dispatching of Magisk. It's NaVi in a 5-on-3, and North falling short.
Yeah, and you can see really smart play as well from NaVi here. A lot slower, you just hold that default. They read the buys very well. They know they're going to try and invest into this, but still they're not going to have the range to work with. You have to play up close and personal with those pistols, so use that range to your advantage, holding these close angles. They're just walking into you. You can just pick them off very easily. Flamey as well now, taking the fight with that Mac-10. He's finding frags all over the place. Crazy that he picks up the 2nd kill upon AZ as well there, even when the range was not in his favor. MSL trying to do something with the deagle as he peeks out, hoping he can find a dirty shot, which he will. Takes down Flamey, but Edward with the response. And NaVi get another round as we expected.
And a lot of cash as well, only losing 1 player to that full force buy from North, so effective. NaVi seem to have come back in completely rejuvenated and looking like a completely different team. Already, they've got more rounds now than they had in the whole previous map over on Cobblestone, and they're going to extend it by 1 more. North now going to be on the full eco, all USBs, no investment, not a penny spent into this round, and they are going to be going for the stack over towards the A site. Just MSL solo towards B, trying to spot for any kind of information, and a bit of a passive play here we see from the CT side. We see Magic's pushed up over towards the balcony. We've got a couple on the site as well. It seems that Simple may just be walking into this, but NaVi are mainly establishing a default. No early aggression. Simple holding on towards the back of the apartments, and we have as well Flamey over in the T-spawn, just holding for the time being. I can imagine they're going to go for some kind of double push, considering Flamey has a Mac-10 for the job.
Yep, as they go for that pincer play into the late round, you would imagine try and converge upon that bomb site. Scary factor is as well, the angle is being in use by North right now. Sure, they don't have the best weapons in their arsenal, but they still pack a punch if you catch your opposition off guard. Simple will be the one just holding his tongue for the meantime, though, biting it as he waits for his teammates to try and aid him. They're all going to link up before they go for this push. Obviously, they've got a little utility as well. Only 2 smokes, though, so they can't really block off too many angles. So it will be a little bit awkward as they make their way through. Simple clearing his angles now. Smart stuff. If he extends out, he will be in between a crossfire, though, so his teammates try and go in first, make his time a little bit easier, gets the opening kill, but there's a response. Magix, as we assumed, would be able to try and do some damage. Nade rolls in, though, the mortar strike blowing AZ out of the server. The AK in the hand of Magix, we hoped he'd be able to do something with it, but Guardian, back on form, takes him down. Flamey as well to finish off MSL. And that eco round, not able to do too much. They did find 1 kill, but Simple's bank account's inflated already, so it wasn't really that effective.
Even so, though, North are back on the buy. NaVi have established a lot of dominance early on with this cash flow really being in their favour. So now, looking at North, they have to pick something up. And we can see Config's going to be relocated down to a Famous, but that will allow him to buy up the utility and the kit as well. Very, very important here for the CT side. As the rest of them just sticking with the M4s. No AWP in play just yet here for the CT side. The money really is being crushed by the oppressing terrorists as Magisk looks for a bit of an opener. In towards ramp he goes. He's going to hear the nades going out as well into Palace, so he knows there's some positional players around here, but re-smoking, I like this. This is clever. NaVi may completely misread this one, and the smoke going down may give them the sound cue, expecting no one to have pushed, but Flamey's just holding for the time being. Nothing will be going on there, and he backs off just for the moment. As you can see, the rest of the NaVi are going to be setting up towards B. This is a casual smoke A, go B. Bit of a fake here from NaVi. Nothing too special. We do have still 2 players towards the B side, so let's see if these smokes and flashes over towards A and the potential push will force a rotation. If Simple gets spotted with the bomb here taken into account, there's no way they'll be able to fall for this fake. But here we go. The smokes and flashes go in. Magic's aggressive position gets called out from Edward. That's surely going to force a rotation, and they may not even need one, as Edward's found himself 2. Guardian's picked up a kill towards the B side. They know exactly what's going on, but it's only Config alive, and he will just be dropped as NaVi, a very dominant start.
Yeah, this is looking good actually as they work their way through a whole lot better. You know, we wanted to see them on that T side. We know they can be very explosive, use that confidence to their advantage, and it seems like it's finally sort of reset their mentality as well. They look dominant. They're coming into these rounds very aggressively, being able to shut them down. Great use of utility as well, but they're boiling that clock down. It's more classic NaVi this time around, and North as well, trapped once again off the back of that reset with just a couple of measly pistols to play with. They have those deagles that can be deadly if they can connect the shots, but struggling on this opener until MSL will kick it off, taking down Edward. Config as well trying to do something else, but it's not really going his way. Magix though claiming one upon C. He's looking like there's still potential left in this round. They have some fight left in them. Simple brushes his way up short with the backup of Flamey coming round as well. They should be aware that AZ is close by window. He got a couple of tags off onto his teammate, just going to try and hold the angle and connect the shot. Config on the site, taken down though, executed as his head is not clean off by Simple. Hungry for more as well as he repositions around. Magix hoping for the backstab as he tiptoes his way through, encroaching upon the backline. We'll be able to find it. NaVi with a flick as he takes down one man in KJB, leaving things in a 2 versus 2. There's only one AK that's been scavenged over in the hands of Magix. He's got 2 frags to his name, but can he double that up?
He's going to need to unless AZ steps up here without any armor to support this deagle. It's so risky. He will be hearing them pushing their way into the apartments, re-grabbing control of the bomb and potentially going for this B play when Magix is positioned perfectly here. He has that armor to play with as well. And we can start to see NaVi just putting a bit of pressure down towards B. They're not in a rush for time. They have 40 seconds left. That's more than enough if they do commit to this B site. Obviously, not having to rotate as they would have to start this one now. So it's looking more and more likely by the second that they're going to be committing unless they hurry up. And actually, they're going to drop down to the underpass. This is good. They can run into the connector here, but the issue is they can't sneak this whole way. Obviously, no one's in position to hear the footsteps, but they still need to hurry up sooner rather than later because if they push onto the site with 10 seconds left, while that is very typical NaVi, it's very difficult to get the bomb down if you don't know where the last player is. AZ positioned towards the back of the box, waiting for them. He should just wait for the plant. No need to peek, but he's actually going to go for it. It works. He takes down Guardian. The bomb is faked. It's not planted, and Flamey eventually getting the kill before he commits to it over on default. Does he have time? I think he's just missed out. It's just by the tick of the second, but he's just going to get it in time. And now they are going to pick up the round as he peeks out onto Magix, rotating back in through the site.
That's crazy. Literally, as soon as it hit free there, the last second he possibly could have gone for that plant. Gets it through the skin of his teeth, and then the follow-up frag as well, the aggressive peek. I mean, that is crazy. And look at the buy hit coming out from North as well. The double AWP setups come out. Cajun, he was on point when we saw him don the AWP previously. Config as well. He's been hitting some juicy flicks, frag after frag coming out from him. So with this double AWP setup in play, potentially a lot of firepower in their back pockets. Let's see if they can wield it efficiently though. Peek does come through, Molotov goes down as well. No opener going the way of Cajun just yet, but he's holding for quite some time towards mid. Isn't going to try and reposition just yet.
MSL though, getting a bit too hungry here for frags as he does get damaged on very early on, down to 16 as he backs off. NaVi putting some good hurt on, but Cajun B finally going to be striking with that AWP, pulling it up, and it's going to be wise of him doing so. He's found the first frag of the round, and taking down Edward as well, an important kill. But it will be NaVi trying to reposition, go for this one once again. Caesar's pushing himself down into the underpass, and with the bomb rotating back into T-spawn, we're expecting to see a bit of a split back down onto this A site. Another player joining him in middle. As you can see, the bomb is transferred over to Simple to go back towards the spawn. And this will just be a 2-man split through connector if they can so take mid control. Maybe a potential boost as well. Looking at the control of North, this could be perfectly red as well. But AZ, he's just going to be on the outside of the connector. C's needs to be ready. He needs to be holding the right angle in the smoke. It's going to go down. He knows exactly what's going on. Flash as well, but he just misses out. And C's not getting peaked. But NaVi with 40 seconds left on the clock, they've got to commit soon.
There's the opening frag though from Guardian, have the angle covered towards Ticket Box. The peek comes through from Cajun B, and that's one of those AWPs, and the double AWP setup removed immediately. Magix as well, trying to defend the angle, but Simple is too much to handle as he gets the opening kill. AZ though, response frag, but there's the kill from C's, biding his time down to a T before he went for that peek, capitalizing off the back of being aware of the positioning of the North player. Now, they have some time to play before they have to get that bomb plant. They're going to go for the short plant as well to try and play alongside his teammates. Unfortunately, Guardian being taken down by MSL does give them a bit of breathing room. If Config can get another frag on the board here, this is still a doable round. Just spotted out Flame as he tried to reposition the backstab upon C's, blissfully unaware of his angle that was in play as they now make their approach through as well. They know where Flamey is. Molotov goes in to draw him out, but he can't connect the shot. Flamey taking him down, looking so on point right now. Ferocity as he gets that opening kill. Hungry for more. MSL on the angle, but he's so low. It would take a single bullet to execute him. Flamey will overpower him. NaVi always coming down to these scenarios where it's Flamey barely clutching it out.
I take back my prediction. I go with my original prediction of NaVi picking up Mirage right now because this is just on fire for the T side. North now, again, bit of a quasi, not too much money to play with, nothing to write home about as 3 armoured players and a few pistols come out across the board here. Magisk being the only one not to opt for the Dirty Deagle. As NaVi, they don't play any games, they stick with the rifles. Money is not an issue at this point, they don't need to farm some cash with an SMG. No MAC-10s in play, and just in case of North's force as well, NaVi just want to play things safe and reserved. We're going to see again this aggressive position for Magisk. This time, maybe it will work out. It didn't previously, as Flamey was perfect with the flashbangs, but aggression on all ends as Config pushes up towards the top of middle. It's Guardian posted. I've not got a lot of hope for Config here. This is a horrible angle to be in. He does bait it though. That will force Guardian to go for the shot. And now he backs off, but still gets a kill, running onto Edward with the Deagle. Nice opener, but he can't save the rifle.
Crazy stuff though, connecting that headshot, absolutely massive. They get the opening frag on the board now, they can try and back off a little bit. Wasn't able to scavenge the weapon as you said, that's going to really affect them a little bit, but still, playing on those close angles, they just back off, hold crossfires here. They have the manpower advantage, so they can get another frag. It would be a whole lot better as well, but AZ being spotted out by Seized, isn't really aware of the position, peeks into him. Now this is going to be favouring the T's very heavily as well as they work their way back through. C's not committing to anything too silly though, as he just delays towards mid. Push towards the B-bomb site is starting to come up. They're playing a contact style as they make their approach through. Config is standing by, ready to try and get these opening kills, but can he find them? Nades galore roll into the bomb site to try and aid them as they burst their way through the window, but Config, the second filthy shot with the Deagle into the round, hungry for the third, but it isn't meant to be. MSL is close by as well, wants to try and cause a stir, tapping down, trying to do his best Config impression, but it's not going that way. Simple, he's just beating them off. And it falls into Magic. CZ in hand, trapped miles away. Not too much he can really achieve into this round.
No, he could grab that rifle towards the middle area earlier when Config got that 1D onto the player in top mid, and he actually does go for that. So that's a rifle grabbed on here, Edward's gun, but he's still going to have to give up the round. And that's the thing, in these positions it's so difficult to actually go for that save, because the thing is, right, NaVi have got a round guaranteed, and you know, you holding onto a gun is just giving another one away. Obviously it's not a realistic retakeable situation, but it's still very, very scary considering NaVi have now got 10 rounds out of 11 here in the first half. And North, I think a pause is going to be needed at this point. They're already having struggles. I'm not sure why it's taken them this long as well. It's been a long streak of rounds. It's not like they've been back and forth and neither team stable out the economy. NaVi has cemented their place into this T side, and even if the impossible happens and they lose the next 4 rounds, it's not going to be an issue. 10 rounds is huge for a terrorist side on Mirage.
It's true. It's looking good. North have realised they need to try and switch up their playstyle now and adapt and try and sort things out. So they are going to go for a tactical pause and try and sort things out. I mean, obviously, if we look at them there, they do have money to play with going into this following round, so at least they do have a healthy economy off the back of this pause, and it's probably the right time to try and go for it as well. I'd say possibly even a little bit too late at this point.
Yeah, I did just say it, and I agree. It's a bit late. They can bring in the double up. They have a lot of cash into this run. We've seen that already pulled out in play, but it didn't work out too well. Cajun got the first pick, and then other than that, I didn't think we saw any AWP kills, aside from obviously holding off into the window room when Cease walked in backwards. So, yeah, by and large, not really not having too much effect so far. It's coming down to Flamey really stepping up. He had a bit of an issue in the first map, but he's currently leading the team with 13 and 6. Symbol close behind, 13 and 4. And yeah, just really good performance across the board from NaVi. We were hoping that we'd see players like Flamey and Guardian step up. And while Guardian's not exactly leading, he's doing absolutely fine with that AWP. And again, back onto Flamey. He is stomping here. He is just completely opposite of what we saw over on Cobblestone. I think that's one of the reasons they're having so much success.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what we need to see, is just moments of individual prowess coming out. Some prolific fragger, just anyone picking up that title and being able to get those opening kills. And obviously, as we jump back in, it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue that, or if North will suddenly get a second win behind them. Obviously, they've had this pause. The double-up setup comes out once again. Last time, we didn't really see anything to write home about, but Cajun B didn't really even get a chance to use it. He was executed within the first couple of seconds of the round towards that A bomb site. This time, will it be a different story? Cajun B once again playing close towards A, going to be holding from ticket box with the AWP. Can he find these opening frags, though, or will NaVi punish him once again? Focusing towards ramp, though. As they set themselves up, they will burst their way in. Now aware, misses the opening shot as he tries to go back for more. Will take down Flamey. That's the fragger that's been doing so much work for NaVi. Taken away in the first few seconds of the round. The rotate coming in as well as they try and ward them off.
A double AWP setup, difficult for the retake, so maybe another pick will be required here from the north side. We've seen NaVi being excellent at holding onto these post plants so far, and long may it continue. The smoke goes down just to hold Cajun B from that position, and Magic's still playing close. They haven't got the smoke left for jungle, and this is an issue. They can't cross. AZ's going to be there, Magic as well. It's going to be very difficult, and as the smoke starts to dissipate towards the CT spawn, we have all the breathing room in the world for North. They can just peek out to their heart's content. As Cajun, he hunts in again, looking for another frag here. There's Edward out in the open, and he might be able to get himself a free kill as a attempt to cross onto the site, but look at the position of Seized. He's found himself deep in towards middle. He can split in through the connector, and if he times this one right, North may not be aware. They do have a player just close by, that is Magisk, but still Seized's position is pivotal to the push of NaVi. If he can get himself a frag or two, that could open things up, and he will get to first one. Magisk does fall, but there's still a player over in window he needs to remove from the equation. No AWP, as I said, and now AG, he does manage to retaliate. One quick kill. Edward does get one as well, but Config is going to be dropping him. So North, they've picked it up. 2 rounds finally on the board, and the double AWP, frankly, having a huge impact.
Yeah, that was great. 2 frags to either of the AWP that they used into that round. The thing is as well, as you said, as soon as those smokes dissipated, they now had nothing that was restricting them as that playstyle. They could easily go for those opening frags, and they used that range advantage quite heavily. As soon as there was a gap, they executed, they got those opening kills, left NaVi broken. AZ getting that opening kill as well, quite an impactful one to just tear his way through the last remaining players, and they close it down at that point. Obviously, this time around, NaVi going to be aware of this setup being in play. They're kind of trying to adapt their playstyle. Config focusing heavy towards the B-bomb site, but he's going to be peeking into the crosshair of an angle held by Guardian. He doesn't miss those, beats him down, and gets the opening kill onto the backpack of NaVi.
Still 1 AWP to play with on Cajun, but that is a key fragger removed from the side of North. Someone that had a lot of effect in the previous one. MSL actually going to retrieve the AWP just to post himself up, but at least he has the option of swapping back to the rifle if needed. But he is on the wrong side of the map, so probably should stick with that rifle, at least going for this retake if NaVi do manage to gain control of the site. And it's looking likely. They had the smoke set up again. The issue is this time they need to push with it. They can't allow North to wait out and then losing the control, especially considering they don't have resmokes to this position. But we're going to see the push finally come through. Cajun looking for the opener. He lands it. Edward will fall. That's a great start, but North, they need a little bit more. Cajun will land it. This is perfect so far. He's just looking for a third. He's going to miss it. But the Molotov are forcing him out into the open. He's got the support from Magisk to at least take down the next player. Simple's head is swept off, and Guardian, bad time as he zooms out. The bomb is dropped in the open as well, but he's trying to retrieve something here for the side of NaVi.
So awkward there with the timings. He was caught with his pants down. The nade fumble coming out. 1 versus 4 to play over as well as he starts to back off. Aware there could be a snake in his boot coming from T-Spawn. Obviously, slow approach will be MSL, hoping to go for the backstab, but also keep him closed in, so he cannot try and get out of there. The bomb down in such an awkward location with 10 seconds left to play with. He has to react fast if he's going to be able to do anything. Not much utility to play over on the CT side, but they just have the manpower, so they can peek him. Guardian, another miss. I didn't realize he had ordered up some apple crumble.
I love it though. North, reactive play. They have the player boosted up on the box over towards the site. As soon as he misses, we see the double peek straight away from Stairs and Jungle. Not a second of waiting. They both have such confidence in each other. They know the setup. They know they both just need to peek at the same time. And while he's exposed in the open outside of ramp, he just gets overrun. And to be honest, when you've got 2 players facing you, sometimes you do miss those crucial shots because you don't know who to aim at. Your brain's telling you one, your arm's telling you the other. It's difficult. As now we see NaVi 10 rounds to 3. Again, aggression down middle. This time it's going to be AZ and Magisk. A bait from AZ, and Magisk just peeks out, takes himself one, goes for a second with the spray control. Surprisingly not working out. Typically the man that can land those shots, but Seized will come back in with the AWP. Not typically the man for that gun, but he makes it work. There's 2 players remain for North. It's going to be the rotation coming back on in. The bomb plant's gone down over on the A site, and Config catching the stray lurker over towards middle as Guardian's found over in the ladder room. It's Config now to looking for a little bit more, but this close position from Seized is excellent.
Holding a close angle. The AWP. It's going to be awkward, but let's see if he can find the frag. But Config peeks into him. It was an AWP versus AWP fight that would have been awkward either way, but Config connecting the headshot, immediately leaving just Simple in the situations where normally he can excel. The smokes go through to try and draw him off. The peek comes out, headshot upon MSL, hungry for more as well, tapping down, gets out of there. There was no execution from Config, goes back, takes the fight. He had the drop upon Config, beats him down whilst he was completely unawares that it was even going down like that. Grabs the AWP as well that he can pass over. Simple, absolutely great play.
That's great as well. Just phenomenal for him to push out through the smoke. And the thing is, at the end of the day, the time was so low anyway, he had no requirement of doing that, but he went for it just for the style points. Great stuff from NaVi. 11 rounds to 3. They managed to pull it back finally, and Seized actually having some work with the AWP after playing it off of the spawn. It's now Cajun to pick that up for the CT side. Nazy with a very fast underpass control round. He's going to be Seized to spot out. Nice quick kill. Lands a headshot onto the man himself. And then we can back off towards connector. He's got a bit of support towards window occasion with the glass cannon AWP. And North, 5 on 4 just to start off the round. This is good.
Really brutal. That's a great opener. Eliminating Seized just like that. Obviously, you can see NaVi starting to reposition as well, approaching what will be, it seems, a late round B take. Using that utility towards mid to still try and set the idea, just give away some kind of seed of doubt make North think they're still stationed over there, whilst it will be a late round contact towards that B-bomb site. They've got a lot of utility play over as well, so if they want to go for the smokes over, but the talking point is MSL, up close and personal. This angle being held with the Famous, he doesn't have the best amount of range to play with, but Simple, that is so sexy as he lands the headshot, the entry in towards the B-bomb site as well, as they now just want to keep that pain train rolling. Config firing back though, as he connects not one but two headshots, hungry for the third as well. Tries to get the hat trick, but Guardian returns to form. Will beat him down as they slip their way through. AZ though starts to go crazy as he picks off one against Simple. Guardian, is this the Guardian we wanted to see? Unfortunately not. Magic's able to overpower him. 11-4 will be the scores on the door. North struggling in map 2. Can they return to form on the second half? Find out after the break. Back everyone. Obviously, what this time around, the complete flip side of what we saw previously over on Cobblestone, right? NaVi just tearing their way through round after round of domination. Obviously, North, they've had a couple of rounds to play with, but even then, 4-11, obviously the same scoreline, but on the other foot.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because I feel like the first map, at least when we saw NaVi only get 4 rounds, was not just due to the fact that North were playing great, obviously, and we saw MSL stepping up, for example. It was also NaVi kind of not really performing at the level we expected. Now going into this map, I think it's the opposite. I think it's NaVi really stepping above. I don't think it's North so far having as bad setups. It's more so NaVi just looking so calculated. In every single kill, there's always a refrag, and in fact more. Simple's been going off, Flamey's been performing outstandingly, and frankly, NaVi are just getting those opening kills. And this is what I said. I said we go onto this map, we go onto their T side, and it's honestly just dangerous to see NaVi on the T side of Mirage. This is a map they, it's their bread and butter. They love this map. Of course they're going to be dangerous, and they definitely have been.
It's true, and that's the thing. That's sort of been the change of pace as well. Everyone's starting to pop off for that side. We've seen a lot of improvements overall. Guardian still not really seeming like the Guardian of old, though. A little bit shaking some of the rounds, obviously. Passing the AWP over to Seized at one point. I'm not too sure if that was off the spawn. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense into that, as obviously he took it back in the following round. But it feels like they're definitely working their way back into a good situation, though. You know, that first map, it just seemed like no one was on point. Now they're all starting to wake up. Flamey especially sort of been dragging them by their coattails, trying to slap them and get them to get more energetic at this point.
Yeah, and we're both eating our words, assuming that North will be able to 2-0 this. This is a completely different NaVi. Very, very good job so far, but obviously it's not done. The series isn't closed. We do have the pistol round ahead of us in just a second, and if North can pick that one up, it's definitely a road to success. If they can have a dominant T side that we have seen before previously, they could definitely bring this one to not only a close game, but maybe even close it and bring it over the line. It's going to be a tough task, though, being only 4 rounds on that CT side, but it's always possible.
It's true, it's always possible. It'll be interesting to see if that pistol round is going to go the way of North. Obviously, they have ripped their way through in some of the previous ones. They're always looking good when it comes down to their pistol wielding ability. Simple, though, someone that you never really want to count out with the aggression towards top mid. Will take down MSL after a little bit of a fluster. Edward as well, holding with an advantage angle. He has the high ground as he takes down the Padawans down below, leaving Cajun B and Co to try and clear this one back.
He's going to be rushing right into the connector. Doesn't check the close angle. That's unfortunate, and Simple will just punish him for that. Guardian as well, dropping AZ towards the A site. And NaVi, what a flawless pistol round. They are going to make it work. Absolutely tearing apart North, and this is just the same as Cobblestone, but this time in reverse. So North now having to force things up here. We see some pistols in play. NaVi sticking with the SMGs, the ballsy play as they usually do. We've actually got a couple of rifles in play though, just to see. Very similar to their T-side buy, and this is what I like. A lot of teams, we've been seeing 4 or 5 SMGs. I feel like that's unnecessary. I like the double rifle, triple SMG buy. That is my personal favourite. On most maps, obviously, it does vary, but on maps like Mirage, you have really no need to go for a 5-man SMG. It's just risky towards areas like middle. Magic's going to show right why as he takes the opening kill and to seize down in towards the B site.
Guardian trying to retaliate with that Famous. as he slips his way through. Flamey as well, elevated angle, easy headshot coming through upon Cajun-B, hungry for more, but MSL can utilize that deagle, takes him down, and they're on that big bomb site for free. The welcome mat is there, just in the nick of time they get the bomb planted as well. Simple trying to retaliate. Easy pickings though as he slides his way in, connecting the headshot upon MSL, and it's now just Config left. The 1 versus 2, an achievable round at this point, as he does have that deagle that he's got just so much prowess with. He's looked so flamboyant into the previous rounds when he has the weapon in his hands, tries to peek out, struggling a little bit, connects one shot upon Simple, but he hasn't taken him down just yet. And Simple holding the angle, will switch out to his secondary, finally execute, and that's a 4K for Simple.
Great round indeed. Lucky to see him pick up that M4 into that round instead of the SMGs. Had great effect. And NaVi 13-4. Bomb plant for North going to give them a little bit more cash, but forcing up into that second round is going to mean they still have one more eco ahead of them before they commit to their full buy. And that will allow NaVi to get to 14 rounds. That's a great affair as well. 14 rounds before we even see the full buy for North. It's a difficult scenario to be in, but at least it's not 15, right? You've got something to play with, a bit of a buffer.
That's true. Do you think Simple likes the colour green?
I think he's a big fan.
It seems like it, and it'll be green with envy after they actually pick this one up, if they continue playing like this, as they've just been taking down every round right now. And Guardian trying to hold towards ramp will get the opener this time around as the peak comes through, but he quickly back slaps them. AZ is going to fall. Magic's as well being taken down by C's over towards that B-bomb site. The last 3 remaining players taking these deagles, just peeking into Guardian. It's frag after frag for Guardian. Easy pickings. But there's Config with the deagle. Never count him out when he has that weapon in his hands. Simple will eventually finish him though. Scavenge the AWP as well. NaVi getting ever closer to match point. But finally, the cash has arrived. The AK buys can come out.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about Guardian in the first half not having too much effect. The thing is, he didn't really shine off like some of the other players, but he's currently 16-10, doing absolutely fine really on the scoreboard. No one's having a bad day. Caesar's at the bottom, but he's still 10-9, so it's not exactly an issue for NaVi. And obviously, the scoreline does present that very, very well. As we can see, this fast mid-play come out from the Guardian, trying to look for an opening kill as he drops down in towards window. Repositioning back into the connector and waiting for this push to come out. They're going to start to make their way up short. He needs to check the timing. He needs to check the short angle, but they will actually just peek right onto him. Config takes out opening frag, looking for more, but the smoke going to incapacitate them from getting any more information. It will be able to do the damage through the smoke, but that's not enough. But look at the position of Config. He can easily dive into that window just to try and get something into the back of NaVi, be that snake in the grass, and he will do exactly that as he forces his way into the position. But in the meantime, AZ, he's found himself over on stairs, quick through the connector, as he's really upset NaVi in this round.
Yeah, this is looking good so far. Obviously, a 2 versus 4. They're outnumbered massively into this one. They don't have the man advantage. They can try and grab that M4 to at least upgrade Edward. That's going to make some noise. Will do so in the end. Sees as well, trapped towards that B bomb site. The push is coming towards him. They're hunting. North are playing this smart. They're trying to wean out the man numbers and force them to go for these rebuys. If they get around here with 5 casualties over on that CT side and they pick this round up, it's going to be so big for them. MSL and Magics make the push together as they peek in. Easy frag should come out. Seas will fall. The execution upon Edward as well. Config will take that one. And there you have it. They do close it out, denying match point being claimed by NaVi. A reset comes into play. And good stuff for North, actually.
Definitely. Right when they needed to pick up a round, they go and do it. And that really hurts the economy. So NaVi are going to be going, and then they will eventually be buying up in the upcoming round. But actually investing quite a lot into this, at least in terms of utility. A 4 nade stack potentially towards ramp as they go for that A stack early on. But North really aren't playing too heavily off the spawns. Fairly passive to wait for this push, and actually this could be good for the NaVi side. You can see we've got 5 nades, we've got a full set of players on North aside from 1 in middle. That's going to be MSL. The rest of them making their way in towards the ramp and palace area here, and if these guys go for the nade stack at the right point, this could be perfect. But already AZ going to be peeking right out. There we go, dry peek, and AZ makes it work. 4 headshots, that is huge. Doesn't even need the help of his teammates as Config eventually cleans up the last one as he finds the kill onto Guardian, but it's North to pick up a 6th round on the board, and a great anti-eco at that.
Yeah, that's mental. Just the confidence on display there as tore his way through. Fantastic spray transfer, headshot after headshot as he just dispatched everyone. Obviously, it was an eco, but still a great round to go through flawlessly like that as they get themselves a little bit of money to play with as they work their way through. It was much needed. NaVi as well, though. They do have money to play with. The buys will be coming out. They walk back on Guardian. Everyone else with limited utility, but it's fairly useful as they try and lock this round down. Aggression on short, though, very early on. MSL will be leading the charge. Flashbang through the smoke, tries to take the aggression. Can he get the opener? Being pelted from both sides, but is able to stay alive. AZ will blow Simple out the server as well. Cajun-B also punishing Guardian. The AWP is now gone for NaVi, and this seems like North have really started to find their footing.
Yeah, looking like a long road ahead, but they're doing it as of yet. A site control got to be under their grasp as NaVi looking to probably go for the exit frags into this round, maybe even just full on saving, to be honest. The thing I don't like about saving is some people save so aggressively. I don't understand it in this position because the bomb's not even down, nor to have all this chasing time, but late into the round, NaVi just need to reposition, move away and try and hold on to these guns because it's so risky. If they lose a player here, they cannot reinvest around 2 guns. That's very difficult. Obviously, it's likely they may go for it, but they won't have full rifles. So North looking to hunt. We can see MSL's going to be chasing in through the market here with a bit of support as well from one of his teammates, so may eventually find some of these NaVi players. But I like the setup here from the CT side. They've actually got 2 towards ladder room. That's a bit of an unexpected saving angle as well. You'd expect all this B-apps and underpass control, but actually there's only 1 player there. That is seized. So regardless, going to be the round to North, and slowly but surely going to be crawling back into this match.
So NaVi as well into this round, obviously getting punished. North starting to get a couple of rounds on the trot. You've got to wonder what the idea will be here, if they'll try and go for that pause, try and lock things down, as they need to switch things up. It just seems really awkward right now. Obviously it will be a tech pause coming in though, so they can try and sort out an issue. So they won't really be talking about stuff too much. This does kind of slow down the momentum a little bit of North though, to try and eliminate them getting sort of that high behind them, the potential of them really getting too hot to handle.
Yeah, for sure. Again, while it is realistic that they could manage to go back and pick up the map, I still feel like it's such a big task to ask with them getting the next, you know, what, 8-9 rounds in a row to even win this, and that's not even including overtime as a possibility. It's a really hard task on that unfavored side. They have been doing very well early on, but again, all it takes is 1 or 2 mistakes to allow NaVi to get themselves a 15th, and once we have a 15th guaranteed, we have a guarantee of overtime. So even if NaVi do slip up, they have a little bit of leeway to fall back on. They have that buffer in OT. Dangerous as it is, it's still going to be better than losing out on the map 16-14 after a crazy comeback.
It's true. They want to just try and work their way through, and obviously the thing is as well though, as much as it is a long grind to get through, they're showing signs of not really slowing down. I mean, 7-14 right now, it's still going to be another 7 rounds before they get themselves into an equal footing, but there's potential at this point. Every time NaVi get cash to play, we've obviously been on that CT side as well, it's quite easy to break that economy, and the thing is, they're investing quite heavily as soon as they have money to play with, and then just not being able to do anything with it. Guardian, when he's been getting that AWP out, in rounds that it hasn't been as critical for him to get frags, he's been able to, but impact frags early. We saw KGB just being able to overpower him. AZ as well has just really started to get invigorated. It's more so of what we were talking about when AZ used to have that stop potential phase before he was kind of locked down. It's cool to see. That's why he works so well on North, because he is utilized as that star fragger. You want to send him towards the site and let him get those entries, he can, and that's what he's been doing.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it could go either way right now. It's just going to depend on whether North can stay on top of the economy of NaVi. If they can keep beating them down, forcing them into these ecos, they technically only have to win another 4 or 5 proper buy rounds before we actually see this comeback. We're going to go back into the game. Guardian and Simple not choosing to invest around these rifles. Simple will buy up a bit of armor to support his Deagle, as he usually does, but Guardian mainly just saving here with a P250 and an HE, playing rather reserved, as the rest of NaVi obviously going to have a bit to work with, but by and large, it's going to look another dominant affair for North on our hands.
I think North definitely should pick this round up. Flame, he does kick it off with a bit of a bang though. Comes in shutting down KGB. They want to try and do something else as well, but Config able to overpower Simple towards the A bomb site. They won't get anything else to play with just yet. Edward tried to utilize his position to get the opening frag over by Connector, but MSL, very easy for him to pick this one up, and now it is basically as good as done already. Siege trapped on short, Guardian as well playing close on the site, but with a measly B250 in his hands, what really did you expect?
No, it should just be a clean round for North here. Config could eventually go down. I could drop something here for the T side, but to be honest, I don't imagine NaVi getting too much. Config will be playing fairly reserved as he is tagged up. And we can see C is chasing, but the one chance for NaVi to even do any kind of damage has already been removed as MSL finds his head, and Guardian tapping away with his P250, trusty gun. He will land 1 kill, an AK dropped, but even if he saves that, it's a small victory for NaVi. At the end of the day, though, they will be able to buy into the upcoming round. They've had this eco, they've had this save. So a bit of cash injected into their bank accounts. It's going to be $2,900 loss bonus. And oh, well, Guardian can't even save, but at least they can still buy up regardless, right?
Yep, at least they have money to play with. Obviously, they work their way through. 6k almost as they get that buyout. Simple, not looking too healthy with his economy, but he'll still be able to squeeze it out. And obviously, that's the thing as well coming into this. You wonder if that's going to come back to bite him. He does have to go for the UMP buy. Nah, they can go for utility as well on him, though. It's not too bad. Meanwhile, North, they're looking good. They're looking ferocious as they keep linking these rounds together. Going to go for this default once more towards mid. Obviously, you've just got to wonder, are NaVi going to be able to step it up? As already, the tag comes in, Guardian not down to 50 HP. It's not a great way to try and start this round.
Not at all. That nade barely doing anything on the occasion as well, despite him being so pushed up in the apartments. hoisted with the AWP as Seized is unable to do any kind of significant damage to kick off the round, and North already with some aggressive mid control. The lack of, well, really Guardian's presence in towards middle is going to allow North to push all the way up, and Config actually getting the opener onto Simple over towards the Palace area is going to be a good kicker for North. They may be able to claw their way back. As you can see, they've taken the connector control that will allow them to push up towards short here, and maybe even split into the window room if they take ladder control, but Edward smoking off short for the time being. Oh, this boost could be perfect. No one's even holding it. The North players just don't seem to be aware. In MSL, he's going to drop the bomb. That's perfect. Edward's dropped the first player. It's a 4-on-4 again now for NaVi. But still North have control of the bomb. They are going to be able to pick it back up. There's no one peeking in from short this time, but Flamey a close position. Config gets the opener, and North back in the driving seat.
Great way to try and kick this round off. Magics as well, though, can go for the backstab potentially here, but Seized will remove that chance, eliminate him. Config, though, taking down Guardian in the meantime, leaves them in a 2 versus 3. An awkward round as they are outnumbered. The push coming through. Config as well, wielding that AK fantastically as he lands the headshot, lobotomizing Seized, leaving it just on Edward to try and back off and stay out of there. No reason to throw that M4 away. Why would he?
4 kills to Config that round. Hunting for the ace, I can barely blame him, but not going to be in position to do so. That's very unfortunate. I do love a good old ace here in EPL, but NaVi just going to be holding on to one single gun for this round. It seems like he will get away with it as well, as no one is hunting him from this position as he sits in towards a T-spawn. While we do see Cajun exit towards the ramp, I'm sure he'll go and join his teammate. Very, very risky to exit on your own with an AWP, but he's just going to go for it safely. I doubt he'll push too far into T-spawn, and even if he does, he can always back off. He doesn't need to commit to the fight on Edward anyway. So 8 rounds now for North. I think once we hit maybe 10, oh sorry, 9 rounds, maybe 10 or 11, we'll start to kind of consider this as a possible comeback. At this point, it's still kind of unsure at the moment. Once they hit 10 or 11, NaVi's economy will still be weak, so yeah, realistically, North could pull this back, and judging by the economy of NaVi going into this round, again, it's going to be a bit of an investment, but they're saving some money.
True. They need to try and pump everything they have into it. Guardian as well, just with a Deagle. No real utility, though. They've only got the one smoke that's now been used a couple of seconds into the round. They're going to try and use that aggression. They have to do something a bit more shock and awe into this, as they can't really play it out like a full round. They don't have the utility to complement that style of play. MSL, though smart, just backs off, now knows the information that he gains from them. They know that they've gone for that push. Has teammates to work with as well if he wants to try and go for the play towards the A bomb site and try and go for the backstab. Sees Flamey's feet as well. That's an easy kill as he takes him down. Obviously, he had the better angle in that scenario. Simple now, hoping to try and get a retaliation frag. Will peek round, obviously transferring a lot of damage, but his teammates are still getting picked off, and he will follow suit as well. Config executes him as he had the drop on him, leaving just Seized and Edward left. I mean, this is atrocious.
Yeah, this is falling apart. Again, this is a bit of a throwaway round for NaVi. They saved 2k in the bank of most of these players, and combined with a $3,400 loss bonus, they will still be able to buy up into the upcoming round. So it's not too much of a loss, but still, you'd like to think they could get something done right, because all North are doing are just padding their bank accounts right now. If NaVi were getting 2-3 kills a round, it could at least, you know, stunt the growth of North's money, but it's just not. It's just going up and up and up. And now NaVi really having no effect is going to mean North are not going to be ecoing at all for the rest of this game. If NaVi can even do damage, it's still going to be only, you know, very, very close to North. So I'm getting quite worried now for NaVi. We're up to 10 rounds. We're into a proper buy next round, which is going to be the one to watch out for. And if NaVi don't pick it up, if it does go 14-11, I think a comeback is on the horizon.
There's definitely potential as they work their way into it. Edward, though, trying to do some damage, but Config with an easy frag. There's Magics as well as he takes him down. I mean, it just looks dominant right now as they're working their way through so easily. I mean, North, they're really going to need to try and slow them down. And now that tactical pause comes into effect. This is a lot smarter, obviously, from NaVi. You try and not only stunt the momentum a little bit, North, obviously, they're quite budding right now. They're getting these frags back to back. You slow them down at this point, and also you can discuss what you want to do going into it. They also have the most money they've had so far, so the buyers will be coming in, skimping on utility still, once again, slightly. They have a couple more smokes player. That's better than last time. And the thing is, the double AWP setup's been brought into play. One on Guardian, one on Simple. Simple, that secondary AWPer that could also be spoke as, you know, the main AWPer at times. He is ridiculous when it comes down to his flicking potentials.
And the main player in the server right now, he's currently second in the whole server and first for the team. 23 kills on the man himself. Guardian only on 1 kill. Obviously, he's not really been having a great game, as you can see. 3 deaths, though. He's really been staying alive, doing a lot of saving here on the side of NaVi. You know, an effective player. He's really keeping the economy high.
He's found a lot of cubby holes. He's been slipping in there. It's been good. Obviously, that's one of the benefits. You
know that glitch corner in CT spawn? Yeah, they brought that back in just for this event, so Guardian could hold on to his stats. Very important to keep that HLTV rating at a high at all points.
It's very true. And let's see, though, if these AWPs will boost that rating, if they can connect some Fantastic shots to try and kick this round off, and capitalized. One to watch will definitely be Simple, as getting that ult back in his hands, he is going to be raring to go to show just what he is made of, as he takes the aggression towards mid early on, but his teammates do the damage for him. Edward finding the frag upon MSL is a great way to kick it off. Simple as well, playing slow and calm as he just waits for the peaks to come towards him. Will miss that opening shot, but Config now aware. You can see him trying to back off because he knows that Simple is playing so close to him. The rest of his teammates as well being eliminated as everyone just starts to hit the deck. Cajun as well, trying to wield his own AWP towards that B bomb site, struggling, switches out to his secondary though, and things get easier for him. Cajun as well now doubles it up as he slips his way onto the bomb site. A round that looked like it was over, Hugo. Back into a 2 versus 2. So much potential to work with as Cajun backing off, repositioning, waiting, hoping a peek will come out from Guardian so we can take him down, but he barely misses here. Has to reposition once more as the fight comes in. His teammate trying to get over there, but Cajun single-handedly doing it. A hat-trick already. Flamey, the last man left standing for the side of NaVi. Can he deny this? Can he stop them from picking up this round and getting an 11th on the board? Try and claim that match point. Cajun so smart. No reason to peek. Has the backup of Config as well. Goes for the no-scope. Doesn't quite connect it. Flamey, time is ticking away, and he's lost his head.
5 on 2. 5 on 2. NaVi just throw away a 5 on 2. And the one round they needed as well. If they picked that one up, it could have stopped North. But now, to be honest, I'm believing the North is here. Can you hear the roar, Jackie? The roar is going on right now because they're up to 11 rounds, forcing NaVi into an eco. All NaVi had to do was close out a 5 on 2, and they would have been back in this game looking like, well, they're ready to win it eventually with the 15 rounds coming in. That would have been a guaranteed OT, even if they did choke the last few. But now going into this one, I've not got a lot of confidence for the guys over on the CT side. They've got some pistols, they've got some armor. It should be another done deal. North have had no issue with shutting down full buys. I don't think pistols is going to be anything different either. As you can see, Magisk going to be opening things up, takes down Seized. Aggression still in towards middle here from Flamey, but there's 2 players just posted, holding the angle. He won't be able to go for anything. Eventually will back off towards the A site, and that is going to be the right call to make, as North positioning the bomb back in towards T-spawn, looking to try and get this opener onto the site. There's going to be one over on stairs. That is Flamey going for the peak, spotted by Config, and his head just removed off of his body. NaVi are falling short.
MSL as well, follow-up frag upon Guardian, just leaving Edward and Simple to try and do something, anything, to try and slow them down, as they're just getting torn to shreds. It's frag after frag of just complete prowess. They're overpowering their opposition. NaVi have no answers to try and deal with it. Simple will chime in though, gets the opening headshot, but AZ, of course, will respond. Edward, a moment of silence for him, as he should be taken down, as MSL will find the frag. Easy headshot as he snaps round. And NaVi, they need to come back into this. They need to try and work their way through. Obviously, they had so much of a buffer. It was 7-14 when North started going on this dominant streak. Now look at them. All of these rounds back to back. That's 8 rounds on the trot as they work their way through. So close. 2 rounds away now from equalizing the scoreline. And that is a scary factor for NaVi.
This is ridiculous. It was 4-14. 4-14! What is this? This is crazy. Single AWP in play. Simple's not going to be on that this time, but to be honest, I feel like maybe just go for a more passive approach, a bit of a safer one with Guardian just on the solo AWP. We've got Edward over towards short. And frankly, NaVi need to pick up this round, because if they don't, it's going to be an eco, putting North up to another round ahead, putting them up to 14-14 before NaVi again go for the buy. So at least they have one more to fall back on after this, but still 14-14 and only just going for the buy, that is a bit close for comfort here. So they really need to try and get a bit of a lead while they can, get that 15th round in ASAP. But North playing this one tactical, playing this one slow as they take their way towards the top of middle. We have this aggression over in apps as well, as Magisk going to be pushed up here with the AK. And they could easily split up towards the short area with the smoke going down a window. That will incapacitate Guardian from that position. Instead, they've got the focus towards shorts, but the CT smoking it off. It's Edward there, not going for the boost this time, but it's MSL to look for an elevated angle. Nothing will present itself, and North just look like they want to hit into this B site so obviously, but finally this boost is going to come out, and it could be huge.
Oh, the counter boosting play as well. Edward elevated right now, hoping to do some damage. AZ can retaliate though. Very easy for him to find that kill upon him. Cajun B another one as well, making it so much easier as they slip their way towards the bomb site. Guardian needs to do so much damage now to try and pick this one up. Guardian starts to go back to some of his more recent form where he can tear his way through. Config though executing his teammates. Guardian close, but no cigar. Config will take him down. Another round into the buffer of North, 13-14, and this should be the 14th snipped up as well. This is not good.
Config is on 32 kills right now. He is dragging North across the finish line by the back of their hair. He is pulling them. This is ridiculous. He is absolutely stomping. I'm not even sure if that's a glitch or if that's real, Jackie. This is crazy from Config. He is just destroying NaVi right now. We're going into another bit of a light buy here, but considering they have the $3,400 loss bonuses they have for the last 10 goddamn rounds, they are going to be able to buy up in the next round regardless, only investing half of their cash. As you can see, Blamey's playing close. He spots him. Magisk opens it up again. AZ's dinked in the process, but it doesn't matter because MSL, he's pushed so far into the CT spawn. Simple will be there, though. There's a quick retaliation frag, but he needs to double down. He needs to make it worth their while because North, they do have full control over the A site. Guardian coming in as well. Bomb plant going to go down. He's just stopping it though by the nick of time. He actually gets a kill. This is big now. While Cajun can come in with a flank, AZ's still low. He can't expose himself in the middle of the site because it will only take one swift bullet to remove him from the server. The boost not going to be working out. And Magisk pulling it back, but not for long.
The kill comes in from KHB as well, leaving just one player left on the side of NaVi. It's just C's to try and close this one out. He could potentially take them to match point right now if he can pick this round up. Peeking towards KHB though. Don't try and take the fight to that man. The AWP proves far too strong as he takes him down. Now though, North, realizing that they have done the hard part. They get themselves to 14-14. They make the call to go for a tactical pause to try and make sure they're set and they're confident and they know their strategy working into what could potentially be their match point round. The thing is, they've had a nigh on flawless half. The pistol rounds and the ones linked to that were taken by NaVi. Off the back of that, we've seen 10 rounds in a row for North. They came into this with 4 rounds to play with, now 14 on the board. They have an equal scoreline with NaVi, 2 away from closing this out and getting both maps in this series.
I predicted this, you know. I did say North were going to pick Mirage. I did switch my prediction after NaVi's first half, but we won't talk about that one. That doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant. So, yeah, I knew this was happening. This is absolutely crazy, though.
It's true. You're diving around all over the place, mate. Switching things all over. But NaVi, they're definitely not out in these rounds. They have had a couple of close affairs. It's just been... The economy was broken in quite a few rounds there, so obviously the whole story hasn't really been on display. Now coming into this, once again though, they don't have that potential to get the double AWP setup out. Even when they had it, they weren't really able to do too much with it.
And the fact that North still have almost max money on most of the players here just shows how many players they've been keeping alive. NaVi, while they have been doing a bit of damage in the odd round, by and large, they've been allowing 3/4 players to stay alive here for the T side, and that's huge. If you want to lose rounds, well not want to lose rounds, but if you're going to lose rounds here on the CT side, you need to get that damage. You need to stop the Ts from growing their cash, because it's so easy to buy up on the T side with the obviously cheap nades. You don't have the need for kits, everything like that. It's just so cheap. But let's go into this one, the important round here, the decider, and Guardian finally going to strike into middle. He opens things up. MSL will fall.
MSL being taken down is definitely an awkward affair, but burnt to a crisp. It's going to be a Guardian barbecue as he gets sent off by AZ. That's not a great way to kick this round off. 1:30 left to play over as well, so early casualties for either side here. The T's, though, favoured into this scenario, and as well, look at the utility on NaVi. No smokes to play with, 2 measly flashbangs, only 2 players have kits as well, so it could be very awkward into a late round retake if North are able to find control of one of the bomb sites. Stacked quite heavily towards A as well, with a late round backstab coming through mid. It is going to be a very heavy fight, but you imagine they should be able to overpower on that bomb site as well. No AWPs to play with since Guardian has been dispatched. They have to use these rifles to ward off the opposition. And these troublesome terrorists getting themselves set up, lining up with their smokes as well. Obviously, they have an abundance of utility to play with. They're complemented into this round. They can set themselves up, block the line of sights for the CT, slip their way in when they're at a disadvantage, when they're confused about what's really going on. Simple as well right now, trying to ward them back off as Cajun gets an opener, makes it one better. That's another member of the CT's taken down. These Molotovs as well coming into effect. Force Simple to peek. He'll be executed by Config. And once again, it's Edward and C's to try and retaliate.
Edward coming in from the spawn. The smoke will go down. That will hold him back for the time being, but still, they haven't got the bomb plant. He is alone, though. That will be a short plant as well. He can't even deny it here. 20 seconds on the clock, and they just get it down as well. NaVi are really at an end's rut. As you can see, Edward is stuck in towards the spawn. He has the kit to play with, but to be honest, they are just spamming his position away. He could go for some kind of late round ninja, but really, North have no reason to even stray off the bomb site. They have all the money to rebuy everyone here, and he's going to go for the peak. Will actually land one onto Config, but it's a small victory in the eyes of North, or in NaVi, sorry, as there are still 3 players alive, and Magisk, he's just going to be there. This is just unorthodox crazy. North, 15 rounds. I don't know what to say, Jackie. This is just over. NaVi surely going to fall short. The money is still at the max loss bonus, obviously, here, but it's not going to be enough to buy. 3,400 on its own is going to only result in 4 Famises, 1 M4, no kits, and barely any utility.
4 Famises. I've not seen that in a very long time. That's how bad the economy is at this point. Awkward for them, as obviously, even at the best of times, they haven't been able to shut down this North lineup that has been monstrous. These Danes have been just tearing their way through round after round of destruction coming out from them. And NaVi right now left in a very awkward situation. What can they actually bring to the table here? Utility as well, it's been broken all these rounds, and that's the thing. They can't even try and run the clock down and delay North, as they just have no way of doing so.
Anti-flashing for Guardian, he's more so holding underpass as C supports his top middle. Eventually he could go for some kind of pick play here, but again, North are holding back, so if Guardian pushes up, he could be full faced with the Cajun B AWP in play, which would have been would be a horrible pick to go the way of North. Be very unfortunate if Navi lost out on that man advantage, but they only have one player towards B at the meantime here. Mainly focusing in for this mid control. And Guardian looks like he wants to bite the trigger, and he will. Bites the bullet as Cajun takes the kill onto him. The headshot coming in. Edward over towards Short, going to be forced away, but Simple supporting him, drops the bomb, but he gets flanked from behind. Underpass control working well, and Magisk will find another. Edward drops a second, but it's still a 2-on-2. Flamey pulls one back for the side of Navi, but he's got a huge task ahead, and now it's all on the shoulder of Edwards. One quick kill. Magisk is found, and it's all onto AZ. The bomb's dropped towards middle. There's 40 seconds on the clock. He has time to retrieve it, and Edward wrapping in back through the city spawn is going to give him time to at least play with, but he will be in the perfect position. AZ looking like he wants to commit towards A, and Edward's going to be coming in from the spawn. This could be OT, Jackie.
That's true. So much potential on the line if he finds this round. If Edward can execute him here, there is time for OT. If he rips his way through, Edward is going to do it. Takes down AZ. They pick it up, and we're going to be working our way into overtime. I mean, that is crazy. NaVi, it took them 10 rounds in a row, 12 rounds in a row to be able to pick anything up. It's taken so long, and at that point, you can't win the game off it. You have to go to overtime.
Watch them win in OT now. That'd be the worst for North, wouldn't it? An 11-round streak to bring it back off of a 4 rounds in the first half, and then you fall in OT. Either way, well played to NaVi for actually bringing it back, but to be honest, it's still a hard task, and I'm not going to make any predictions. Screw it, I'm throwing all my guesses out the window. Right now, no one knows what's going to be happening. North are looking dominant, but NaVi just found their first round in the last 11, so there's potential they could at least roll off for the momentum of that. There's a very good chance they could close out the map, but then again, it could go either way. Who knows?
It's true. This is kind of where things get a little bit awkward, obviously, into overtime as well. Things are a little bit more aggressive. They're kind of unpredictable. You never really know how a game in overtime is going to go, especially this far gone at this point, with both of these teams having moments of inconsistency.
Yeah, and then we could see something interesting as well if we see the double AWPs in play early on. While it is risky to the economy, it can have such a great benefit because so many teams don't expect the double AWPs to come in OT, despite you having that 10k. If you go for 2 AWPs or even 1 AWP, it can severely impact your money into that second or third round, meaning you can't fully buy up and you have to go for the UMPs, which it isn't great, really. So if NaVi do bring in something surprising, they bring in that double AWP that we have seen a lot of the times. Both Simple and Guardian are doing fine at the moment. There is a potential that it could upset North and surprise them, because a lot of the time we haven't seen the money on NaVi to actually go for these kind of buys. But now we're going to go straight into 10k, where they have all the money in the world.
It's true, it's completely different at that point. As you said, obviously, with that double AWP setup, you catch them off guard, but it's that risk-reward factor. If they do whip it out, there's definitely potential. I mean, we saw it utilised a couple of times in regulation time, but they didn't really do too much with it. They were struggling to get a couple of the frags on the board, potentially into OT, though, as well. If they get that CT half out of the way, go through with, say, 1 or 2 rounds on the board, they could definitely close it down their T half.
Yeah, definitely. So dominant over towards there. The issue is, obviously, will the mental factor come into account, right? If they have a shoddy T half, and then they CT half, and then they go over to the T side, while it was dominant originally, can they continue that dominant era? Can they show that they still got this dominant T side? Obviously it was in the first half, but again, the confidence might have slipped away. You never know. These players have been having some issues.
It's true. You got to wonder if sort of those internal issues are going to come into effect, obviously, as well, though. NaVi, they should still be kind of pumped up, but it's the fact they're going to be like, guys, we should have closed this out. We should have won. It can definitely sort of get to them if they allow it to. They have to come into this, reset into overtime, take it fresh. Don't really allow the previous regulation time to really affect your mentality is the best way.
Yeah, that being said, though, while it can hurt you, obviously, thinking about the previous half, they may just be going, relieved at least that they won that last round and bringing it to OT just by the skin of their teeth. So that could be something positive for them to think about at least. Who really knows? It's a very difficult situation to be in if you're NaVi, as well as being North, because you could have closed out that map, especially with such a sick comeback. To only throw away that last single round, it's really got to play with your mind.
It's true, it's something that will definitely get to them, and they'll be like, we should have shut it down, we had such a flawless half, and it's going wrong at that point. And the thing is, it'll just be interesting. I mean, we don't really know what style of CS they're going to play for going into this overtime. Definitely into that first round as well, you might see a bit of a scout round coming out. We saw that in the previous, yesterday, where you do want to go for a bit of a lighter buy. You try and scout out, so you're going to have money to play with. It's quite interesting, obviously, how it works out on overtime, because your economy, sure, you have a lot to play with, but it still can be easily broken. So you kind of have to adapt.
That's a good way to look at it as well, because we saw, for those who weren't here yesterday, we had HellRaisers versus G2 and Inferno, and that went to OT in the map on Inferno, and HellRaisers were on the T side, and they actually, instead of going for the full AK AK buy in the first round. They went for a triple UMP, double AK buy, and went for a really fast play. And the reason that's good, and not only did it work, but the reason that's good is because obviously if you buy up 5 AKs 2 rounds in a row, let's just forget the AWP for a second. Buy up 5 AKs 2 rounds in a row. Say you lose both those rounds, you don't have money for the third round. You have to force things up. You won't have many AKs, if any at all. Even bomb plants won't help you out too much. So going for some kind of unorthodox UMP-based buy into that first round of overtime, even if it isn't in the second and third, it can preserve some of your cash if you do lose it.
Yeah, it gives you something to play with, but let's find out what they are actually going to choose to go for as we jump our way back in. It is overtime, North versus NaVi. And guys, if you want to see that round Hugo was talking about, why don't you head on over to our YouTube channel and check out the VODs there. Subscribe whilst you're at it as well. Don't forget to ring that bell, but let's jump into it. Hugo, they will be kicking it off, obviously, overtime. The first round on the board. NaVi still on that CT side. Can they try and lock it down here? They struggled so heavily in regulation time.
Yeah, they only got 1 aside from the pistol and the 2 converts as a result, so this is going to be a tall order, but if they can even pick up 1 or 2, this could be phenomenal. Guardian opening things up, and there we go. This is a suddenly resurged NaVi as Edward follows up towards short, does drop MSL 1 by 1. North are being eliminated. We were expecting maybe a slow round, but it's gone the complete opposite. It's gone fast for NaVi, and it's going hard as well. Guardian's got himself a second. Magisk unable to get that trade. He isn't spotted. He crosses, and Guardian just sees him as he makes his way over towards Tetris. Going to be aware of this one. Flamey supporting as well, and that'll be it. Flawless round. Why didn't they do that 11 rounds ago?
Well, that is perfect as well. That's the whole of it. And you can see everyone actually stepping up massively. Guardian, 2 huge impact frags tied to him. Not only that as well, he delayed them for so long. They couldn't even try and slip out in those positions as he was still firing pot shots over to them, allowing Flamey to capitalize at the end of that. That's a great opener. And the thing is, they were so dominant in their T-half. Even if they do only get this 1 round to play with, coming onto their T-half, they could very easily still close this down.
Yeah, definitely. If they can continue what they had, it's looking very, very good for them. But obviously, 1, I would say, is all NaVi really needs, to be honest. I think they've done their job. Obviously, any more is just going to be the butter with the bread. As you can see, again, simple peeking out to middle. The double AWP this time going to be working out phenomenally. He opens things up. AZ will be found, and while Cajun will look for a bit of retaliation over towards Connector, he's pushed up towards short. With not really much support here, the next player to trade is MSL back in towards the top of the boxes. Will be coming down towards the chair. North just playing this one slow. Again, missing out on this first pick has been quite instrumental in NaVi picking up these rounds. And Guardian, again, the AWP is back in play. He does it for a second time, opening up this round again as he takes down Magisk.
Good opening frag there. Already 2-man deficit for the side of North. This isn't the best situation as he gets better as well. Simple able to dub his frags up in this round as he takes down Config Flamey from the site as well, executing anyone that comes into his path. Edward trying to get another frag to help out his teammates as well, and it will be KJB, the last man left standing. AWP in hand, the weapon he can be so proficient with. Still, it's so awkward for him. Trying to take these 4 fights up against these 4 ferocious players left on NaVi that are using such good angles. They don't really have any reason to take the fight either, but that is a 6 shot from Cajun B. Takes down Flamey, hungry for 1 more, but Simple was a little bit too fast to handle, takes him down, and that is just dominant so far. These opening 2 rounds have been crazy. North as well going to go for the pause here because of an issue. They'll try and get that sorted out and then work their way back in, but I mean, this is just crazy, right? You can see NaVi, what they needed to do throughout reg time, they've now brought into an OT, and they look so sick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that they didn't do it earlier on, to be honest. If they're doing it now dominantly as so, this is turning out to be a really good round. And the fact that we didn't see a single bomb plant from North as well, we talked about this, the full AK and AWP buy, look what it does to your economy in OT. This is why 10k can be so difficult on MR3, because you really don't have the cash for it. We see Cajun and Magisk relegated down to pistols here, and 3 AKs will be bought up. This had success on Cobblestone with these kind of buys, even worse buys for that matter of fact, but not so much on Mirage, a far more difficult map to get into. You don't really have the potential of going for the same fast B rushes over on this one. It's so much easier to Molotov and hold down. The CTs get there far earlier. So right now, North, I think a burst play is in order. That being said, I think it could be very difficult up against a double AWP setup.
So it's the scary factor, right? You're charging your way in towards that bomb site. Sure, they're going to get the opening frag, but if you can overpower them, it works out to the best of your ability. Aggression towards the A bomb site seems to be the key. Very limited utility though, Hugo. Obviously, a few flashbangs to play with, but they only have those free smokes. They're going to be going over, trying to basically divide the bomb site, block off those lines of sight and sip your way in. They really need to block out Simple here as well, because he's been so flawless with the AWP into that CT angle. He's been able to pick everyone off. Aggression from him coming out though as he plays close. We'll get the opening frag, and it's the collateral. Simple goes mental as he tears his way through. Guardian as well. AWPs galore as they punish everyone on the side of North. Guardian hungry for more as he plays from the elevated angle. Let's see if he can punish them, as it's still only 2 men left standing on the side of North. They've been dispatched. Everyone is getting torn to shreds. Config fires back though, wants to claw it into more of a manageable situation. Magic's also doing damage, connects the headshot upon Guardian, leaving them in a 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1, as Config will be slain by Edward. They could be trying to shut this down as they work their way through. A great OT as they claim it. I mean, that is just absolutely insane, but we'll find out if that is going to be the way it goes. I mean, that is just ludicrous.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I was just about to point out before we saw Simple get the collateral, that was a really good situation for North. We had one player on the A side. They were more so playing for retake. There was Simple there. We had the window control from Guardian, and yes, they had fast rotations back into the site, but if North just threw down those smokes before they actually committed to the peaks, Simple, while he did push up, take him aside, if he played that more passively, North would have had the bomb plant. They would have had, you know, a 5-on-5 retake, and that could have really favoured them. But no, Simple, I love it. He knows it. He has the confidence. He pushes back into the site as soon as the smoke goes down, and he single-handedly just denies North any entrance into that round.
That's fantastic as well, because that's the right mentality to have. If you see it a lot as well with players that aren't as experienced in clutch situations. If you're in that scenario where you know you're going to lose the site and you need to try and defend it early, if you go for that first play aggressively, if you get the opening frag there, it's so much bigger than you backing off and potentially getting killed in the late round. That retake would have been very awkward. Taking the aggression early completely changes the flow of the round, so it's just fantastic game sense coming out from them.
Yeah, and as well as that, we talk about advantages depending, you know, if you're on a 5-on-5 and a 4-on-4, who that favours. Yeah. And obviously, while 4-on-4 will favour the Ts more than a 5-on-5, if you're in a post plan, even if you are equal as a CT, the less enemies there are, obviously, in relation to you, so say a 3v3 retake is easier than a 4-on-4 retake because there's less crossfires that can be held from the terrorists in post plan, same as on the reverse. So that's why it was so important. Even if Simple gets a kill there, only one, and he gets taken down, it's enough. He's done his job. But he could have even backed off after the first one, but I can't blame him after the confidence play on the first kill. And he's even got to be picking up the solo op here. This time going in for the mid spawn, very fast, looking for that opening pick, but no one from North is biting. They push Config down towards lower. AZ's going to be supporting from the window, and Cajun's on the orb, but he's got a lot to deal with. A Simple tag down in middle, but nothing significant to start off the round.
And this is scary as well. Obviously, giving him that dedicated orb, you know how ferocious he's going to be with it, especially on that T side. It plays into his playstyle. He is aggressive. He's a mean machine. He will bring that into your face and use it like a shotgun if he wishes to, because that's just how confident he is as a player individually. MSL and Co, though, sticking together. They're going to go for this play out from B, trying to get these opening frags seized, caught unaware as they get the opener. Config as well, helping him out as he takes down Edward. This is a great start to this round.
That's a great setup, a bait and switch from MSL on Config. The one player on underpass taking the control, and then the MSL coming in from the apps to surprise him as they try and chase down Config down lower. At least NaVi are still in this one, a 3-on-5, and Flamey looking like he might be able to get a pick. He knows AZ's there, but look at the short control from Config. Rotates back on in, gets himself another 3 kills. Flamey is completely blindsided. 2 players now remain for NaVi. Guardian on the AWP as well, but it's still a tall order. There's no reason to save into this one. They should definitely go for it because they want that loss bonus in play as well. But North, still at 5-on-2, looking very, very sound in this one. We do have Simple in towards the connector though, and he could cause some mischief because there's no one towards short to defend. And if he pushes up towards the A site, while they are aware he could take control of the connector, he could easily sneak in, either drop AZ or drop Magisk over towards that sandwich, and he will go for that kind of play.
You could create an abundance of havoc here towards the A-bomb site if he's allowed to do so, but the angle is covered. AZ holding it, fantastic. Guardian is the last man left standing. He has his trusty weapon back in his hands now, but trying to get out on the site isn't even going to be allowed. Denied by Config. The kill comes in, just what they needed as well. Obviously, they still have money to play with, but they're going to invest heavily straight away once again off the back of that. This time, the AWP will be in the hands of Guardian, though.
Yeah, I'm not playing off spawner. If they are, at least he is going to have the better spawn to play with. And that's the thing. NaVi don't need to be worried right now. They've got to pick up this round though, because the thing is, if they do lose out on this one, it will be North to pick up 2, and then we'll be seeing a bit of a low buy from NaVi because they've invested in so many rifles here. No SMGs are coming to play yet, so we're going to see the same buy that North had on their last round of OT, and we could be seeing a 3-3 here realistically. All North need to do is pick up this second one. Again, easier said than done. And NaVi set up for, hopefully, for them at least, what will be the next round and the win of this series. As AZ, he's posted up and towards a connector, going to be smoking himself off, so NaVi can't at least burst into there, and they will be smoking off the window to give themselves control. Could potentially split in towards B, but with the control outside of ramp held by Flamey, it's looking more centric towards the A side of things for the time being, especially with Seized pushed all the way down in underpass instead of taking the control towards B apps. Less likely to be a B play at this point, because obviously they have to completely regain the control of apartments and clear out that entire position where North could have got aggressive.
Let's see if that will be the case, though, as they slowly make their approach now down towards connector. What appears to be I'm just gaining that map control for a late round pincer play towards A. You can see the bomb repositioning now as well. AZ over by window. As soon as that smoke dissipates, he has the chance to strike and try and get an opening frag. Upon the T, spots up the head of Seized, but instantly he will react as he smacks him down. That is a fantastic way to kick it off as well. Puts them into a good scenario now as they make their approach towards A. Magic's playing over from Sandwich can still be a bit of a nuisance though as his teammates start to rotate in as well. They have to find this frag, but they're finding kills all over the place. Edward taking down Config. Magix does find one, but the trade comes in from the back of Simple. KJB is there with the AWP, will connect one headshot. Takes down Simple, the second tag, but no frag, leaving MSL to try and close this out. It's a 1 versus 3 to stop Na'Vi from winning this as he arrives on the scene, connecting the first headshot, the in-game leader. Can he close it out? Could he do the unthinkable to try and keep his teammates alive into this one? A 1 versus 2 as he approaches the site. Flashbang and Molotov to play with, can force them out of position. Flamey just holding strong though. No reason to peek as it hasn't spread to him yet. Seized as well, has the backstab covered. This should be so easy. As soon as he peeks round, they should find that frag onto him, which they will. The headshot comes in. Na'Vi pick it up. They're going to be able to close the game down. They go 1-1, but I mean, wow, that took so long for Na'Vi to get themselves back into the driving seat though. Into overtime, that looked like the classic Na'Vi wanted to see. That was more vintage Na'Vi on display.
Yeah, that was far better. We saw them struggle so much on their CT side going into the second half, and then they go and have a 3-0 flawless OT.
Crazy.
What is that? It comes out of absolutely nowhere. Just such great play in North, getting a bit ahead of themselves there. Obviously, you got to give it to North to actually have the resilience to have that comeback, because again, at one point for those who weren't watching at the beginning of the game, it was 14-4 for Na'Vi, and North brought it up to 14-14, took 15-14, and then Na'Vi upset on the last round with a half by bringing it to OT. But they are going to fall short. It will be Na'Vi equalising up that series. Obviously, a great performance from the guys over on that that team. It's just incredible the fact that they actually managed to bring that back despite the odds.
It's true. They turned their way through and it looked fantastic. I mean, if we have a look at some of the plays here on the replays as well that allowed them to do that, because they had such a dominant feat. Early on their T side, CT half was lackluster. They just got completely pounded on. North were banging at their doors. They were proving that we're going to lock this down. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi get one final round. They take it into OT, and they looked so crazy in OT.
Yeah, and it's very important to give it as well to North, who brought it back so far. Because look at this scoreline right now, and then look at the scoreline at the bottom of the screen. That's such a switch up, right?
It's a different story. It really tells the,
Exactly. And Config as well. He just performed phenomenally throughout the series here. I think he dropped over 30, maybe even 40 kills in that final, in the final map there. So really, really good performance from him across the board. And obviously everyone on Na'Vi stepping up. We saw a lot more from Flamey this time, which is something we wanted to see after Cobble. After he only got 6 frags in the first map and Na'Vi got completely thrown into the blender, he really switched up, as well as Guardian, hitting some more up shots. Simple as well, carrying as he always does. And frankly, a phenomenal performance, a great game as well to start off our first series.
I think this is also the opening kill from AZ here as well. You can see another on the eco. I mean, that was insane. AZ was going crazy for that matchup as well. Everyone on North was popping off. It was just towards the end there, they sort of slowed down a little bit. OT as well. It was just a difference maker. Na'Vi having a lot of money to play with, allowing them to go in so confident. Yeah. And that confidence factor definitely caught them off guard. They invested so much money into that opening round, but it paid off.
Yeah, they had the double AWPs in play after the second anyway. So, stuff like that really does upset. We didn't see that in the second half because they were always, mixed between quasiing and then buying. Because the thing is with Na'Vi is what they had when they had that 34 loss bonus, right? 3,400 loss bonus, when they had that 10-round streak in a row losing, what they were doing is they were investing too much a lot of the times into some of their quasis, meaning that they couldn't pull out that AWP or double AWP into play. They're investing on some of the players maybe 2-3k when you should probably only invest about 1,500 going into those rounds. And so that kind of limited their full buys, which again was one of the reasons they struggled so much in getting those rounds and only picked up 1 on the CT half after the pistol and the conversions. So really, going into OT, giving them that 10k and just throwing all the money you can, go for it, go wild, I think that really caused a resurgence in the side of Na'Vi.
It did. You could see the difference in their play style there, their confidence as well that came out. Simple, as soon as he started to get rolling as well, that's when he's at his best, and he was just taking so many aggressive angles. We saw the fight as well. It was smart plays. It wasn't over aggression. He was getting those initial frags, but then still smart enough to fall back rather than overextending from the back of that. Na'Vi as a unit just looked like they performed a lot better as soon as they kind of had confidence. It seemed like towards the end of that City half, as soon as North just proved we've got 10 rounds in a row, we're going to get these extra rounds, Na'Vi were like, how do we deal with this? They had no answers.
Yeah, but we went into the series saying it would be a very close game, and I think that's really gone above and beyond on all our expectations. I don't think we were expecting OT for that second map, especially not after the dominant display we saw on Cobblestone from North. So the funny thing is as well, for those wondering, the standings currently saying 3 and 4, 3rd place in Na'Vi, 4th place in North, and that is still the same now because they both pick up a map, they split maps, and they just stick.
Yeah, the points will stay the same, so that's how they are going to stay. But obviously that is only our first series of the day. Coming up later on will be Virtus Pro going up against HellRaisers. It should be a hell-raising matchup, Hugo, but that will be after this short break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ESL Pro League. We just saw a fantastic matchup between North and NaVi with the series going 1-1 in the end, but I'm back once again with Hugo and we're going to be going into our second series. Now this time around it's a bit different, Virtus Pro up against HellRaisers.
Interesting matchup, definitely. We've got obviously VP, long-standing roster, great team altogether, very shaky online but very consistent online usually. I mean not recently but usually. And then we have HellRaisers, kind of the underdogs, a team very close to getting relegated last season of Pro League but just made it through, and a lot of people look at them and they go, oh really, they're just kind of one of those teams that just kind of border along the bottom, never really achieve anything. But actually this Pro League season has been quite different, and not only that but also today they've just actually qualified for the Star Ladder line as well. They just beat Envious in a best of 3 2-1 as well, after a comeback after losing the first map. So stuff like that, for example, HellRaisers are actually doing fairly well, and we saw them yesterday as well. Obviously we were here casting again. They were 12th on the scoreboard out of 14th in Pro League. They're currently 7th, actually maybe different because they just played, I think they didn't play, sorry, they just played Star Ladder, not Pro League, and they just came back from 12th place now to 7th place, so really just on the edge of qualifying. Obviously we're very early on in the league, so it's undecided yet, but they're actually doing fairly well. They knocked out G2 2-0 last night, and they're actually having some decent results online, so definitely a team to watch out for. But again, this is VP we're talking about.
It's true, and that's the thing, talking about qualifying as well, guys, if you're sort of wondering how a lot of these teams got here into Pro League, they qualified their way through Mountain Dew League, which you guys should definitely check out. All of the games going on over there. There's a couple of UK teams in there as well, of course, Team Endpoint, the boys in blue, shout out to them. So you might as well want to go check that out. Keep up to date with all of the standings there as well. Because why not, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a great way for teams to at least get up into the season. We're looking at LDLC, for example, who are doing very well right now. Unfortunately, they just lost a best of 2 against NiP, but still, I mean, they just came from Premier last season, and now they're halfway through Pro League, doing very well considering all the factors. So yeah, definitely teams to watch out for, as well as Kingwin as well. On that list came up from Premier last season. So yeah, a lot of talent really coming up from there to show off in the Pro League.
That's the thing. It's kind of the tier below, but when they wig their way in there, it's awesome to see. LDLC, as you said, they've been causing a stir basically. Unfortunately, barely just being beaten out by NiP over on the mainstream. So definitely some cool stuff to check out there. And now, as we continue our way through, obviously, another thing to talk about, HellRaisers trying to lead the charge as they come in this one. They want to try and set that early pace of dominance, because if they allow HellRaisers to really work their way through too early on, that's where HellRaisers won't find an answer at that point. And Virtus Pro will have too much steam. Yeah, and we also have to look at the map pool as well for this one. We have Mirage, then Overpass following. So again, another repeat on Mirage. This is great for VP. A great map for them across the board. HellRaisers, it's okay. It's not always their pick, but it's not quite their Instaban. It's an alright map for them. I think this map pool is a bit weird because it favours VP just out of the first map, but the second map, Overpass, neither a dominant, not a dominant map for either team, so that's going to really be anyone's game. But I think the first map, looking at it, Virtus Pro have a really good chance to at least get in there early, get themselves a quick map to close out, and then HellRaisers, on the second one, could definitely upset, could definitely split the series. I mean, we've already seen a split series today, and the likes of what we just watched, NaVi and North. So going into this one, it's anyone's game. It's true. That online CS, there is always a chance. And you guys watching at home from your comfy chairs in your comfy rooms, you might want a comfy jersey so you can also represent those teams. So why don't you work your way over to that ESL store, grab one. Obviously you can pick up the Virtus Pro jersey, or you can get the HellRaisers jersey, or why not both? Good idea. Get both. Yeah. But please, coming into this, obviously as well, it's always that scary factor. There is potential for them to go 1-1, but you've got to hedge your bets closer towards Virtus Pro. Surely, right? They are they are the overdogs, as they are in most things that they play. They are the dominant team. The Polish powerhouse, obviously. And while they are getting consistent online, you can't take away from the fact that we have these individual players that are so skilled. We have the likes of Pasha, we have Neo, and a lot of people look at, because this is like the oldest team in esports right now, or at least the oldest team in CS:GO that I'm aware of, and they're still having such success. And people always go, when you reach your 30s, you're dead. You can't play esports anymore. Your reactions are gone. I think this is just the great evidence of how that is so untrue. How they're still able to get to the grand finals of the major previously, and came first, obviously, in DreamHack Las Vegas. Stuff like this, for example, just shows how effective this team are. And coming up against what we should see as an underdog being HellRaisers, I think there's a really good chance VP could just smack them in the face and walk on. It's true. I mean, always quite scary if people dying when they're 30, Hugo, so that's definitely not good. In a game sense, in a game sense. It might be the case, but as we work our way through as well, why don't we recollect some of the awesome plays that went down last week to try and water our palates, get us ready for this matchup in just a little while.
one of the best maps in CS right now.
Well, JDM shining in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys!
There's still Screamer. And Apex is proving maybe this is the gun to use, but Scream, that's 2. Can he get more? He gets a tag there. Shock's now low, Apex is low. Oh my god! Scream, what is this?
Simple gets closer as a result. Good opening shot. We're still over toward A. It's right now that the action starts, and Simple's got 3 already in the round. Both of them go down. No flash that time. They already threw it, and he's not going to peek it. Simple's got up to 4. He might get the ace spot.
Simple's up a platform, and he's rising to the AK, finding 2 tremendous headshots there.
Second one was snappy. Waits as well. Neo's going to try and push him. Gunbarrel's going to show her as he responds. He certainly does. And what is that shot to be Ali?
Bit iffy because he's moving right now. Doesn't want to miss this headshot. He's hoping he'll stop and he can actually pick it up. And also, as well, this patience can do huge work. There's one. Oh my god, Nifty! He's even going to go for the 4th right now. He gets it out of ammo, stuck in the corner. Finally goes down to Gusta.
Wow, Blue going a bit blue in the face off that play. Absolutely crazy stuff. Now, guys, you've seen some fantastic plays to try and warm you up a little bit, but we want to know what your thoughts are as well. We've spoken our thoughts, but why don't you tweet us and let us know just what you're thinking about this upcoming matchup. Will Virtus Pro take the title, or will it be HellRaisers to come in here and cause a stir? Hugo, why don't you just throw it out for me there? Obviously, we spoke about it loosely, but I want a bold prediction.
VP 2-0.
Yeah?
Yeah, just going to stick with that. I think it's the safest option, right? While HellRaisers are great at getting these upsets, I still feel like VP, the experience on these players, the experience on the team, and just generally the team play together, I think they could take it. I'm not going to water it down or anything. I still think HellRaisers could go 1-1, but I'm going to go safe. I'm going to commit to a prediction for a change. I'm going to go VP.
Are you going to stick with it this time?
Yeah, I'm not going to change it. Well, if HellRaisers pick up the first map, I can't really stick with it, can I? But I'm going to stick with VP.
I don't think he understands how prediction works.
Yeah, shh. What's your prediction then, Jack?
I'm actually going to go in, all in, everything's in there. I'm sticking it in. I've committed. It's Virtus Pro. I think Virtus Pro are going to close this out. I think we're going to go for the 2-0. I think you've just got to give it in terms of merit and sort of respect coming into this, though. HellRaisers, for me, have been looking better and better. They haven't really, it's not looked like they've got worse throughout the weeks. It seems that they've definitely been heavily reviewing a lot of their play styles, improving as individual players as well. I think this is the best lineup they've had for quite some time now. Dead Fox has been popping off. Zero and Co also getting massive. Of course, you've got Bondic that can be such a huge player, and Angel leading the charge. Who else would you want in game leading that unit?
Yeah, and we've also seen some quirky things pulled up from them, at least in the match against G2. We talked about this earlier in OT with NaVi North. Obviously, UMP buy that they went for in OT to preserve a bit of money in the case they did lose it. Obviously, they stomped for OT anyway, so it didn't matter. But stuff like that, they're still creating things. We're into a point of CSGO, at least, where most of the stuff that has been done that can be done has been done. The SMG thing at the beginning of CSGO, it kind of wasn't really a thing. Then we saw some changes to the SMGs, and still it took quite a while before people started to realize, oh wait, these are really viable. Let's start using the UMP. This meta, despite the UMP being changed over a year ago, has only come in the last year or so. So I feel like small meta changes like that do happen, but other than that, most things stay the same. So it's nice to see HellRaisers at least coming up with some quirky things in the realms of OT and doing stuff like that to at least bring something new to the table, so we're not watching the same game every single time.
It's true. Smart use of economy there, obviously, to work their way through, as they know it can still be broken. That's the thing with overtime in this league as well, where it's MR6. Obviously, it's kind of hard because you can't work your way in and just expect to have enough money to play with. You have that 10k, but it has to last you. If you get those losses on the board, that's when it really comes back to bite you.
Yeah. I think it will be an interesting match. So I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut as maybe some people expect. I think this is going to be the 16-0 that a lot of people would hope for VP. I think they may really bring them close down to the line. I think HellRaisers do have good potential to make this a double-digit game. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Mirage goes, because obviously this is a great map for VP, but HellRaisers have a real chance to... At the end of the day, right, we look at this map and we go, oh, HellRaisers, if they do nothing against VP on this map, it's okay, because we don't expect them to do anything. It's one of VP's better maps. So looking at this, HellRaisers have no one to impress, so nothing to lose and everything to gain.
It's true. It's also a good benchmark scoreline as well to see where HellRaisers right now are to be situated up against VP, because still though, I mean, there is always chance as it is online CS, and Virtus Pro can be shaky in those scenarios. So jumping into this one should be exciting to see if HellRaisers can come in here with a bang, try and kick things off fast and flashy, or if it is going to be Virtus Pro to come in here with a very stable first half. But they're on the T side, and you never know what they might have under their sleeves.
Nades are going to be brought up for Neo. Armor on the rest of them, and almost full armor by for HellRaisers. Just Dead Fox in towards middle of the kit. Going to mean he has a quick rotation to either of the two sites. And VP, they are just going to be storming this one. Going for the fast B. It's matchmaking now as Pasha, he's going to run on in. Spotted by the jump. As you can see, HellRaisers is already aware of what's going to be coming in. Full frontal as Pasha runs right into the site, looking for the opener, but Zero says no. Quick shot with the P2K there to deny the first. And HellRaisers just backing off of the site, allowing VP to get that bomb down and playing in a 5-on-4 post plant.
Good situation to attempt to retake this later on, though. Zero as well, trying to ward them off. You can see Snacks trying to be a little bit sneaky as he plays up close and personal. Angel as well finds another frag. They're in a good situation now. There's only 3 Ts remaining. Make that 2 as Styko comes in and takes down by Ali, leaving Taz and Snacks to try and ward them off. They're in good angles. They do some damage, but it's nowhere near enough. Zero and Dead Fox find the frags. The defuse will come in, and HellRaisers actually get the opening round.
Good opener, definitely so. VP, though, do get that bomb plant, so the buy will be coming out in the 3rd round, assuming they don't force buy into this. And I wouldn't like to see that at all. Obviously, HellRaisers actually are a team that like to go for a full SMG buy at times. We saw them yesterday. They were going for 4 UMPs and 1 MP7 on Bonding, which is a bit of a way buy, but this time they're playing it a little more safe. They're going for a triple rifle, because that's mainly because they know who they're up against. And VP, yeah, they are going to do it. They're going to force things up. Bit risky. Maybe been studying the demo to HellRaisers. Who knows, really, knowing what their typical buys at least are coming in, but it's not going to be what they assumed, as HellRaisers have played the mind games themselves. We have an M4 over on Angel. We have Bondic and Zero equipped on the Pharmacies as well, and plenty of utility to make this one work. Only 1 kit. That's more than enough, considering VP unlikely to get this bomb down with the current setup, but looking like they want to split into inside of the connector. It's Steeko up close to try and delay them.
Let's see if he can actually find these frags, though, as they rev their engines ready for the peak. Snacks gets the opener. I mean, that's ludicrous that he's been able to get away with that. Dead Fox trying to retaliate as well when he finds one, till Bayali takes them down. There's Bondic, though, starts to go so big as he takes down Bayali and Taz. Pasha hoping to achieve something, but it was not meant to be. He will be slain, leaving just Neo left in a 1 versus 3. Has recovered the bomb. If you can get the plant, it would be great, but it will not happen. Angel with a secondary face eliminates him, but still, that's 2 casualties on that CT side.
Yeah, a bit of money taken away from them. Nothing too damaging to worry about for the time being. Those we can still see HellRaisers are going to be okay for the time being on the money. VP now trying to go for these pistols. Nothing too much. A couple of PT50s and a smoke going to be up on Neo as well. But other than that, really just going to be throwing away this round, as you would expect. The bomb plant at a very max is going to be what they're hoping for. And the bomb just situated in towards a T-spawn for the time being. I'm not sure what that is, but Neo actually throwing up the smoke, I think it was. Yep, over towards window. But, oh, look at that from Dead Fox, trying to block it. He does succeed as well, jumping up. They expect window to just be completely covered off, but Dead Fox reads them like a book. That is absolutely perfect from the man himself. And 2 players now remain for VP. They could not be expecting that.
That's so filthy, so smart as well. You stop the smoke, you're able to go for the peek. They just peek into you. Very easy kills, though. Obviously, it is the eco, but such a clean round going through off a fantastic play from Dead Fox. Obviously, just Pasha left now, trapped towards mid. Surely he'll fall. Single shot coming out from Bondic. They closed it down. That's all 3 rounds going to be claimed. But just check this out. Look, as he blocks it, as you said, I mean, that is just so clever. Smart stuff there.
That's so great. I love to see it when people do that. It's very, very rare, but when you know you're up against pistols, it's really a no-risk situation. You know they're not going to peek before that smoke blooms. So actually jumping up there is a very safe play, because you know they're not going to take the fight at a range up against a rifle. But now we see the rifles in for VP. They've got full AKs, no AWP going to be brought out, and the same on the HellRaisers side. We saw Dead Fox very lenient to pick it up over in the match against G2 last night here in EPL, but maybe it will continue going into this one. Hopefully not, though. I'd like to see him on the AWP. He's a real star with that gun.
Taz trying to get the opening frag here as he just cups off a couple of pot shots, but can't really take anyone down just yet. We'll be backing off now as well. Angel playing over towards short. If anyone does try and take the fight there, he's looking on point to try and ward them off, but can he actually do so? Hugo is aware of the information, but forced to back off. Dead Fox low as well.
Snacks gonna work his way into connector. Does get naded, and he will eventually be shot in the face as well, with Steeko playing that close angle, flashing out with the UMP as well. He can back out of that position. It will work perfectly. Pasha's blind, but look at the split. They found themselves into window, and a Neo, he's going to be pushing on. Steeko hears the footsteps, and he knows what's going on, but he's still going to get taken down, and Neo converting a second as well. Nice burst there to take down Dead Fox. As 2 remain here for the HellRaisers side. It's Angel to try and work his way back into the murder hole, but he actually gets away with it somehow. The flashbang working out as Neo gets distracted, and a 2v2 back in play. The bomb is planted for VP, but HellRaisers, these are some good odds here. They have the kit on Zero, but now Angel has been removed. It's all onto Zero himself. He's had some phenomenal play so far this series, but can he continue?
He's going to make his approach over towards CT, hoping to find these frags as he slowly tiptoes his way out. Will spot out Pasha, but it is not meant to be. The headshot comes through, 0 executed, and VP get their first round on the board off the back of the opening full buy.
HellRaisers can still buy though, and AWP will be found as well. Dead Fox is going to be up on that, so nice to see as VP still concede to the 4 rifles for the time being. Not going to be going for any kind of AWP play just yet. Not able to have the economy for that, so this could be a bit of a kick up the arse here for VP as they're not really aware that the AWP is in play. Actually, Pasha going to back off of that fast mid peak as the rest of his team make their way outside of A, and he just takes it slow in middle, maybe expecting it, which is a safe play obviously because Dead Fox can be lethal. But it's by Ali to push up towards ramp, trying to look for this opener. May actually flash himself through the smoke here. The nade does go out into Palace, but look at this, by Ali forcing him way out. He does get the kill into Bondic, able to convert. Snacks takes a second one. This is great openings here for the T side, but Dead Fox comes back in with 1. Not able to catch a second as VP cross over to the site, and Pasha does even more work once there, but still, 2 players now remain for HellRaisers. This may even be a saving round.
It's true. As they work their way into this, if they want to go for it, it's going to be such a hard retake to come out. Obviously, they're outnumbered 2-1. They don't have utility really to try and aid them too much. They do have a smoke, but that's going to be it. 1 kit as well, 0. They're still waiting it out, though. They're not going to be backing off just yet. They're going for the peeking towards the bomb site, hoping they can get an opening frag. This is very risky, as they could be executed. Dead Fox, though, does take down Neo. The smoke goes over onto the bomb. Pasha will eliminate 0, though. Surely Dead Fox just tries to back out of there at this point. He will try to recoil away. Takes down Pasha as well as he connects the shot. He's in close proximity. Dead Fox just going to have to hold his ground, tuck in and CT, and not try and be eliminated.
He will get away with it as well. VP not able to chase him down, but they don't really want to lose any more players. Already losing 3 in that round is going to mean their money is stinted. Obviously, they're still up against an ecoing HellRaisers coming into this one, but still, better to hold on to your guns rather than chase down a single orb. But as long as Dead Fox doesn't go huge in this round, it should just be a done deal as well for VP. They should be able to bring it up to 3-3, and without allowing the reset for HellRaisers as well, is fairly effective to building up this bank here for the T side. So Dead Fox back in towards middle, the 1 player who can get something done. I like this, a fast boost up towards the ladder, and that'll allow him to peek in through short very, very quickly. And unbeknownst to Virtus Pro, they won't have a clue. The flash does work out, but the zoom in will come in. At this point, Pasha, there's been time ticking down. He could have wrapped around from short at this point, so he should be aware that Dead Fox could be in this position, but it's actually the B rush coming on in. Pasha going to be late splitting down through short here, and they've got to watch out for him, as well as they have to watch out for Dead Fox. There's 1 quick kill. He's still got this flank coming out, though, and Pasha eventually going to strike. It's a kill coming his way. Taz follows up onto the bomb site, and it's just nothing for HellRaisers.
Yeah, the only chance they had was off the back of Dead Fox's AWP. He only got 1 frag into the round. The rest of Virtus Pro have been able to quickly work their way through. They're executing everyone in front of them. Bondic will be spotted out here as well by Pasha. Very aware of that position. Smart stuff as he takes him down. Angel, surely the last man to fall, does have a fairly advantageous angle as he tries to get the kill upon Neo. Now the ship has sailed, though. Had to peek out into an angle that favors him, will eliminate him. They claim another round on the board. 3-3. HellRaisers, finally money to play with, but it's still not the best situation.
Yeah, no AWP. Just rifles here. Angel limited to a FAMAS. The rest of them are going to be on the M4s, though. And Snacks on his own AWP here, just playing off that spawn. As he charges up towards ramp, trying to look for an opening pick because they cross over towards the site, and he will go for it. Actually doesn't connect the shot, though. It's Stiko to cross safely. Dead Fox tagged up a little in middle, but nothing significant, and Stiko makes his way inside of the connector. Could be flashed into mid here, but he actually gets countered. Flashbang comes in, blinds him for a second. Doesn't do anything significant. Angel smoked off here on short, though, so he's got a bit worried about the position of Stiko, because if he gets overrun, there's no trade potential with that smoke down, but you can see all of VP just holding for the aggression on the CT side. If anything comes through, they are going to be ready for it, and that's the thing. HellRaisers are just reading this one well. They could have gone for those peeks out down through short and connector, but instead just going to hold back for the time being, meaning the VP can't get themselves a free pick into this one. They've really got to contest it. They've got to peek out onto the site, and Snacks, he looks like he wants to do exactly that.
Snacks edging ever closer as he wants to try and find these opening frags now. Slow approach round. Obviously the CT's repositioning as well. They are in a good angle to try to deal with him, but Snacks has the drop. This is the thing. It all relies on him being able to get the opening frag. Aware of the angle, spots out Dead Fox as well. Will get a crisp, clean shot on him, takes him down. Neo also finding one upon Bondic, and they've single-handedly walked their way in towards that A bomb site. There's no one left to try and defend it now, and frags are still coming out. Pasha claims 2 of his own. 0 with a retaliation kill. We'll be able to get that trade out, but still left in a 1 versus 4. The best case scenario is that he holds on to that M4, and they don't want to allow him to. They're going to knock on his door. Headshot comes in. Taz will eliminate annihilate him. And VP already, they are setting themselves firmly as the dominant members in this half.
And that's what we were saying before the game, right? This is if dominant VP show up, if aggressive VP show up, this is what we're going to see. We're just going to see them chasing down kills, getting these openers, winning every Angel. And that's the thing. While it's hard to predict when they're going to appear, up into this kind of matchup with VP stepping on a lesser team, definitely. This is the kind of breeding grounds for VP. This is where they really get aggressive. They really bring every single fight up against maybe a top team. Where we see, for example, SK or Astralis, it could be a much closer affair. But VP are really leading the charge into this round, and HellRaisers again just pistols.
Left with those measly weapons, not really effective as they work their way into this. Obviously, you're just gonna have to use those crossfire close angles. Hope they can get the drop on VP. But right now, with VP just taking their play towards contact that burst towards that B bomb site, it is in their favor. Zero might actually be able to catch Pasha off guard as he's facing the wrong way. The peak comes round, but Snacks with the retaliation kill. Easy does it as he doubles it up as well. Takes two, hungry for the third, but can't quite connect the shot just yet. Bondic on the site, and he makes things personal as he finds the headshot on by Ali. Oh, Snacks though, a third frag, and it is absolutely crazy. Connects the headshot upon Angel. Bondic will peek into him, trying to go for the 4K. Knocks him so very low, but Neo with a drive-by will finish that one up. Tidies the round for another one for Virtus Pro.
Very good stuff so far for the Polish powerhouse. As we can see, HellRaisers all back in play on Dead Fox. He's going to have armor to support that as well, as it's dropped over from one of his teammates, so a bit to work with. But actually, no, he's going to prioritize nades here over armor. That's quite interesting to see. Obviously, they must have some kind of trick up their sleeve. They've got some kind of plan, because actually prioritizing nades over armor when the rest of your team have those full nades is a very interesting strategy, at least. But the money is going to be a limiting factor as he holds off towards middle, goes for the blind shot, but not going to be able to connect on any of the members of the Polish side. And he will just back off in towards the CT spawn instead to try and wrap back around towards EA side to support from CT. As VP, they hold fast. Bomb rotating back into the spawn. And they could go for this late mid control, but without Snacks there, as he backs off of the apartments and joins him over in T-spawn, it's just going to be a solo Pasha. If he wants to get anything done, he has to solo push inside of the connector. And while that is good, obviously in terms of getting that split onto the A site, if he gets taken down by some aggression from the CT side, that will instantly put HellRaisers in an advantageous spot and make it very difficult for Virtus Pro to get control of this A site without that connector split.
It's true. It's going to be a sticky situation, to say the least. Bondic playing up close and personal as well, waiting for the push to come through. Dead Fox with the AWP can be so effective, but Snacks is so crazy right now. There's been some mental shots coming out for him. He's tearing his way for everyone. In front of him, Bondic as well. Another frag will go his way as he takes down Taz. Neo can retaliate, though, leaves them in still a better situation here. A 3 versus 3, though, as Angel will chime in. Works his way through. Snacks, aggressive angle in play. Will this pay off? His teammate's doing damage still. Pasha, he's on the flank over as well. This should be a headshot upon Zero, but he gives the game away. A little bit of noise has been made. Zero should be aware of this. Has a nade out. Molotov will go in. Forces him to face. Zero with a connection. Takes him down. Snacks on the close angle. Has the drop on Styko. Takes one tag and he doesn't even turn around. Follow-up frag comes in by Ali to close the round out. And VP still keeping this pain train going.
Such great stuff, and that's the thing about this team on Virtus Pro, is they can constantly switch up this AWP like this. It's not the same as some teams that have multiple players able to AWP, and we always see the AWP on, for example, Kenny S, and we always see the AWP on, Guardian. With the exception of sometimes giving it over to Simple. This is VP. They can have Snacks on the AWP. They can have Neo. They can have Pasha. They can have anyone on the AWP. And that's the thing. Pasha supposedly, sometimes being this primary AWP, we've seen Snacks on it the whole game. It just switches over every single match. You never know who's going to be picking it up. And again, up against another eco here from the HellRaiser side, VP are bringing the pain. They are storming onto this site. Good entry so far. Dead Fox will retaliate over from the CT spawn, but he is 7 HP. He can't afford to expose anything other than the tip of his skull here if he wants to go for a kind of fight. Spots out Pasha, tapping away, but eventually he's going to land onto Bayali. Gets a bit too big for his boots. Dead Fox follows up as well onto Pasha. Good damage so far. He's on 3 kills, but he does eventually get finished off as 2 players remain for VP, but definitely still a contestable round.
Never too big for the boot as they work their way back in towards the bomb site. Bondic and Co trying to shut them down. Will rattle away with that 5-7. A ferocious spam coming through, but he couldn't quite connect the shots now as well. The bomb planted. Neo and Snacks left into a good situation in this round. Surely they close this out and work their way through to pick up their 7th. Sure, HellRaisers have got them into a good situation, but these pistols aren't going to be that effective from range. Zero also picking with that CZ in such an elevated angle. It will be so hard for him to do anything, but he makes it work out, actually. Will punish Snacks. Confuse the positioning of Neo, though. Neo should be able to backstab, walks his way round. Neo just hiding, waiting for the right moment to strike like the mighty Cobra as he works his way out, and Zero will be killed.
No survivors apparently with VP. They do actually manage to take down 4 players, so HellRaisers is having significant impact, specifically Dead Fox with 3 with that Deagle, so he's going to have a plethora of cash here to go for the buy. Orb and armor and kit and nades. Lots of money on him. But obviously VP actually losing a lot of players in these rounds that are winning, and obviously while they are winning the rounds, which is more important, if you look at their cash, it's not very built up. So if they only lose 1 or 2 rounds, they'll be forced into eco, and that's a positive thing about getting all these kills when you're HellRaisers. Even if you're not converting the rounds, you only need to pick up 1 or 2 in a row to really hurt VP's economy and give you a really good streak back into the game. But obviously, that's still a tall task to ask. Wrapping together 1 round seems almost impossible for them at the moment, as they've only picked up the pistol and the 2 anti-ecos. VP looking clean. DevFox misses that shot towards Connector, but they have the information now on the Polish side.
Yep, a lot of information to play with as they do just back off. Though mid-control slowly being encroached by Virtus.pro. They want to try and gain it and force HellRaisers to reposition, hold those choke points rather than trying to take the mid-fight. Right now, though, Dead Fox still holding fairly strong. Zero as well, information over towards him as they try and toy with his mind a little bit, making him think that it will be a play towards that B-bomb site, when really they have been able to back off. Full rotate has already come out there, close towards A, and what seems to be a late round 3-2 push towards the A-bomb site. Styko, though, look at the information play. If they push in towards Apps, he'll be able to backstab very effectively. Also into the late round, he can work his way back through and try and backstab. All 3 members, though, playing from ramp, so they want to work their way in. Dead Fox as well isn't aware of the positioning of Taz just yet. Molotov goes down, which will slow him, but he still needs to spot him out and try and get that frag.
But Pasha's just about to walk into his crosshairs there, but look at the meantime, VP, a lot of them ready to walk out into the site. There's 30 seconds left, so HellRaisers know that something's going on. They know they have to eventually commit. They're not going to save this one as they start to push their way out. Snacks is going to be spotted. Bondic knows what's up, and DevFox repositioning does get flanked, but he flicks back round, takes Pasha, goes in for more, but he's not going to be able to succeed as Taz is dropped eventually by Bondic, who lands himself with 2. And that will actually be 3 in the round for him as HellRaisers pick up a 4th on the board. Finally going to get back into this one, but we talked about the money. While it is still severely impacting for VP, they can get together another buy, and if they can pick up this 1 single rifle round, that will reset the economy of HellRaisers, who have invested so much, forcing them again down into the eco.
That's so sick, though. Good site defense from HellRaisers there, obviously. They're in a good situation. And the thing is, it is scary, because obviously there is that potential for VP to just bounce their way back through. But HellRaisers, if they can try and play to that level of CS, it would be amazing to watch. Angel as well gets the opener. The initiative on display as he worked his way through apartments. Getting that opening frag over onto By Alley really does kind of set them in stone as trying to get an early advantage into the round. It's a good situation to work with, especially towards mid as well. Dead Fox and co. If they can try and force them back, it would be a good round.
Time is ticking. VP, while they do have some aggressive mid-control in the form of underpass, they still have that man disadvantage. DevFox posted up. Oh, he's going to spot the legs. Oh, goes to the shot, just missing by a pixel onto Neo. That's so unfortunate for him as well. He could have extended this to a 2-man advantage, but not going to be too much of an issue right now, because again, they are just sitting pretty for the time being, but VP looking like they want to get some control up towards middle. As Snack smokes off the window, looking for a pick over towards the A site. The flash goes in deep, he goes with it, but there's a boost up on Ticket Box as well, which is dangerous. They can spot his legs from here, there, and he won't have a single angle on them at all. As Bondic is up there with his AK, does eventually drop down, and VP looking like they want to make their way into the A site. The bomb as well, in through connector, but with no split coming out through the A ramp. Look at the position of Angel as a reaction. He's pushed down all the way deep into ramp. This is such a good angle. He clears it out, he gets the information. In the meantime, Siko doing the damage over towards Pasha over in the window room again. Bondic going to jump back up. He's got himself a free kill as we see Angel's pushed up, so even if VP did have control of the site, he would be in the perfect position to retake. They haven't even got that far. Snacks is alone, but he's joining his teammates in the grave. It's HellRaisers to pick up 5 rounds, not allowing the reset.
Good stuff, and obviously the knock-on effect has been done. The damage to the economy of VP, leaving them in a bit of a tight situation as well. They try and work out what they're going to go for. Not really going to force up into this, you imagine, as they work their way through. Really as well, though, the thing is, HellRaisers, they're being able to get these rounds on the boards. This one's essentially a given, right? They should close this down very easily. You get yourselves into a 6-7 scoreline. That's not too bad from what seemed to be what was going to be a crazy dominant half from VP.
Yeah, this is okay. This is okay for HellRaisers, again, considering the matchup and everything like that. So them switching over to the T side, especially with Angel calling, I will expect better things than their CT so far. But obviously, a potential free round being gifted to them is going to be a bit of a boost to not only their economy, but also their round difference. As we can see, VP are just set up. This is just almost what they play on Cobble, on pistol rounds here. They're going to be sending 3 players fast into one side of the map, and the bomb just holding off for the aggression on the other side. Obviously, this is the old typical VP strat, right? You put 2 players outside of A long, and you have the fast B play with 3 on the pistol, and then eventually they try and split in through the connector, and we see Snacks and whoever else is with him to go into that other side and get the bomb down. But obviously a lot less effective up against rifles. HellRaisers are only going to need 1 player per site to really deal with all these pistols, but let's see if VP can have some success. They have a few nades to work with. This may force a bit of a rotation, and a bomb plant may be possible from here, but let's see. DevFox is already pushed into the apartment, so this strategy is just going to fall apart because he'll get himself a free pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're going to push in, thinking the rotate has come out from the CTs, obviously towards that A bomb site. Then they just get owned at that point. An easy frag comes through with the AWP. They peek into it right now. Okay. He misses, actually. That's very different from what we expected. The Molotovs go down, though, forcing them to jump straight into the frying pan. They will be burnt, but they are able to brush their way through. DeadFox, it pays off in a more of an awkward angle. He couldn't actually find the easy frags, though. Angel also going to take one upon Taz. DeadFox keeps it going. So easy for him. That is a clean, crisp quad kill coming out. Absolutely fantastic. Didn't want the easy frags.
Yeah, he made up for missing that first shot, I guess. But that's the thing, with that kind of strategy, the typical VPS kind of style, it only really works on pistol rounds, because as soon as we saw DevFox post up with the AWP, we were like, yeah, this is over. There's no way they can win this, because even if they... because he's not going to rotate. You're not going to fully rotate unless, you really think something's going on. And not even a single member of VP committed to that A-side fake with the smokes as well, so it wasn't a good enough fake. But look at this fast play. The Astralis rush right out onto the site they go at the beginning of the round. Don't need any smokes, as Bondic does deny the first, but Pasha's got the opener. Nice ding. Snacks trades though, and Angel peeking out from the smoke to find another. It's going to be equal pickings going back and forth, but Neo jumps on in from behind. 2 for him as Zero, last man standing, not able to get a thing. Neo goes absolutely crazy, and VP pick up 8.
The mechanics on display there, so smart. You get yourself into the backline, jump your way over. They were so confused about this position. Gets the opening frag, instantly links into the second, and the AWP shot to finish it off. I mean, that is crazy. That's just vintage Neo on display there. Really, really strong showing coming out. And VP looking like they do want to try and get this into a 9-6 scoreline, take that through. I mean, that would be a fairly dominant half working their way through. HellRaisers, though, if they can hopefully try and step up and really show what we've been seeing in these last few rounds. It's been a fairly effective showing. HellRaisers potentially getting that 7-8 scoreline would be huge, and they start it off with a shebang. They come in, DeadFox on the opener. This AWP has been so strong for them. It's really allowed them to get into these good situations, leaving just 3 players left on VP very early into the round. Not really what they were hoping for.
No, unfortunate as well, considering they just got back into the matchup with that fast play over towards B and A, and it looks like it's going to be reset right on. But of course, this is the last round of the half, so economy isn't an issue. Still, VP want to have something else to work with. Even that, though, an 8-7 scoreline in favour of the T side is going to be good for VP. They can't even be worried, but let's see if they can pick up this one. There's still potential. They've still got a chance here. Bomb set up over towards middle. They have B-Apps control. They have Palace control. They can split onto either side that they want, and right now they're just waiting for a potential pick. But the bomb is going to be making its way back up through the underpass. Into apartments it goes. And VP looking like they want to actually go for this B-side take. The issue is what do you do by Ali? He has 2 options. Push in first and try and force a rotation off of HellRaisers, or push in late and try and catch rotations. But if he pushes in late and his teammates die over towards the B site, he's completely gone with Vayne. And he will push in early, I understand it, but Stiko takes him down.
Yep, kind of awkward there. Had to make a judgment call, didn't really work out the way he wanted it to. Zero as well, not even allowing Angel to try and take these pot shots as he just cleans up the round for his team. Snacks will eventually take him down, responds with the AWP that was so strong earlier on into this game, but this time around doesn't really work out. Stiko can overpower him, obviously just spamming through the box. Easy kill comes out. That will be the first half wrapped up. Very close affair. Let's see if it will be the same in the second half after this. back, everyone. A fantastic first half. Both of these teams proving that they're fairly evenly matched right now. On Mirage, obviously, we expected VP to come here hard and fast and dominate quite early, but it really hasn't been that fair. I
mean, you've got to take into account this is T-side, right? They get those 8-round start. That's still very good. That's favourable over CT. And now switching on to the quote-unquote easier side, they should have a fairly okay time of closing this out. That being said, HellRaisers do have a great T-side themselves. They have Angel leading, they have a lot of mad fraggers. If DevFox can get on that money, get on that AWP, which is far easier to invest over on the T-side, very good chance HellRaisers could pull it back themselves. So it's, yeah, as you say, it's an equal game, but take into account the sidedness of the CT side on Mirage.
It's true, there's a lot of factors that sort of shaped up that scoreline, but by no means should you count either of these teams out. As HellRaisers, they've had a good showing. I mean, overall throughout Pro League as well, they've actually been sort of strutting their stuff once again, getting that org back to its previous sort of prowess.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've had their issues, they've had the roster changes, in and out of Oscar, all of this stuff, but I think they've finally found the roster that works. And I don't think they need a change or anything. I think they can stick with what they got for the time being, give it some time, and it's definitely proving to be working so far in Pro League, as you say. They're doing better than some of the French teams, for example. Both of the French teams. Both of the French teams. Yeah. I always think LDLC and think, well, that's not a French team anymore. But yeah, they're doing better than both the French teams. They're doing very well, 7th currently in the league, and this, maybe if they get a win, could extend them even into the top 6. Who knows?
It's true, and that would be a massive feat for them as well, working their way up that ladder and getting themselves into a very good situation throughout the standings. Obviously, one of the teams we expected to sort of see in the middle of their table towards the end of the season, so definitely a good showing so far. Now then as well, obviously, into the second half, what are we expecting to see coming out from them in their T-half?
Hopefully a pistol round, right? They need that. Obviously, the starter is going to be very difficult to get onto that, because VP are a team so based on momentum. If they pick up that pistol, they can just stomp through. I mean, we saw it in the previous half. HellRaisers pick up the pistol, VP take the first buy round, and they just stomp something like 6-7 rounds in a row, and then eventually have a slow burn towards the end. But if HellRaisers don't pick up that pistol, we could be seeing a real issue here.
It's true. There is a big impact factor. They need to come in very early on, try and set themselves a couple of rounds to play with, and they do definitely have that potential. They've got some fabulous players with those pistols. Things as well, though, so do VP. It's definitely not sided to really either side at this point. As you are, it's scary to think that VP definitely could come in here and retaliate.
Definitely, and that's the thing as well. With HellRaisers, at least on their T side, with Angel, the calling style is very slow. They like to play it very methodically and very calculated. And while VP could be prepared against that, they could also catch them off guard, because VP are a team that like a lot of fast aggression. They like some quick styles. So HellRaisers playing a lot slower on their T side could actually catch VP off guard, but this time it's going to be a fast play. Pasha in towards middle. He's got a triple peek here with the pistols. They're spamming away. They're only just able to get the first kill as Taz takes on to Stico, but look at the damage done. Pasha and Neo so low. Eventually Snacks will chase, but Angel, he's going to get the damage done. 2 quick kills, looking in for more. Pasha's tagged and he gets a third. Angel is going absolutely off today, and he's even looking for Taz just to bolster his stats. HellRaisers have got the bomb down, and while he will fall, he has done his job.
There's a reason why you listen to your in-game leader, especially when they are so dominant like that, proving that his teammates should respect him, tearing his way through. I mean, that is just a great way to kick this round off. Taz and Bialy, though, coming in to try and retake this. I wouldn't count them out just yet. Taz can be a bit of a Tasmanian devil with this pistol as he brushes his way in towards the bomb site, hoping to cause a little bit of havoc. Nade will roll in, though, transferring some damage upon DeadFox, nearly knocking him, but no 50 HP. Bialy as well, kicking off as he connects the headshot upon Zero. Tries to turn on Bialy, but DeadFox gets the backstab on Taz. The Busher play comes out, sending him off to the meat shop. I mean, that is just crazy that he's gotten away with that.
Yeah. Great stuff. Smoke goes down on the bomb. They try to commit to the defuse, but not going to be working when DevFox is there with his trusty blade. Now a double AK buy up from HellRaisers. We talk about this team typically being one that after winning the pistol like to go for a lot of SMGs. So far this series has proven us a little bit wrong. Playing safer up against VP and going for a few more rifles in play, especially on this T side, going to be important for the range game towards middle. And they will be taking a lot of fast mid control. The SMG supported by the 2 AKs in play as they storm their way down towards the bottom. Snacks over towards short, more of a passive style. VP not going to be taking any mid-control at all. Neo's just been a little tagged up, and he's going to be playing passive as a result of it over in the connector area. But HellRaisers have gone for some great smokes towards connector to push them at least in towards this short area, and the entry going their way. Snacks is falling. They won't expect the third player on the site, though, as Pasha is dropped, and Bialy, actually they do. Bondic removes his face. Zero follows up as well, and Taz, he's completely on his own.
He's trapped on his lonesome, confused and scared. Like a lost child in Asda, Hugo. other shops are available. Taz with the opening frag though, connects the headshot on Psycho, hungry for more, so close yet so far, as Angel will punish him, leaving just 4 men left standing on the side of HellRaisers. Only 1 casualty, that's a fairly effective round. Virtus Pro as well, still no money to play with, obviously, as we work our way through. This is still going to be another round going into the bank of HellRaisers. They're looking good as they pick these rounds up as well. These SMGs still in play. Hopefully they can get some more money back over on Styko. It set themselves up into a very good situation into the first fire round.
Definitely so. Snacks with the flashbang, maybe going for a bit of a burst inside of the connector. We can see all these players here, and Snacks passive towards the triple box. I think he's just going to flash them all through middle, which would make sense, but the issue is HellRaisers are playing passive mid, so it's going to be a bit of a waste of $200 there as the flash is set up from Snacks. Is he going to go for it? Who knows? Find out next week. As you can see, they are just waiting to see if HellRaisers are going to be going for anything aggressive towards middle. Snacks actually not using that flashbang. They just probed it and realized it's completely empty, but finally they're going to get spotted here. Somehow, these pistols are working out. Pasha and Neo both picking up a kill. They're going to have guns drop for them as well, and they will throw them over to the players with more HP to work with. But in the meantime, they've lost control of the A site. Angel's pushed up with that, and the SMG against non-armored players. I know who I'm banking on, and it's Angel once again to pick up 3 fantastic kills.
Flaps his wings as he glides by and just annihilates everyone. 0 as well, the backstab on Neo, just leaving Pasha left standing. A round that looked like it had so much potential. An Angel, the in-game leader that can just frag like a madman, picks it up almost single-handedly. Tears his way through all 3 of those players, leaving just Pasha to try and do something, anything in the round that might aid his teammates as he slowly makes his approach down. Angel also upgrading to that AK-47. He has just gifted a weapon to Pasha. He can try and grab that UMP. Actually just sticks to the USP right now. Walks his way up towards top mid though. Bondik, easy frag for him, takes him down. HellRaisers looking very effective so far. The replay of this as well. Angel, so filthy. Obviously, Bayali was just trying to hold his ground. Sorry, Snacks was just trying to hold his ground, wait for the right moment to face to help out his teammates, but peaked a little bit too late there. All of them get punished. Finally, they have cash to play with though.
Yeah, no open play though in for Snacks or Pasha at the moment though. They're just going to be sticking with the rifles. Bit of utility to work alongside as well, but not too much here as HellRaisers are looking good. They've still got Stiko on this UMP, and that's going to be great considering 3 players of VP don't have head armor, so he can really exploit them in that regard. Obviously, it's hard to buy up head armor when you need that utility over on the CT side, and to be honest, even with 3 players not investing it, the utility is so low, and they've already used most of it. It does delay the push though. HellRaisers look like they want to set up for a fast B, and that's been cancelled, which has been very lucky for VP, because that fast B could have really upset them considering the amount of weaponry that HellRaisers really do have and the utility for the post plant. So now they're going to have to go a little more slow. They will back off in towards the top of middle as well as the bomb wrapping in through T-spawn. Zero's got the underpass control, and Virtus Pro just sitting pretty for the time being.
That's true. Trying to hold their ground right now, not doing anything too crazy, not really going to overextend. Snacks playing a little bit aggressive right now as he plays close to connector, peering over the top of that smoke, waiting for the right moment to strike. Obviously Angel and Stako are close by though. They're tiptoeing up, covering that ground, slowly approaching what could be their demise if they don't play this right. Dead Fox and Co though choose the right time to strike as they work their way up ramp. 45 seconds left on the clock as the play towards the A-bomb site will kick off. The first frag though going the way of Virtus Pro. Neo taking down Angel. Styko as well going to hit the deck, but Zero with the trade back upon Snacks leaves them in a 3 versus 4 as they bombard their way towards the A-bomb site, just trying to overwhelm anyone that is there. Bayali with a peek comes through though, headshot upon Zero, still holding his ground firm. Wants another one, doubles it up as he takes down Bondik. Isn't aware of the position of Dead Fox though. Dead Fox so close to him, the call has been made. His teammates will find the kill. Neo will be the one to put him down. And still, VP clinging on.
Yeah, just off the back of that, they are going to be able to pick it up on their first buy round as well, so very important. HellRaisers still able to buy, yes, and the AWP will actually be pulled in here for Dead Fox as well, so nice to see that addition to the T side. Maybe it will surprise VP, who is still sticking with the rifles here, not quite able to buy up that AWP into play. And obviously with it not being on HellRaisers in the previous round, nothing to save either, so sticking with the rifles, this time a lot more utility. And with no SMGs out for HellRaisers, the head armor isn't as important, but it is far more prevalent, only Neo lacking it. And Virtus Pro going to be mollied out a connector for the fast peak, but it won't matter because we have no one on this T side pushing quickly into middle. Just Dead Fox again holding from this passive position just for the push, but nothing will come through. Eventually they'll take a bit of control. Stiko and Dead Fox going to be forcing their way up into middle. And with the lack of AWP as well, VP have, as a result, given a very big lack of mid control. The only control they have is a double connector play. And that is a bit of an issue considering Short is going to be fully under the realms of HellRaisers if they do so choose to go towards that.
With these early rounds, the peak's coming out. Angel trying to get these opening frags now. He will peek his way around. Smoke going in as well over towards jungle. The rest of his teammates setting themselves up, getting ready. You can see they're close, ready for the execute. Bondic became the first headshot by Ali. Trades back upon Zero, but Dead Fox too hot to handle as he lands the AWP shot upon Snacks now. They're in a good situation. They keep making it better. Neo, sure, he's trying to defend it from CT, but he becomes the last member of Virtus Pro alive and kicking. The double face goes through. Angel will take him down. And that's another round picked up by HellRaisers. They look so on point right now. We said online CS can be shaky sometimes for Virtus Pro, and this map is proving that it is HellRaisers' domain, really. I mean, we look at it, this should be their 12th round secured. VP, 9 rounds on the board, no cash to play with. They don't really have an answer.
VP have only lost Mirage once out of the last 10 times they've played it. So this will be their second loss in the last 10. This is a big loss if they lose it as well to an underdog team such as HellRaisers. Obviously, it's not quite over yet, and VP are known for having these abilities to still stay strong despite a bad scoreline. But still, this is a really good kick up the butt for VP, as HellRaisers doing a lot of damage onto this one. They will get a clean 12th, I can imagine, as well. As only a couple of pistols are invested here for the side of VP. Neo's going to be sprayed and prayed, and he will be backing off as eventually Stiko wall bangs him there through the wall. As they start their way up towards short with a split on for Zero as well. The short control will not work out from Pasha, the only player with anything to work with in that round really, and Taz and by Ali, last two players standing. One by one they'll fall, and HellRaisers, Jackie, they're at 12 rounds.
This is crazy. Yeah, they're going to get this. There's no way that VP can contest at this point. I mean, Bayali, the last one left standing with nothing really to invest. He can try and stay out of their line of sight if he wants to. Doesn't give them any extra free cash, but at this point, it doesn't even matter. Their money's barreled out of control already. It's so inflated. He might as well just try and get a weapon if possible, but it's not really likely he's going to be able to get out of this one. Just doing damage for the sake of doing damage, ideally. Waiting for the peak to come through, holding for the exit frags. They should clear this angle. I mean, he's a little bit off as well, just playing far back, so they'll get sight of him first. They're also all going to exit together, which is smart. Gets the opening upon Angel. Hungry for more, but there's the trade come in. HellRaisers as well get that round on the board now. VP, money to play with once again, but even when they've had cash, it just looks lackluster. I mean, HellRaisers have been absolutely living up to their name on that T-half.
Definitely. Really good aggression so far, really good stuff. Devfox been doing good work with the AWP, currently 22 and 11, top of his team. Angel close behind. Obviously, he is one of those IGLs with the ability to frag, but we never really see him at the top of the scoreboard here. So it's nice to see him actually kicking off this game. We've seen a couple of nice 3Ks, especially on that pistol round on the T side as well. Let's have a look into this one, a very important one. Pasha tagged down early on, trying to go for that jump spot over towards the B apartments. Zero's going to throw in a nade just to sprinkle some damage onto his head as the Rebel falls. And in the meantime, Stiko over towards middle does drop Snacks, getting a bit too big for his boots, and Connector falls down. There's no need for Zero to aggress here onto apartments. They've got that man advantage. There's no reason for him to throw it away. And if he had a teammate to trade, maybe it would be justified. But playing solo like this, you don't want to get picked and then have no one to at least bring things back in your favour.
Obviously left in this awkward situation as well. If they can try and get a trade out, it would help. They need to take the man advantage, though, as it's just a matter of time before HellRaisers strike. But Pasha, fantastic play, peeks up, instantly beheads Zero as he claims that frag. Looking good. We'll keep the aggression going as well, as he's teeming with energy, seeming like he wants to try and do even more work for the side of VP. He gets up close and personal to the smoke, but won't try anything too risky. Just holding his ground now. Good to see. If he went a bit overconfident there, he definitely could have been punished because of this. Window control has been taken, though. Angel slipped in. Styko holding from CPL as well. Pasha trying to get those frags if they peek out. Angel has done the damage already, though. The headshot comes through. Styko as well. Kill upon Pasha, leaving them in such an awkward situation. HellRaisers looking like they're hungry for round 13. Neo with the peek out, spots out. Angel dinks him, leaving him on a measly 6 HP, but it was not enough. By Ali now, the last man to try and ward them off, to try and achieve anything. And he really shouldn't be able to achieve now into this round, as HellRaisers, 4 players left standing. Angel the only one that's remotely low. This is just too far gone. By Ali, you imagine he'll just try and save.
Yeah, no kit, no utility. But really, at this point, even if he saves, all he's doing is bringing this gun to the next round. It's not like they can rebuy around a single rifle with nothing to play with. And to be honest, with the position coming in from behind a Bondic, I don't think he'll even be able to save. I think Bondic even knows where he is, because look at the players. Look at Angel. Look where he's spotting. I think he has a bit of an inkling that he's over towards here. And yeah, I thought so. The rifle was sticking out from the corner, so Bondic actually knew from Palace where he was, but he couldn't go for the shot at that kind of range. And that's why Angel was spraying, trying to bait out by Ali, just to make him move forward maybe towards that cross. But yeah, good play from HellRaisers. I like the communication there. 13-9, VP no cash, so even that saved rifle wouldn't have changed too much. And a 14th on the horizon here for the European side.
Tearing it up right now as they work their way through. I mean, they just look fantastic. This is a whole new HellRaisers on display, and it's awesome to watch. The double peek will come in, though, from Taz and by Ali. They're going to try and catch anyone off guard that's playing up close and personal in Palace. Obviously, they do have some good weapons to work with, actually. The P250 and the CZ. If Bondik isn't aware of the play they're going for, definitely could be punished. But then again, he is the man you'd want in these sort of scenarios. Can tear everyone a new one. Should be easy frags for him if he has the range advantage in his favour. Still holding strong right now, no reason to go for this information play just yet. Meanwhile, his teammates spreading around, trying to find something to work with. Bondik also going to back off at this point and regrouping up. Seems like it will be an A play into this one. They have smokes to work with, so this could actually favour Virtus Pro if they can get into the backline and try and go for this stab here. Taz, he'll be hearing a lot of audio cues as well, knowing that there are going to be players close by. Bondik will re-peek into the situation. Taz hammering down that trigger, Hugo, but he can't quite get the frag.
And he's only got 6 bullets left as well. Nade comes in, that's good damage. Now they can just hunt him. They know he's so low, and he'll peek out, but it's not going to be anything as Bondik drops him by Ali playing the range game with the P250. If they peek out from Palace, he is gone. And 1 HP, here comes the nade. Doesn't do anything. He's still going to be escaping with little to no health left. So HellRaisers, again, a 5-on-4, essentially a 5-on-3 at this point. Bomb plant, and only up against pistols for the exits here. Snax is coming in from behind, as he always does. But I don't think it's going to be enough here with just a sole USP to his name. And HellRaisers looking on the edge of a 14th round. A very dominant T-side so far. It was fairly equal towards the first half, but this one has really cemented their place.
It's true. They're in a good situation to try and lock this down. Obviously, getting that 14th round on the board, that's a huge feat for them. They're so close. 2 rounds away from closing out map 1. The scoreline as well, they're so dominant. Not really what we expected going into this. And sure, the CTs are attempting to do something. They're pushing their way back in, just going for these aggressive faces, hoping they can find an opener that will help them. But it's just not meant to be. There is easy kills coming out right now for HellRaisers. They take that 14th round on the board. It's another notch going in the belt. And VP, the buy can come out, but they need to try and respond. They've had these buys out in the past, but even then, they haven't shown any kind of ingenuity to actually slow down HellRaisers.
My question is, where's the pause? Right? Because this is a really important round for VP. They lose this, they lose the game, because HellRaisers get 15, and then they have a force buy with 3,400 for the last round. They're saving nothing from this one, so they really won't have much money. So I feel like in this position, they should have, had a pause, taken a break, stopped the momentum from the T side, and maybe try and work out what they want to do in this one. Because while they have changed their setup a little bit with this aggression towards middle in the hands of Taz, it's still, just a minute to kind of cool down and take a second can always help a team. Regardless, though, we have this mid control. It's going to be, to no avail as HellRaisers are forced their way up towards the A site. The smoke's on the cross, and Stiko just dropping Neo, fully blind as well as he peeks out a bit too aggressively. Stiko hunting for more, and he spots him out. Angel supporting, but Pasha will come back into the connector to do one more. It will be Taz aggressively towards the top of middle. Almost runs out of ammo. Just takes down 0 before the ammo is conceded, and Snax coming back in with the AWP. Nice quick couple of kills there to close out the round. VP actually come back in without a pause, and 10 rounds to 14.
Ferocious flurry of frags there coming out in the end from Snax. I mean, that's what we wanted to see. Works his way back in and really penalises HellRaisers in that situation. Will stop them and stomp out the fire that's been going so strong for them. But look at the economy they have. It's just crazy how much it ballooned out of control. It's skyrocketed. And it's going to take a long time before there'll be an economical crash that will really slow them down into this. As HellRaisers, they have a chance to bounce back. They can definitely bite and slow down VP at this point, but it's still good they delayed them. The longer they can stop them from getting on that 15th round, the more chance they have of getting to that point themselves. As soon as it gets into the factor where they have to play a flawless game of CS and don't have any breathing room, can't even make a single mistake, that's when it's going to be really awkward for VP.
Indeed it will. But let's see what this round holds for us as Angel. Looking for the pick in towards connector. That's a deep smoke as well. Taz needs to either get out of there or push him through because he is going to be cornered in this position. The Molotov as well, that will spread to him for sure. He has to escape, and he's actually going to push out aggressively, not even backing up to join his teammates here. He has no support. He has to get a kill, and he will run towards the underpass, actually succeeding as well. Takes a kill before he falls down. It's a worthy trade there, but will he follow up? Or will his team, as Snax and Neo both pick up a kill, but it's going to be retaliation from Zero and Dead Fox. Both get 1 each. Another control of the site is under the hands of HellRaisers, but the bomb's still not going down. They have 50 seconds left, so plenty of time, but they don't realise that the site has been completely opened up like a can of worms. VP are not in position to stop this bomb from being planted, but they haven't committed to it just yet, waiting for VP to potentially overexpose himself.
Holding these angles, holding firm, smart stuff. The bomb will go down as well. Now time is ticking away. This forces the hand of VP. They do have the double kit in play though, so it's not all doom and gloom. They definitely have a chance to work their way back through. By Ali upgrading himself to that Kalashnikov that was left limp on the floor as they start to push their way in. Dead Fox holding the angle, spots out Snacks, the leg comes in, but not quite the frag just yet, but this forces them to back off. He can't try and go for these confident plays as Zero playing from Forest will connect the beautifulest headshot. Takes down by Ali. That is so demoralizing for VP now, leaving just one man to try and retake this. Sneaky Snacks takes his play, will find the shot upon Zero. Dead Fox though, biding his time. He knows that Snacks is low, will peek out, has the angle covered as Snacks tries to back off towards short, misses the shot, but it doesn't matter. The bomb will go off. They get 15th round on the board. It also takes down Snacks in the meantime. And this is such an awkward situation to be in. No money is left for VP. They are broken and they are left begging on the curb.
Yeah, you never save in a 2v2. You never save in a 2v2, so I can understand why VP went for that one, obviously. But that's the thing. If they saved in that 2v2, they would have had a bit of money now for the last one. But instead, it's a double scout, triple pistol buy. It is good for HellRaisers. They are looking Gucci as they have an open play again for Dead Fox. This is so unlucky for VP. But you can't take it away from this T side. They have just been phenomenal, firing on all cylinders, only allowing VP to pick up 2 CT rounds so far. And HellRaisers just looking in for more once again. We can see in towards middle of Stiko trying to find an opener. And I think this is one of the teams that really started to rise up in this season of Pro League, really prove their worth with the confidence from earlier and then knocking Envious down in the I-League qualifiers as well. Going into this, I think the confidence really just has gone above and beyond. They are just looking so good. And I think HellRaisers are really a team to watch out for, potentially even being able to make the LAN finals with the current record on streak.
It's true, because they're just tearing their way through. As we said, HellRaisers, every time we get to witness these guys, they look better, time in, time out. There's been no signs of them slowing down. They only just keep adding more fuel to the fire. Now, into what could be the penultimate round, obviously, as they work their way through this, if they can shut down this measly buy over on the side of VP, this would be a huge, huge win for them. Scout shot does come out from Neo. Tagger as well. He tries to back off, but is eventually eliminated. Sniped by Dead Fox. A 2K already to this man's name. He's been going huge. Absolutely sublime sniping skills on display. He keeps it up. Angel as well. The in-game leader. You'd think he's the entry fragger as he does stuff like this. Countless rounds have gone purely because of his individual skills. Styko with a final frag upon Pasha. But there you have it. They close it out. HellRaisers, the opening map win there. I mean, we expected VP to come in here very heavy-handedly. Close this out with a 2-0 scoreline, but now the only chance they have left at best is a 1-1 HellRaisers. Crazy display.
Yeah, very, very important as well to actually pick up the map that I thought this was going to be far clean cut for VP. Going into Overpass as a second map is a less effective map for the Virtus Pro side, so actually looking at a potential 2-0 the other way. HellRaisers could be really the upset team. They took a 2-0 off G2 yesterday, as we saw in the Pro League as well, and now going into tonight, a 2-0 is looking incredibly possible with VP being shaky on this second map. So the fact that this is VP's second win out of the last 11 times they have played this map in the past 3 months, that is ridiculous. That is a crazy statistic.
It's true, that's a huge feat coming into this. Why don't we look at some of the highlight kills as well throughout that matchup that allowed them to, set how dominant they were.
I love that.
Early smart plays coming out as well. Across the board, it was good communication from HellRaisers that allowed them to close this out. Dead Fox, individually, so talented. I mean, you can see that smart play there into that early round. It just overall looked like they had a lot more going on for them. Virtus Pro, sure, they had some small showings of them being able to cut their way through, but it just looked like way too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to them. Like, you can't take anything away from them, despite the first half being very, very close. And we're thinking, okay, yeah, I mean, VP picked up 8 rounds T side. That's very good, but I mean, it's not real VP. We'll see real VP in the second half on the CT side. That's where they prevail a lot of the time. So going into the second half, we weren't worried at all for the Polish guys. But now, after seeing that, 2 rounds on their whole CT side? That is really not Virtus Pro-esque over on Mirage. So good, impressive display from HellRaisers. I'm going to be keeping my eye on them personally, and I'm looking forward to the second map where we could maybe even see the second 2-0 of this week for them.
It's true, and that'd be mental. If they come in here actually claim that second map as well, that's fantastic, not only for their standings, but in terms of how they've been performing as a team. As you said, they've recently just qualified as well, so they're looking good overall. They're a team that have actually started to get some big wins underneath their belt, starting to get the organization back up there, and it finally looks like Angel has found the 5 that he wants to play with, the 4 other players that cement well and work with him.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people have been mentioning as well, the issue we had talked about with NaVi not having this in-game leader to the same level as Zeus previously. Angel, yeah. A lot of people are saying that, Angel should be going to that team, but to be honest, I feel like, obviously I'm not going to go as far as saying HellRaisers is better than NaVi right now. I feel like Angel's doing absolutely fine in his current place, obviously. I would understand if he made a move if they even asked him, but then again, that's a whole different conversation. But he's doing very well at his current point in time.
It's true. You know, he's getting everything working very well. He knows how to utilize his players to the best of his abilities, and it's been cool to watch, obviously, the progression. Yeah,
a good comparison as well is to look at Bondik when he was on the flip side, right, under the IGL Blade. So Bondik really wasn't really a star in flip side to the same level that he is over here, because Angel gives him a far more looser style. He's allowed to play to his own strengths, and kind of under Blade, he was kind of kept down. And I feel like that he was never as a bigger player as he is coming into this team. And that's one of the reasons I think this is just such a better style for Bondik individually joining, and even just the whole team in general, having these ability to have these players that can always go off, like Bondik, like Dead Fox.
It's true. Let's see if Bondik and Dead Fox, the dynamic duo that were causing a stir for HellRaisers, will be popping off again in Map 2, as it will be up shortly.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5. Obviously, we've just seen some exciting stuff on that first map. Virtus Pro, we thought they were going to close it out, but they didn't. I'm joined once again by Hugo. Now, why don't we break down what just went on there, as it was a crazy win from HellRaisers.
Yeah, definitely. VP with a great start on the T-side. We saw them get 8 rounds in the first half. That's very effective for a T-side Mirage, even in an equal matchup. Obviously, this wasn't, so we expected them to be able to close it out off the back of that. Unfortunately for them, HellRaisers come in with a great pistol round. We saw Angel with that 3k just to open things up, and then it kind of just fed over to the way of HellRaisers. VP not really getting much of an edge in. Every round they got was reset straight away, and they only ended up with 10, whereas HellRaisers closed out 16.
It's true, and that was kind of a dominant affair as they worked their way through. Obviously, going into map 2 as well, it'll be interesting to see if HellRaisers keep up this level of aggression and actually go on to potentially 2-0 the series. That would be a crazy feat, as we spoke about, not only in terms of the standings, as it would definitely boost them up to quite almost towards the top end of the table, which is going to be pretty good for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, going into the second map has a really good potential as well. The issue is, obviously, this is Overpass. So this isn't a map that we see VP play commonly. They're currently 2 and 3, at least in recent standings. Not great wins at all, really. Nothing too impressive, but again, this is VP. They have that VP factor, they have that Polish powerhouse, so it's hard to predict. But that being said, HellRaisers themselves don't really play this map a huge amount either. I mean, they're currently 2 and 1 on it, so what can you really say about that? They did have a win on this exact map, obviously we saw last night, up against a G2. And one of their 2 maps that they actually took away. So there's a potential that they showed something good there, but obviously that was against G2, who are looking really quite shoddy at the moment, not being too effective, at least so far in the EPL or other leagues for that matter. So going into that, there's not really much you can draw from that as a conclusion. This is a map that neither team really plays, so I guess a lot of proving grounds for HellRaisers.
It's true, and that's the thing though, obviously, as well. That's kind of the only information we have to base it on with HellRaisers over past team play. It'll be interesting to see if they do live up to the same sort of prowess they had there, as it was quite a dominant affair when they closed that game out, and obviously coming into it, if they can do the same effect against Virtus Pro, that would be pretty crazy. But then again, VP as well on Overpass, it's going to be interesting, as they might be able to bring something to the table, but you've got to kind of hedge your bets towards HellRaisers in this sort of scenario now, especially off the dominant performance they brought to the table.
Yeah, especially considering as well, HellRaisers is now going to be starting on the T side of this map, which means that, you know, they seem to be a T-sided team. Every match we see them play, they just do far better on the T side. Again, they are winning all their matches, so that's, you know, again, if they're up against teams that aren't at their level, then that's exactly why. Of course, you do better on the T side, much as most teams do. But going into this one, at least looking at them performing very well on the T side in previous maps, such as yesterday, such as already the one we've seen against VP with a very effective T side on Mirage, I think there's really good chances that they could actually get a very a stomp on this first half, maybe pick up 8-9 rounds up against VP.
That'll be interesting. Obviously, guys, we'll have a short break before we go into this second matchup. Why don't we check out a rewind of 2016 and see all the highlights from that year?
Coming in. Fallen actually gets seized as well. I'm starting to believe as well. Stop blowing my mind! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Fast play. Very fast play. There it is. Oh my gosh. G2 certainly has to be convinced. It might be the absolutely perfect round. Nice shot on Fern. Hit the ground and Taco low in HP. Easy to pick up again. It's all on shots. He picks up one in overtime. Here looking for the shot. Shot's going to pick up one more. Triple for him. Oh, yes, the quad kill. Are you kidding me, Shoxy? That's going to volley off. This gives away the indication, though. They should know he's here. They do with the knife. DW. He goes through.
In the same place there. Simple just jumping. Actually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is it?
Snacks. Does find one. Does he dances back and forth between the bars? What a shot. What in God's name is that from Stairs?
Caravan drops him and Fallen, returns back on, takes a second as well, and the third. That's going to be the great go there. Oh, what are you doing?
At least these opening smokes are going to. They are putting one down at the very start of this round, but it's Config just greeting the edge. Oh, switches up! Config!
They're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, they've tried it before. They're going to quick shut down time after time again. Automatic!
The left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards Connector. Sick shot from Kenny, and again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no respect. Fourth one tech shots and the ace. That's beautifully done. That is sick.
Wow, what a wonderful year it was for Counter-Strike last year. Obviously, fabulous stuff. So many great tournaments were played out, and obviously all of this is going to boil down to the finals in Dallas that should really prove to a fantastic storyline. So still another year for awesome Counter-Strike action coming up now. Hugo, talking about things that are in the now though, HellRaisers going up against Virtus Pro, Map 2 coming into effect, Overpass, that's where it's going to be boiling down to. Give me sort of your rough opinion now going into it.
A prediction still very difficult. We both predicted with VP. I'm just gonna stick with it for the sake of being consistent. Yeah, no more flipping, because I flipped earlier, and that came back to haunt me. But yeah, stick with my original prediction. I think VP are still able to pick up this map despite a bit of a shambles on the first one. Obviously, that was one of their better maps, so it was quite a surprise to actually see HellRaisers knock the ball out of the park in that regard. But going into this one again, it's anyone's game, right? Neither of these teams play this map consistently. Neither of these teams have many consistent wins. So looking at it, it's anyone's match to take, and that means that obviously both these teams could have put some time and effort into this map, could have worked out some new kind of strategy, something new to bring to the table, and that's what I hope to see. At least I hope to see something original, or at least in the style of Angel, for the calling side of HellRaisers, maybe something cool on the T side that we haven't seen before, or something to catch VP off guard. We saw some nice pistol rounds at least in the previous one, and hopefully that will continue, and I think there's a very good chance of that as well, with neither of these teams having played this map as of late.
It's true. So we're obviously dabbling on what we think the result will be. Why don't you tell us what you think the result will be? Tweet at us, hit us up on Facebook, let us know who you think will be picking up this win here, as obviously it is going to be an important one. If HellRaisers come back and take this in a 2-0 fashion, it would be a fantastic storyline. But there is always potential for VP to come into effect. And if you guys at home are big fans of Virtus Pro or HellRaisers, why don't you grab yourself one of their jerseys from the ESL store? Both are there. You might as well slip them on. Wear both at the same time. You never know. It might be good for warmth.
Great idea, yeah, obviously, and I feel like HellRaisers is going to be the dark horse of this Pro League season. I didn't expect anything from the last season. They almost got relegated, as we talked about earlier, and now looking at this season, I would not honestly be surprised if they made the LAN finals, and to some that may seem like a very bold prediction, to others maybe not so much. They've been seeing HellRaisers rise through the cracks, but with the current inconsistencies of some of the teams, who look at some of the top teams that we expect to be in the finals, let's look at where they are right now. G2 bottom, Envious second from bottom, NIP, well, near the bottom, but just started winning matches with the addition of Draken. If that carries on, that could completely change the trajectory, but at the moment, near the bottom. Fnatic, inconsistently near the middle. And then we have obviously the obvious ones like Astralis up there. We have people like, even NaVi and North up there. And those are kind of expected teams to take the top few slots. But I think HellRaisers could sneak in at number 5, number 6, something like that, and even make the finals, which could be a real surprise.
It's true. It would be an interesting feat if they made their way through. Obviously, HellRaisers is always kind of a big name in CS. They've always had teams that make it to these events, but then never really achieve too much. You're kind of your quarterfinal teams.
Yeah, it's sort of similar to Flipside in the sense that they kind of coast along. They make every major, but they don't really do anything in it. They never get out of groups, and yeah, they just pick up that sweet sticker money. So. Again, hopefully we'll be seeing a different HellRaisers, and I think as of late, definitely online so far. I want to see this on LAN soon. I want to see them at the finals, judging by what we've seen so far, and I want to see them prove themselves, because a lot of people just go, oh, they're winning online maps. There's tweets saying, oh, online doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, if HellRaisers perform well online so far in this season and they make their way to the LAN finals and then they do well, they get out of groups, they do something there, that could be a real shout to shut up the haters.
Yeah, true. Work their way through blocking out the haters as they want to try and do some damage. It's true. Obviously, that's what all that money helps you for. But guys, before we get into this action, we want to let you cool down a little bit because it might be too much to handle. It's going to be an explosive one. So take some time off, go and grab a drink, calm down a little bit, and then return when we come back from this short break. everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you for waiting patiently. Obviously, we had a slight technical issue that has now been resolved and everything will be underway. Now it's been sorted and put to bed, but something that will be kicking off to try and repay you guys for waiting so long will be this exciting second matchup. Obviously, HellRaisers going up against Virtus Pro. Second map will be Overpass. We've waited a little bit of time now to get into it. You spoke about what you saw previously, but obviously for people that weren't here, why don't you touch on that again?
Well, obviously, we just saw the win coming out from HellRaisers in the first map, a map the VP are very, very good at over on Mirage, taking it 16-10. This is a map that these teams neither play too consistently, and neither of them have great results or wins on. So it's more of a proving grounds for HellRaisers. Can they do it on both maps? Not only VP's good map, but also their own bad maps. And this is going to be a perfect example as we go into the pistol round. HellRaisers on that T side, Angel going to be calling. We have Stiko on those nades, and opening it up will be Angel dropping it. Snacks to do the dirty business to start things off. Pasha does get traded though by Stiko, but Snacks is still in the back lines, causing havoc left and right as he gets himself a third, going in for more, but Stiko trades, and 2 remain for each side.
That was so sick from Snacks on the opener, but the response has now come in from HellRaisers as well, making things a little bit more manageable. Neo and Bayali, the last 2 CTs remaining. They've packed an absolute punch, but can they try it and keep this pain train rolling? Stiko going to be backing off. Zero as well, trying to link up with his teammate. They still have a lot of time to play with. I mean, 1 minute 8 left on the clock. There's no reason for them to rush in and go headstrong just yet. You've got utility to play with as well, so why not just try and take it slow before you commit? VP as well, playing one man to a site, not the best situation. If they lose anyone in this scenario, it's going to be very easy for the push to come through and for HellRaisers to try and lock things down. Bayali, though, gets a lot of information as they peek. He was on the aggressive angle over by Short. You can see his teammate deciding if he wants to rotate over now as well as the push comes towards the B-bomb site.
And the smoke will go over. That's going to make it very obvious. They still have loads of utility left to use, and it will be all expended, but it's all a fake. We can see the rotation start to come in. Now Neo's going to back off down towards B, but as they realise it's all a fake, Zero's going to push up onto that site, and it's too late here for Neo to be in position. He has to rotate back on in a little bit late. The smoke going to be held out, but he spots Neo crossing, and there we go. Neo reacts. Quick kill. Bomb planted, but Neo should be hot on his heels, ready to get the single tap that will send Stiko to the grave, but apparently not. Stiko gets it. Oh, it's Bayali to trade. And VP, they are going to pick up that very, very important pistol round.
Absolutely fantastic. You get in there early, you come in hard and fast, get the opening pistol round, sets them up for potentially working their way through. Obviously, they want to try and get the next 2 rounds off the back of this as well. HellRaisers to get the bomb down though, so they're going to have to cash play over a little bit sooner, so it will be a hard fight. HellRaisers into this one though, not able to bring anything to the table. Really, this should be the second round easily picked up by VP. Heavy investment into the SMGs as well. 1 rifle will be brought up over on Snacks. The rest of them with that utility to play with. They're in a good spot, so this should be a fairly quick round.
And VP reading this safely. They know HellRaisers aren't going to force up. It'd be a risky play. We've seen some similar forces from VP, at least in the previous map, once HellRaisers had the same situation in reverse. And obviously that didn't go too well. So VP expecting HellRaisers just to fully eco this one, as they have a Deagle or 2 and a couple of PT-50s just to add into the mix. But I like the aggressive push from Pasha. The smoke has gone over early on, allowing him to push up without having to worry. And the boost up as well. The Deagle shot's not connecting. Pasha doesn't even know where it's coming from. He's just getting shot at, overrun with bullets. Eventually will react, but it's Bondic to fall and Stiko to trade as Neo tries to pick up the pieces of the round. So far he's done good damage, but he's pincered in between 2 players, spamming away, pistol in hand, but it's Angel eventually to get some retaliation on the board.
Very awkward there, but actually HellRaisers coming out on top so far. And this is looking a little bit tasty as they work their way through. Potential for VP to actually get punished into this round and could reset their economy. HellRaisers, though, I'm going to wait and see if that is going to be the case. The peek comes out from Taz. It took him so long to transfer damage onto Dead Fox there. A huge whiff. Couldn't control the recoil, it seemed. A little bit of confusion into that play. And now Bayali left in a 1 versus 3. HellRaisers with the instant response. This is just crazy.
Such a weird round to win. It's not like they even forced it as well. It was just VP overextending and getting picked off. That early push from Pasha could have been great, but it in fact was a complete opposite. The issue is obviously no one's armored, so Bayali's going to push him fast. He should be contesting this very, very quickly, just running and gunning, but again, he's up against a plethora of weapons. This M4 at range is going to be on Dead Fox. So much health as well to work with. While aim punch is an issue, apparently aim is not. Dead Fox silences the last man alive, and HellRaisers with none other than 2k investment max overall across the board are going to be able to make that work.
Really, really awkward there. Obviously, HellRaisers coming back in like that. That's so crazy because obviously, you know, the reset they have to invest quite heavily into this round. VP as well, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised. They had the upper hand by far in terms of their arsenal. You come into this now with a very weak blow, just upgraded weaponry. What makes you think they're actually going to pick this round up off the back of that? That investment could all be for nothing at this point if HellRaisers, now with just a crazy strong amount of weaponry to play with, could tear their way through them very quickly. Byali wants to try and spark the initiative. We'll go for the opening phase, but Bondic tears him apart. Absolutely dispatched. Easy frags come out for him. A tasty 2K, but in the rear, it will be Snax. Chunky but funky, he comes out, we'll get the opening frag before he's traded out by Bondic.
3 kills on the man so far, looking for the ace, but he's just holding on for the rotations. Neo's going to spot with the scout, but the bomb is already down, and no one from HellRaisers is even going to peek this one. That's the thing, I like this. There's no reason to frag hunt, especially when you have rifles. If you have a couple of UMP players, maybe some MAC-10s in the mix, you want to go for hunts on the side of HellRaisers, but when you have AKs and M4s, what's the point? Keep those guns, bring them in. You're not going to want to waste away ammo and weaponry, at least, that you have to reinvest in. Not ammo, this is 1.6, but Pasha and Neo just going to be getting away with the guns for the time being. No one chasing too heavily. Bondic may exit here, but probably going to push up the stairs, so unlikely to come into the face of Pasha. And right now, it's looking like HellRaisers have themselves a second round on the board. VP saving a bit to play with in the next round, but it's going to be one more eco. They won't force up again for sure, and then they're going to be going for the buy.
Yeah, they have to basically give away another round for free. Obviously, HellRaisers working their way through that. It's just scary that HellRaisers have been able to get this much momentum behind them this early into it. Bondic, of course, the man that we spoke about so highly. We put him on a pedestal for his display in the previous matchup. Still coming back into it. Sure, they didn't have the best weapon to deal with in that scenario, but him just being able to get both of those frags with no trades coming out. It's crazy to see them being able to get away with stuff like that.
Against force players
as
well. It's not nothing.
It's true. They had those CZs playing up close. You expect a trade at least.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to be a bit of a throwaway round now for VP, as only these two saving players have anything to hold with. As you can see, already 3 USPs on the other guys. HellRaisers well equipped to deal with this one. They've got the UMP, that will be good for munching down the armorless players, even getting the headshot on Neo without body armor, and the rest of the AKs and M4s ready to shut down pretty much everyone else. HellRaisers shouldn't have any issue with this. They're not going to lose to an eco, don't be silly, that wouldn't happen. Oh wait. As you can see, they're going to be charging up towards the connector very early on, just clearing out this map control. And I like this as well, because they know the VP are very likely going to give some kind of stack, some kind of cheese play with these pistols. And this connector stack is a very common one for ecos as well, and force buys alike. So actually using all the Molotovs and safely clearing out the connector there, while it is costly to expend those $400 grenades, it's a safe option. It guarantees the fact that you're not going to be losing a rifle to a pistol player. And I like that for HellRaisers, playing it slow and methodical, whereas they maybe wouldn't do that on a rifle round, not expecting some kind of stack. But it's a fast speed play that they're going to be running into. Virtus Pro with a stack on the other side of the map.
Yeah, the stack coming through. Pasha as well getting the opening frag upon Styko as he does some damage with that CZ. The bomb will be planted towards the B1 site. Angel retaliating though, puts them back into a 4 versus 4. They have tried to group up and overwhelm Angel as they make their approach down towards that B-bomb site. Neo also peeking out on his lonesome with a scout in hand, but Angel dispatching anyone that peeks into him right now. A very easy frag comes through from Bondic. Hungry for more as well. The scout of Neo trying to capitalize, but he's struggling to connect these headshots. Just firing off pot shots right now. The bullets whizzing past their ears. The CT's starting to back off as well, but unfortunately for Neo, he's not able to get out of there. Dead Fox will connect the headshot, but his teammates that have scavenged the AK will be able to back off. Byali didn't really get anything into the round, but if he can stay alive, potentially find a late frag here onto Angel, it would be good.
Nothing will come their way though. Aside from Angel just cleaning out a last player, but at the end of the day, it won't make too much of a difference. It's still going to be the buy for VP regardless of what they save. And Taz just holding onto that AK gives him a little bit of extra money to buy up utility. Kit alongside that as well. So fairly decent here for the VP side. And HellRaisers, potential for an AWP in play. You can see Stiko's thinking about it. No, he's actually going to go for the AK instead. So no AWP thrown over to DevFox. We just have full rifles on both sides of the map here. As HellRaisers, they are leading this one, but we are very early days.
It's true. There is so much potential left in the back pocket of Aspire. They've got a lot in their playbook, and Snax as well being so sneaky as he makes his approach. The silent assassin in the man as he slowly tiptoes his way up, getting ready to go for what could be a huge backstab play. He could capitalize heavily here. Flashbang goes through, but Dead Fox isn't blind aware as well. Peeks out, but Snax takes him down. Will execute. Able to slip out of there as well. Gets back through the smoke. It's crazy that Snax hasn't been punished.
He's as snaky as UK. Seeing that is crazy. Just backs off safely. HellRaisers, they're going to be at a man disadvantage, and Pasha looking in for a little bit more. Not going to be able to connect. Bondic takes him down. At least it's equalized, and I feel like that's a bit of an unneeded push there from Pasha. Why not hold on to the man advantage early on? As you can see, now we're going to be seeing a 4-on-4. And HellRaisers is looking far more favoured considering Snax is extremely tagged up, and Bondic a little more so as well, but to not the same extent as the VP player. So now HellRaisers is looking very, very good in this round. Their players are split up, they've got that duo system in place, so they'll be able to trade if need be, but it's now just got to be a solo Angel pushing up towards mid as the rest of the players make their way down in towards the B site. Looking like a full commitment here, 2 players on the VP side to defend.
Slowly grouping up as they want to go for this late round burst onto B. VP as well, trying to ward them off here. Bayali will get the smoke out. The Molotov does go through it, will extinguish it, able to reposition as well now. And this also slows down HellRaisers massively into the round. Still, time starting to tick away. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is where they have to commit to this play. Taz, though, from the sidelines gets the opening frag. Spots out Angel as well, but his teammate Bayali will do the work for him. Styko and Zero, though, start to do damage. Taz comes in with a beautiful headshot, drops down trying to get the second, but it'll be Neo to finish it off. A close round, but VP in the last few seconds will close it out.
Yeah, very, very quick there. It looked like he may have had the potential, but Neo quick on the trade. Got to be unable to do so as a 2 to 3 scoreline will be established. VP losing a lot of manpower in the previous one, meaning a reinvestment's got to be difficult, but they've got to try and make it work. They can't allow HellRaisers to get this reset right onto them. So you can see 2 UMPs in play, a couple of rifles, and AWP as well out for Snax, and Neo going to throw in that deep smoke again. It seems like they're going to take some more control over towards the courtyard. They will just be rushing through it on the side of HellRaisers. They know that what they can at least show from the VP side, so don't want to be risking it. As you can see, Snax is going to back off, misses the first shot as well, and he's going to get chased out towards long, trying to escape. Not going to work out at all as Deadfox is already in position, and with the support of Bondic, they will duo and take him down.
Brutal stuff there as they find these opening frags. Absolutely crazy to witness so far now as well. VP left with 4 players as this push towards the A-bomb site still slowly approaches. Tiptoeing though, they've really slowed down the pace now. They don't want to overcommit to this as they have got the man advantage to play with. Hungry to try and get some more frags to work with. Toilet control has been taken, but look like they're pondering the idea of actually backing off and potentially focusing their assets towards the B-bomb site. Angel, though, will go on the approach. Deadfox as well, obviously the AWP in hand. If they can get the opening frags off the back of him, it would be crazy. Looks like they're going to go for the G2 smoke over. Pasha, with the opening face, though, peeks into Deadfox. An easy frag for him. There's the trade. This still favors them as they slowly make their approach up. Decoy goes out for Neo, hoping that he can maybe catch them off guard. Just wanted to achieve something. Peeks into Bondic's crosshairs, though. It's a very easy kill for him to pick up at this point as they have now taken site control.
HellRaisers looking like a 4th round is on the horizon as the reset's coming right onto the back of Virtus Pro. 2 UMPs remain to try and contest this one. No kit, a flashbang to their name, and frankly it looks like they're going to be saving and holding on to these guns for another day because HellRaisers, they have got themselves a 4th. This is phenomenal, Jackie. Again, VP, they try and get back into the matchup. They have a good round in there under their sleeves, but then instantly HellRaisers come right back on, reset the economy, and screw them over for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah. It's just crazy, the amount of rounds they've been able to pick up so far. I mean, it's weird to think, obviously, HellRaisers are the team that have been able to do this. We assumed coming into Overpass they'd have, you know, some favour hedged towards them, especially on that T side. They've been able to show their early game aggression, and VP, they can't really get anything going. They're getting a couple of rounds here and there, but they're not really able to keep, you know, a good little pool going for them. They're able to get these opening kills, and then it just sort of falls apart.
Looking really difficult for VP now, especially with the economy in their hands. They could force up around these guns because it is going to be the double eco regardless in this position with the loss bonus they have. But to be honest, what's the point? I mean, yeah, they'll go for it. I don't blame them. It doesn't affect anything. All it does is remove some of the nades they buy on their actual buy round, which at the end of the day isn't the issue. They seem to be just losing out on these duels and getting a bit over aggressive once they get that first man advantage. We've seen Pasha do numerous times. But anyway, let's have a look and see what they can do. These UMPs are deadly. We have a scout as well to play with, but hopefully Snax won't get caught off backing off like the previous round. It's Neo this at the scope this time, looking in for the first kill. Does spot out one, but he's not going to be able to connect the shot as HellRaisers aggress fast up towards long. At least he has a position to back out from this time, safely moving back into the connector to join his comrades. But Virtus Pro now only have a solo player on the A site.
Just one man there trying to defend it. Of course, it's Bayali. The rotate will be coming through, though. You can see the T's slowly making their approach through. The CT's trying to reposition, make their lives easier as they scuttle around. Heavy stack coming towards A now. Neo will arrive on the scene as well to try and aid him. Scout in play as the push slowly approaches towards the A-bomb site. HellRaisers a lot to left to play over, but they charge their way through off the back of the flashbang. Opening frag in the favour of Bondic as well. But Pasha can retaliate. Deadfox, Styko and Angel, though. The trio pop off almost instantaneously as they slay everyone on the scene, leaving just Taz left in him 1 versus 4. It's going to be so hard for him to achieve anything, really, in this scenario.
The A site is a crime scene. Bodies and blood everywhere, and Taz does not want to regroup with the mass of dead people as HellRaisers pretty much thrown away the chances of Virtus.pro from picking up this round. It's 5-2 now, and frankly, Taz, he's just not got an opening, and no one else from Virtus.pro have either. At least we'll have the buy coming up soon, but we have one more full eco almost before HellRaisers are eventually going to let off of the trigger button. As you can see, VP, really no money. The loss bonus only going up to, I think, 2k at this point now. So, what can you do? What can you possibly do if you're Virtus.pro right now? HellRaisers is just tearing them limb for limb, and at least a 6th round is almost guaranteed at this point, unless we see an eco upset.
That's true. What can you do? I mean, they just don't have any answers as they work their way into it. The buys will be coming back through, though, but sure, you get the AWP out on Dead Fox. Is it even really needed at this point? It's Virtus.pro. They're just getting torn apart anyway. They'll invest what they can. Pasha had a little bit more to play with, so he can go for that CZ, but it's only really Taz that has any firepower into this round.
Yeah, that saved gun needs to go big, but I don't expect it too much to. Even if he does go down, no one can really pick up that gun, because at the end of the day, they have aim punch. They don't have armor. He is the only armored man on the team. And he has to do something absolutely crazy as he positions himself towards B short. It's the rest of the team to try and find himself an opening. These are the peaks they should be making, trying to get themselves picks when there are solo players like Angel, because in that position, if Angel goes down, they can grab a gun. There's going to be no trade. So one-on-one peaks are going to be good for Virtus.pro in this kind of round, but obviously it's going to be unlikely they'll actually pick them up. As you can see, rifles are greatly going to amount better than pistols, as Taz, he spotted the one saving player down towards B. They're going to try and hunt down to get this gun off of him. They want to retrieve any armor off of his body so he can't bring that into the next round to allow him a little bit more utility. It's a safe play from HellRaisers. It's at no cost to them if they lose a man, and they will. Taz finds one. He gets traded, but 2 will remain. I doubt they will remain for too much longer.
Easy pickings right now, as we expected. I mean, you didn't really think this round would go any other way. Maybe another kill comes out from that UMP, but it was just the one frag on Taz there before the trade came back through. Styko as well should be an easy kill upon Neo now, has the angle covered. Misses him out, actually. A little bit awkward, but eventually will do the damage in the end. What we expected in HellRaisers, they're just still picking these rounds up. That T side, we expect them to be dominant, but they are really living up to their name now.
Seems to be the case. No AWP is the issue here we're facing for Virtus.pro. Dev Fox is still doing very well with his for the time being, and Stika really leading the charge at 10-3 currently. It's Zero who's actually not had too much effect today, which is weird considering he was a guy carrying both maps against G2 yesterday. He did phenomenally on Overpass, something like 30 kills I think he got at the end of it, 35. And now he's looking at this, and he's not even having to step up. HellRaisers is just winning maps just due to the rest of the team, and Zero not even needed to carry this time, which is really great to see, the versatility on everyone on HellRaisers being able to perform. But here we go, fast B play, Neo on the site, spots out the first, there's a quick kill, goes in for more. Zero finally steps up, just as we mentioned him, he trades, and now Taz got to come back in, but Dev Fox run and gun with the AWP. It's a drive-by shooting.
Crazy stuff as he tears his way through. Taz obviously just railing down anyone that wants to even attempt to take the fight towards this man. He's a lunatic. Zero as well, hungry for the kills, but Dead Fox keeping up this aggression, peeks through, easy kill upon Snacks. Is he aware though? Bialik tiptoeing up towards him, can execute. Blissfully unaware as he found that frag upon him. The wallbang comes in, left on a 2 versus 2, a manageable situation. This is achievable. They need to try and get another frag in their favor. They pick up a Styko, had the better angle. Easy headshot comes from Pasture. All of a sudden, he gets the power behind him, connects both of the kills, takes them down. Defuse comes in off a single play from the man. The double kill comes through, and Virtus.pro get another round on the board. They stop HellRaisers from getting round 7 so quickly.
What an incredibly lucky lineup, and nice stuff from Pasha to be able to close that one out. Finally, they're on this board, albeit again, no money. Look at it. They've got 3,600 to 4,100. Really not a great buy coming out. A UMP or 2 will be in play, as you can see, allowing some utility, but people like Bialik, he won't have anything to play with. He's got no utility alongside them for just a single smoke to his name. And HellRaisers still plenty of cash to try and get this reset. They are going to be doing their best attempt to as well, as they set up outside of the A site. Virtus.pro this time not going for any kind of fast pushes up, but Snacks actually will be peeking through the edge of the smoke with the AWP. No one there for him to spot. Dev Fox is playing passive with the AWP, and I like that from HellRaisers. He doesn't need to get that pick in a position that doesn't favor him. Virtus.pro could easily nade him out from that angle, so why not just hold back for the time being and get the pick later in the round on players like Bialik, for example, who's pushed all the way up towards B Monster.
A true aggressive angle has been utilized. Zero as well, holding though right now. It's going to be working out in his favor. The opening frag does go his way, but Bialik with the trade back can re-link up with his teammates. The only factor is he's left on 46 HP. Not the best situation to be in as he does start to back off. The T's though, 4 versus 4, it's going to favor them, as we've said. Now trying to reposition, decide what they actually want to go for into this round. Still a minute left to play with. No reason to make a rash judgment call.
Not at all. Still going to play this one slow. The bomb is going outside of B, but with a couple of players still towards the A site, they could force a distraction, throw these nades over, and then drop down to the connector. That's one of the best things about Overpass, is the quick rotation times for the T. Similar to Inferno in the sense that you can just get to the other side in just 10 seconds. Not even that really on this map. So it's going to allow HellRaisers to throw out a lot of intricate fakes. This one not so intricate, just a few nades. It's actually Angel committing with it as well. That's huge. Not really the entry fraggle, but he's making it work. Pasha falls. One more on the site, but a second one comes in. This is what I'm talking about. The rotation from Bialy and continued nade usage is going to mean HellRaisers have a lot less to do now over on this B site. Only Neo to defend and only a UMP to his name.
Not the best situation to be in as they slowly make their approach through. Styko trying to achieve something, but Neo with the one to get the opener. Bondik just get the trade back, leaving them in a 3 versus 2. A very easily winnable situation they can try and close down now. Bondik smoke goes out to try and delay them. Snacks arrives so close to actually claiming that wallbang. The agility on display as he glides through the air, hoping to do some damage, but Bondik will slay him. Angel as well onto Bialy. The trade comes back through. HellRaisers, not only did they get that round on the board, but they obliterate the economy of Virtus Pro, leaving them with a measly 2k at the most they have to play with into this following round.
Yeah, there's a reset, and there is the hopes and dreams of VP thrown out the window. This is online VP. What do you expect, really, as HellRaisers just trounce them once again? Pistols are going to be out. We have a scout on Neo, a bit of armor on Bialy to support that CZ75 purchase, but other than that, not a lot of hope. As HellRaisers well equipped. Nice tag with the scout, though. Good opener. Oh, Neo following up as well. He's not done after the first. He wants a second as well. As DevFox is found, the AWP is out of the hands of the T side, and despite this round obviously still being very favourable for HellRaisers, with Bondik being tagged up down to 13, they've still got to be careful.
Yeah, that was very nice so far. Bondik as well low, as you said, could come back to punish them. The aggression going through from Virtus Pro, though, they're trying to gain that map control. Taking this fight over to this heavily contested area could be awkward if they try and take that fight into Playground. Styko obviously should find the frags. The spray down comes through as he just single-handedly just tears them a new one, just dispatching everyone in front of him. I mean, 2 players left at this point. HellRaisers look unstoppable.
Yeah, this is just great. I love personally an underdog story. I'm sure most of us do when they're not against our favourite teams. Or I love VP. I do love to see a team that no one really expects to win to perform this well. HellRaisers have just come out of nowhere recently, becoming a very relevant team, at least online. And I can't wait to see them, hopefully, at the finals in Dallas. That would be a great storyline to follow, alongside Mal's as well, who are currently top of the league. Another team we didn't expect to still perform despite the loss of Nico and the constant roster shuffles that they have indulged in, with Oscar and Chris J swapping in, swapping out, who knows. So actually some really interesting storylines, and HellRaisers being personally my favourite. So another round looking to be theirs. An 8 conceded by VP as only Taz holds onto a Deagle down towards B. Maybe able to grab a gun somewhere, but it's DevFox who died over towards a T-spawn with that AWP that's already been retrieved from Bondik. And if he wants to go chase that and try and find that gun, he's got to get through Bondik first. Easier said than done.
Yeah, going to be very awkward, obviously, for Taz as he just basically tiptoes around, hoping to get something, anything, ideally, that might help him into this one. Right now, though, just peering out, hoping that someone might try and exit and he can get those frags, but other than that, he will just try and stay alive. HellRaisers as well, 8 rounds on the board now. Looking like they want to try and get their 9th straight off the back of this. You know, they're going to show no signs of slowing down, and I don't blame them from trying to change the pace, as there's no reason to walk their playstyle right now. It's been working very well.
Yeah, definitely. Ty's just looking for a little bit more here. Not going to spot anyone though. HellRaisers 8-3, and VP cash is out the window. It's going to be a light quasi, if that. Maybe not even some armor here, just some pistols I can expect as HellRaisers. Again, a 9th round in, looking more and more likely by the 2nd here. You see the investments coming though. VP with a bit to play with. We've seen some damage done, but typically not enough. HellRaisers have been keeping 3 players or more into pretty much every single round. Even rounds they win, the majority of the time keep more than 3 players alive, which is so positive to this T-side economy. Can really build up nice and early. And HellRaisers not having an issue for the time being. As VP, they still look for this pick. Constant aggression towards this fountain area. Nothing's going to be found. And again, we talk about DevFox playing so passive. Despite having the AWP, there's no need for him to give away this pick. So I like the way he's playing. But Bondik, with the rifle peeking out, does take snacks.
Yeah, that opener is fantastic. Gets the work done immediately. These pistols can be effective in close range, so HellRaisers playing it smart. Keep your distance, pick them off with these rifles, use that range advantage. Why wouldn't you? It's very easy for them to do this now. Picking off Neo, already 3 players left remaining on the side of Virtus Pro. They're not in a great spot. Playing close by Toilets though, Pasha, potential for him to cause a bit of a spark with that CZ, but he's so confused at their positions. Styko eliminating. This round's as good as done.
Yeah, I mean, most rounds have been as good as done so far. Taz is on the back. He could catch out the last player yet to cross, but Angel just... Oh, no. Oh, no, Taz! That was a free kill, my man. You really got to hit those. It's by Ali, last man standing. Coming in from the flank again, but Angel, I think this time he'll be a little more prepared as he peeks back round. Lots of damage, 1 HP, and a swift single bullet to end his life. HellRaisers, they've done it. They've reached 9 rounds, and VP finally... Seems like a long time since we've seen a buy from them.
Yeah, they really have been struggling to get their economy in their favour. It's just been awkward. They haven't been able to do anything. The buy now coming back into effect. You give that AWP to Snacks. He looked fantastic with it from what we saw before. Actually, Neo is going to take the reins. It'll be interesting to see what he goes for here, whereas Spawn will be taking it towards that big bomb site, I believe. Going to be situating it over there. Meanwhile, the T's regrouping round. The early aggression does come out from Snacks. Smoke goes down. Will ward off Angel for the meantime. Look at the long control in play here. A huge power play coming out from HellRaisers.
Yeah, very swift. Going to move the way all the way up towards this A site very quickly, but we have VP with the double stack on the site, both Pasha and Neo. And look at this aggression. I like this. Neo can bait it from a range and Pasha can play up close, but they've actually spotted him before he's in position. He takes so long to react, but he still lands a kill. Neo supports with the AWP, and he does get one, but the trade will go out onto Pasha, which is so crucial here for HellRaisers, trying to claw their way back into it despite the man advantage for the first is pro side, but it's fallen apart. Why? Push, Snacks. You have such a good advantage into this round, and look at it. It's gone from a 4-on-3 to a 3-on-2.
That is so awkward now. 2 players left standing. Taz and Neo, the last men over on the side of Virtus Pro. And they need to do something crazy if they're going to pick this one up. As a 2 versus 3 at this point, the T's have so much time to play left as well. And they have the utility advantage. They can just link up, take their time, take the site control. Neo is trying to go for more of an aggressive contact style play, as he knows he needs to get that opening frag on the board. Has to try and create a 1 versus 1 situation. Taz as well basically had the drop on 0 in that situation. Doesn't come out on top in the firefight. And that's just so awkward.
I just can't believe they threw that round away, to be honest. This isn't the only time we've seen it as well. VP did this so many times in the previous map over on Mirage. Just simple rounds that they could have been easily able to close out. And just over-aggression. I mean, we saw it even earlier in this map from Pasha, pushing up in a 5-on-4, him getting picked, his teammate getting picked, and then suddenly the round falls apart. HellRaisers are so good at capitalizing on the mistakes of VP so far. And this is just really turning out to be, you know, an effective map for them. 10 rounds to 3. Unless Neo can go crazy, but I'm not expecting it. Molotov, that's going to seal the deal. He has to back off. They might have even heard the burning flames onto his body there, and the lack of kit as well as armor is pretty much everything going for him here. They are just going to hunt. They know that he's got the AWP. They know that he's around this area, and they're pushing for the kill.
Yep, trying to take him down, see if they can use their aggression to find the frag. I think Angel should just spot him out. Actually, he's been able to get away there. Very close to peeking at the right time.
Ooh. You got lucky there.
Yeah. That could have been awkward.
Now they know where he is, but it's too late. Bomb's going to go off. I think he should get away with this one. He knows exactly what's going on as well. He heard them drop down connector, and now he's going to be running back towards long. To no avail shall they hunt him down, but I don't think this AWP is going to be a big deal breaker up into the next round at the end of the day. It's 10-3. Even if VP can claw back the last 2 thanks to this AWP in play, HellRaisers, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, they look fabulous as they've been working their way through. It's just dominant performance coming out from them on their T side. The only thing is, the big question is they work their way through and get an awful lot of rounds to play with. Are they going to be able to lock it down as effectively on their CT half?
You would like to think so, but HellRaisers proven so far in the last couple of days to be a T-sided team, so it's under contention. We'll see. And maybe VP will bring back in the classic, you know, T-side that we saw over on Mirage with 8 rounds in the previous map on their first half. They could have something dominant to say here, but I can imagine they'll feel a bit, you know, maybe even tilted after this first half, considering they are supposed to be the team able to close this out in a 2-0 fashion, but HellRaisers is really coming in with a spark and a flame, as they do set up again once towards EA site. Virtus Pro got a base around this AWP again, but it's going to be Neo over towards that B site, going to start to rotate back up towards A. Going to be good timing as well. I think Taz is going to join him. They're going for a bit of a risk play here, just off the fact that HellRaisers aren't putting any aggression towards the side of B. But actually the bomb is rotated back down in the meantime, meaning that VP have got the exact wrong setup for this.
Yep, they've been countered as this push comes down towards the B-bomb site. The pincer play, it's going to be such a big power maneuver by Ali as well, just focusing by Monster right now. Aware that there is something going on. Taz aggressive towards short, seeming like he might overextend a little bit as he plays on the close angle. By Ali, ready to peek, spots out one man in Bondik, and now starts to back off as well. Bondik tries to take the fight. Steiger actually gets eliminated by Pasha. He does great use of that CZ so far. More frags coming out though by Ali, just damage. Unfortunately, one of these is a team kill on the site as well. Zero and Bondic tearing their way through. Dead Fox, another frag comes out off the back of the pistol. Snacks is the last man left standing. It looked like there was a chance in the round, but now it's quickly been shut down. Snacks peeks out, hammers down on the Deagle, trying to get some dirty shots off, connects the headshot upon Bondic, upgrades to the Kalashnikov as well as he makes his approach through, expecting a flashbang to go in, but it'll actually be a HG. Blows him out of the server. HellRaisers still not slowing down.
They are on fire right now. Yeah, as you said, looked like Bialy could have twisted things back on the heads of HellRaisers. Picks up a quick couple of kills onto Stico and Angel, and then suddenly gets hunted. And with no teammates to support him there, HellRaisers perfectly entering the site, aside from losing those two members, and nothing found for VP once again. Economical damage is not an issue. Look at the money on HellRaisers. It's the last round of the half, and they've got most players around 12k anyway. So VP now going to be having to force things up, or at least buy up properly for the last round. But again, alas, no AWP for VP, and this is the same setup we've seen, what, 4 or 5 times so far on the CT side, and it has not worked out once.
It's true, it's been very awkward, it's never really gone their favour. And once again, that aggression coming out, they're getting these opening frags. Pasha this time around will get the trade, actually goes one better as well, doubles it up now. The bomb is in his hands. This is a good situation to be in, it just depends if they can get the trade back. Dead Fox with the angle, takes the right angle peek, finds out Pasha, will be able to eliminate him, leaves them in a 3 versus 3, and most importantly, they can recover the bomb as well.
I understand why he committed to that fight, obviously knowing that for 2 reasons. 1, he has bomb control, and 2, he can be pushed from Fountain if he decides to back off towards long, which is unfortunate, but it's just not going to work out. He gets caught out, back into a 3-on-3 is going to favour HellRaisers now, so they're actually not too miffed about losing those first 2 kills to Pasha. And going back in, up towards A with the bomb, there is Taz in position, and this is great. While he is solo towards the A side, he's pushed up and he can call for the rotation very early on, hearing all these footsteps up close, and I don't think they're really going to expect him here. They would expect site control in a 3v3, but he is pushed up, and you can see they have no idea. Clueless! They fall, Zero goes down, and Dead Fox gets dinked to 9 HP. They can nade him out. He is low, but he's going to be continuing to barrage them with flashes and peeks out into the crosshairs of Angel. Headshot comes through, but Neo is on the flank.
Oh, Neo as well. Look at this. Trigger patience on the space is fabulous. He can allow both of them to go past. Execute upon Dead Fox when he wants to do so. Angel as well. Forced to fall back now to grab the bomb. So smart from Neo. The experience on display. Angel, AK-47 in hand, rushing back. Thinks the angle's clear as he wasn't hit from there before. Neo will take him down. And that is going to be the first half wrapped up. 11-4 with the scores on the doors. But let's find out if HellRaisers close it out in the second half or if VP will bounce back after this break. Everyone, welcome back. Obviously, an exciting first half has just gone down. HellRaisers, they dominated on map 1, and they're dominating here on map 2 as well.
Yeah, even more so than the previous one. We did say if they started on this T side here, they would have a really good chance of actually just bringing in the pain train and beating down VP. They've been very T-sided throughout the EPL so far, and they're continuing that going into this map. So looking at VP now, they've got a long, long route to come back into this win.
It's true. It's a big slog if they want to try and work their way back through, as it's just been dominating. You know, HellRaisers, they've been tearing their way through. 11-4 half. It seems like today's been the day of 11-4 halves.
Yeah, indeed. I'm very interested to see if VP can actually pull this back, because I don't think it's over just yet. I think if they get the pistol, there's very good chances. But obviously, as maths would dictate, if they lose a pistol, it's surely going to be game over, because HellRaisers will be up to, I assume, 13, 14 rounds in before VP even get on that buy, depending on the bomb plant and the pistol. But yeah, I mean, VP have been doing very well T-side. They had that Mirage streak that we talked about over in the first map with 8 rounds on the T-side. Yes, it kind of slowed down in the CT half, but that's the exact same half that they just had a bit of an issue on as well into this map. So now going into this second half, it's anyone's game depending on pistol.
It's true. And the important factor with the pistol is as well that HellRaisers have just looked dominant in their pistol rounds. You know, they've been able to tear their way through. Everyone's been firing off. Is that going to be the same old story? Do you reckon VP coming into this should be able to shut it down?
The thing is that the previous pistol on the T side for the CT side, no, it was the T side, sorry, for HellRaisers over on the last one just was down to individual performance. It seems like a lot of their pistol rounds are down to individual performance. Well, their setups are fine. I mean, we saw Angel over on Mirage get that sick 3K, and that was not only due to him, having great aim, but Virtus Pro just completely whiffing. They had 3 men peeking mid, and he killed all 3 of them with a Glock. So, stuff like that, as long as HellRaisers don't lock down with some individual performance and VP just play El Clasico, they should be fine in closing it out in theory. But again, with the confidence and the momentum running off of the first half being so favourable for HellRaisers, you've got to put an innate, advantage to them, surely.
That's true, and let's find out if that is going to be the case. We jump back in, HellRaisers versus Virtus Pro, as we work our way through. Match is live. Hugo, are we alive?
We are alive.
Good, that's good. I needed that answered. Let's get into the game as we work our way through HellRaisers versus Virtus Pro. Obviously, the buys have come out. A lot of utility actually on the side of VP as they slip our way through. Seeming like it could be an aggressive play towards that B bomb site. Bondit going for early contact though.
Yeah, looking for someone early on. Angel going to get tagged down in the meantime as well, but Bondic not able to find anything. Pasha will be spamming away, backing off down towards the lowers, and Stiko in the meantime going for that jump spot there, going to be able to catch a couple of the VP players. They've got a lot of utility into this one, so I'll be interested to see what they do, but Angel may remove some of it very early on. Snacks is going to be cornered, and Pasha goes down straight away. Snacks is tagged. He's hunting for more. Angel's looking for one more bullet, and he lands it. Snacks is dead. All the utility is gone here for the VP side, but they've expended some of it over towards B in the meantime. They've got control of the site, but they've not got any players to do anything with it. As Zero, he follows up. Stiko drops another, and Taz, he's just alone. As Bondic finally finishes him off, HellRaisers have got to be cheering after that one.
The last lifeline for Virtus Pro really being taken away there as HellRaisers. What we expected, but didn't really want to see, as it sort of sells the idea that this game will be closed out very quickly, as HellRaisers come in there with a crazy heavy-handed pistol round. Just off the basis of individual performance as well, and just great teamwork overall. VP now left in this awkward situation. You assume that HellRaisers will get these following 2 rounds for free, putting them in the region of, those 13, 14 round sort of wins before VP starts to respond.
I find this very interesting as well. So HellRaisers won every pistol round tonight against VP. Every pistol round they won against G2, they went for the second round buy of, regardless of the side, a quad UMP and a single MP7. Every pistol round they've won against VP so far, they've actually gone for a triple or double rifle buy, playing it very reserved and very safe, just in case VP do upset, because we've seen these constant forces after getting the bomb down. Now for a change, they've actually gone for a very SMG-based buy. I think this is mainly just due to the confidence and knowing the fact that they are just beating VP by such a large margin. So I like to see the switch up in how they're actually investing into this second round, depending on how they've been playing. Because early on, maybe they were scared, maybe they were expecting to be completely ruined, so they went for the safe buy. And now they're not going for a safe buy, and it is actually costing them quite a lot.
Yeah, this is really hitting them quite heavily as these frags come through. Zero as well. Nice opener though as he takes down Bayali. Elevated angle. Styko going to send Taz off to the Burns Wall. The smoke down will come through over towards short. Dead Fox, easy kill upon Neo. The 13th round's been grabbed already. Virtus Pro, even in that round, sure, they found a couple of cracks in the armor and were able to do some damage, but no real internal damage has been done. HellRaisers look strong.
Yeah, definitely. It's continuing into the second half, so I feel like GG is just on the horizon unless VP can show something phenomenal in this buy round. That being said, HellRaisers obviously do have a couple of UMPs in play, and while these guns are effective, they're not going to be as good as an M4 or an AK on the side of VP. We have a triple UMP into this first buy. More of a bonus round. They can still reinvest, obviously, next time, but the fact that they lose 2 players is going to be very difficult for their economy if they want to reinvest after losing this. So I would say it's extremely important that HellRaisers pick this up. It's honestly not, though, is it? 13-4. They've got a buffer. They've got a bit of room to fall back on, and VP, they're going to be going fast up towards this long area.
Taking that aggression, using that range advantage, but let's see if it will pay off. Actually, Pasha gets the opening frag upon Dead Fox there. He was trying to slip his way back through to toilets, get out undetected and unscathed, but that is not how this one will go. The rotate comes back through as well. HellRaisers stacking themselves back towards the A site, trying to reposition. They're going for information as well. They do work out well the T's are, but they also take a bit of a dent. Angel not looking as healthy as possible. Bondic, this could be such a great backstab into the late round, actually, if they're not aware of his position. Starts to back up, though. Holding the angle, rattles down with the Famous. The 2K comes out. Bondic goes so big for his team. Follows up as well. The hat-trick. Bondic going crazy as he beats his way through. Neo will fall off the backup of Zero. The final frag you are hoping would come out from Bondic in that scenario, but by Ali having the drop upon him is able to execute. The headshot comes through as he lobotomizes the opposition. Now just left on Zero in a 1 versus 1.
Bomb is under control by Ali. He can pick it up, but Zero, very ballsy, peeked there with a UMP, somehow takes it at range, and I think he caught Bialy off guard, not expecting it, because I certainly wasn't either, and I even have X-Ray. So HellRaisers, 14 rounds in, VP now just pistols to their name. Are they even going to force this one, or are they going to play it for OT? To be honest, it's a long road for OT, so I'm expecting a force buy, but maybe not, as we only see a couple of bits of utility invested on this T side. I like how they're still playing this reserve. They're not just rage buying or anything. They're just sticking safe, but, oh, is this even safe? Who knows at this point? It's 14-4. They're allowing HellRaisers that 15th round for free, and they're just basing this one on utility, trying to get maybe a bomb down, get some more money in the bank so they can at least reinvest that next round. And that's the thing, no one has invested more than $800 aside from Taz and Bialy. So that means Neo, Snacks, and Pasha are all going to benefit if a bomb goes down this round.
It's true. And the scary factor is as well right now, this round that most likely is going to be taken away from them, you've just got to wonder if HellRaisers off the back of that just sort of win at that point, because obviously 11 rounds on the trot is what they need to even try and take this into OT, right? And it's not really that achievable. Virtus Pro as well, struggling so far already on their T side, even when it looked like they advantaged into the early game. Right now playing a very slow round, probably just taking some time out to talk about the strategy as well, as they know they are definitely the weaker team into this round. Finally deciding they will go for this execute on towards the B-bomb site. Elevated angle when used by Zero, but it will not be the short push. They've taken monster control. Taz with the opener as well, as he will execute Angel. Zero trying to utilize that boost, but can't do too much damage from the high up angle. Has to drop in the end. Styko, UMP reigns supreme as he tears his way through by Ali. Styko again, the nade going in, takes down Snacks. Styko goes huge. He's an absolute psycho. This man's a lunatic. Tears his way through everyone on the site. The final frag will come out from Dead Fox though. They pick it up. 15th round has been taken. Virtus Pro, they need a flawless half to have a chance to even take this into overtime, Hugo.
That is easier said than done, especially with the way HellRaisers have been playing now. We need 11 rounds. That is just ridiculous. At least they get the bomb plant, right? So a bit more money to play with. We said 3 players will benefit from that bomb down as well. And I mean, any kills that they did get, which were a couple, is going to obviously give them $300 a piece. So a little bit of money to work with for VP. They are allowed to afford that AWP, and I think that's just off the bomb plant as well. Snacks can only just commit to that one. A flashbang just alongside it, and a fast peek up towards EA site. We're going to be seeing the AWP of Dead Fox. He's really confident here. He's hungry, and he's looking for the first opener of Snacks. He rounds his way around the corner. Nice quick kill, though. VP are alive. He opens it up onto Dead Fox, and HellRaisers not even going to an attempt to trade.
Yeah, no reason to run the risk of trying to respond at that point. Just fall back, hold from the site, play together as a unit. There's no point to just try and take the fight individually. Still trying to make this advantage even better for them. Pasha will claim another headshot, taking down Bondic. Angel with a retaliation frag, but already things look like they might be too far gone. But Angel with the reface. My God, as he takes the fight to Neo. That is crazy confident. Pays off for him, though. Leaving them now on a 2 versus 3, unfortunately, as Styko gets taken down. Angel, can he achieve anything else into this round? Goes for the close push. Taz has the angle covered, just walking off site. Punished because of this.
I'm not too sure what he was doing there. I feel like because VP pushed a player into the B site to try and get a kill onto Styko, they may have thought that maybe it was some kind of beat play and these players have rotated down connector, but a bit of a wild guess there, and now Zero is going to be left in an uncomfortable position. Snacks will finish it off, and VP 1 down, 11 to go. Or 10 to go.
Yeah,
I'm good at maths.
To go,
I'm good at maths.
It's true. Working our way through, though. The buy's coming back out. They still have money to play with over on the side of HellRaisers, but obviously they want an efficient buy, so they are going to opt to just go for the buys with the upgraded pistols, get the CZs out. A couple of them had more than others. They can actually, all of them nearly going for the armor buy. Just Dead Fox anyone going to skimp, so if he wants, he can try and get the AWP out. Smart stuff, no reason to go for a force up at this point, as you do have a 10-round buffer, as you said. You know, why are you going to run that risk when you can allow a round to slip, then just get your buyout when your economy's healthy? Aggression going through, though, they're playing quite far down towards bottom long. Pasha with the peek, you would expect him to do some damage here with that rifle. They're all going to peek at the same time. He does spot them out, trying to connect the shot, struggling. Eventually finds one upon Angel, but Dead Fox will get the retaliation kill.
Yeah, AK is a bit pushed forward though, and he doesn't know this area is clear. While he can grab the rifle, he's got to be careful, and Bondic backing off for this position as well is caught out by Neo, forced quickly into the site. Good reaction there, and Styko forced out. As the smoke goes down, he will just have to play for the retake. Bomb going to be planted as well in the hands of Bialy. And HellRaisers falling short of this round, it seems, but how much longer can VP keep them at bay? Because again, HellRaisers only need 1 single round to close out this series 2-0. Styko, another man to fall at the hands of Bialy. It's just Zero and Dead Fox. I'm expecting to see the save from Dead Fox as he's already backing towards the back of B, and Zero is just situated over towards short, trying to wait for this push. If they do try and chase him down over towards the connector, he may be able to grab a rifle and escape.
It would be pretty cool if he was able to get an opening frag here, potentially get away. Exiting together, though, they have the potential to trade, even if he does get a frag. Snacks will peek. Ooh, very close to actually punishing Snacks there, but unfortunately he gets taken down. Dead Fox, meanwhile, slipping his way through with that AK-47, does save HellRaisers a little bit of dosh into the following round. Good stuff as well, as of course his money was pretty broken. If he wants to do so, Zero could drop the ult for him here and he could pass over that AK.
That is true. They could get a good bit. Angel throwing over the ult to Dead Fox. Snacks back on his as per usual.
Angel...
And, yeah, Angel just gone for a walk.
Gone for a buy. Yeah. There we go.
He's going to pick up an M4 at the end of the day. Not a lot of utility, but I think he was maybe judging up between a FAMAS, or sorry, a UMP and utility or an M4, but he sees his teammates have plenty of utility. It's not really too much of an issue. And this boost, or even the jump peak, could be dangerous. He just gets away with it though. Snacks whiffs a shot.
Just getting away with it's kind of the story of this round already. As you can see, so many peaks that could have potentially spelled executes for the side of Pro, but they've only done little hints of damage. Obviously, pelting Zero down to 73 HP isn't the worst thing in the world, as it definitely will help them out into the late round, but that is pretty bad. Dead Fox coming in with the opening frag upon Pasha really puts them already in a sour situation.
Yeah, and HellRaisers only a few more kills away from closing this. Zero's close towards long. And that's the thing, if they play the one-on-ones now and they just trade effectively, if they trade to the last man, they win the game. Zero playing close. By Ali will peek though. There's the refrag. That's important. Stiko not able to trade as the Molotov goes on in. He's going to go down as well. Snacks and Neo both opening up. Good stuff for VP. Coming back from the man disadvantage to the site control. And Bondic and Dead Fox, there's no way in hell they'll be able to retake this. It will be a save coming in. VP going to pick up 7 rounds. Again, as we say, still a long road, but they're making it work.
It's true. They're following the Yellow Brick Road. They're getting ever closer to the Emerald City. There you go. But will they make it? That is always going to be the question. Neo on the aggression, finding these easy frags as he connects the headshot upon Bondic, but peeks in with a knife out. Didn't expect them to be playing close together. Dead Fox, easy retaliation. Now, it's important that Dead Fox really stays alive in this round, because if he holds onto that AWP, this makes things a little bit more manageable as he slips his way through. If he loses it, it could hinder them quite heavily. Obviously, just slowly playing around the pillar here, hoping to get another frag if they try and take the fight to him. He won't try and take any peeks on his own, though. No reason to run that risk.
Snacks, no time. Not going to be able to get him in time. Okay, maybe so. I thought there would be shorter round post time, but Dead Fox actually takes him down anyway, so it doesn't matter. He holds onto that AWP again. They can't really buy up around it. I wouldn't like to see that. Just play safe. Again, while they have a huge buffer of rounds, there's no point throwing any away.
Yeah.
Just stick with the Quasi. You can get a bit of armor behind some of these pistols as well. We'll see Zero on that. Stiko barely even going to, well, not even going to invest. P250 comes out, but yeah. Give a free one to VP. Maybe try and save the AWP again. Maybe even play around it. Can throw that over to Zero who has armor, or anyone without them as well. And potentially HellRaisers could do some economical damage that could come back to hurt VP, because if you look at their money right now, it is quite low here on the T side. So definitely positive for HellRaisers.
Yeah, exactly. Just sanding them down round in, round out, leaving them in a bit of an awkward situation. Pasha with the entry does get a fantastic opener upon Zero there, but is fairly low off the back of it as well. More frags to come actually from Dead Fox though as he arrives on the scene, causes a stir, the opening kill to try and ward them off. Does slow them down, pop shot through the smoke as well. Nearly missing as the bullet whizzes past their heads. Angel as well, up close and personal, Deagle in hand, a weapon he can be so effective with. The tags go through, but no frag, unfortunately. Neo will put him down, leaving him in a 4 versus 3. Another kill as well. Pasha keeps this aggression going. Dead Fox at this point backs off, keeps the AWP. Bondic also following suit.
Yeah, looked like he could have done something with that one, but the smoke just going to incapacitate him over towards short. He has to hold on to this. His VP, an 8th on the board. Still retaining a lot of people as well, which has been one of their issues that we've been mentioning at least. Them losing all these players up against decos, even up against buys, really impacts their economy. And obviously that's going to enable them to buy, well, not enable, but disable them to buy. That doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, they're basically not going to be able to buy as much, no AWPs if they keep losing players. So they have 3 left. Hopefully they should keep all 3 into this one, but Bondic's looking for a little bit more. Does get tagged with the AWP through the wall, but Bialy is running in from behind. They won't be able to get him in time. They actually run into each other.
Yeah.
And 8 rounds for VP, they keep 3, so make some money. And HellRaisers back on the buy.
You can see the confusion there into that end of that round. Obviously, it's important as well that Bondic actually got through that. AK, shame Dead Fox went down, or else he would have still had more money to play with as they work their way through. Has to invest everything, essentially, now to get that AWP buy out. Now, though, into a full buy, both of them with the weapons of choice that you'd want to see. Snacks back on the AWP. It's going to be a scary factor. Dead Fox, will he be able to get some crazy openers? He's been so proficient with the AWP in these previous rounds. Can he keep it up? The opening tag will come through, but not quite a kill just yet. Trying to make it better, but he's tagged so low. Taz with a 2k to kick this round off so fantastically as he uses that aggression. The AWP will be shot over towards the HellRaisers players, though. They can try and grab it if they want. Long control being taken as the A bomb site will be under a very heavy hit shortly.
Pasha just sneaking to avoid them from hearing his footsteps as Stiko playing over towards the truck on the site. Going to reposition back towards the yellow box, and here we go. He has to land one before he goes down, otherwise it's going to be so difficult in a 2v4. Peeks out, finds Pasha, that's good, and no one in close proximity to trade here. He's got a 3v3, and that's going to allow for his teammates to rotate in. They know this is the A play. He throws out his smokes, he throws out his flashes, and he waits for the bombardment of Virtus Pro players as Bialy. He continues to push out towards long. Actually has to back off as the nades are just flying in, blinding him eventually. The peek comes through, and it's actually clean. He makes it work. Advantage taken back for VP, but Neo's still tagged. That being said, the AWP is still effective, despite having low health. And Bonding, not able to stop the bomb plant or even get Bialy off of it when he finishes. A0 is alone. He's dead.
Yep, not alive for too long before he is executed there by Bialy. Obviously, the cash difference coming into effect still as well. Virtus Pro building up money to play with. Their economy is only getting stronger, whereas HellRaisers, just these constant resets, leaving them in a bit of an awkward situation. Not enough money to play with here as the pause comes out. And they're going to have to basically just invest lightly into the round, get out a bit of a measly buy, have something to work with in terms of upgraded pistols, a couple of kits of armor, but that's it. They can't really get these weapons out.
No. And I mean, realistically, this is a comeback starting to form, right? We saw the similar thing earlier in North versus NaVi. We saw a great scoreline for NaVi, North clawing all the way back, and then finally NaVi finally picked up that 15th round to bring it to OT. So it is possible VP could bring this back. Of course, HellRaisers are just on the edge. They're not in the position that NaVi were earlier, being on 14. They've got that buffer to fall back on. That is overtime. But they definitely want to take this map. They definitely want to be up further in the standings. They've moved up 5 places so far in the last 24 hours, at least off their matches yesterday. So moving up another few definitely wouldn't hurt.
It's true. They want to try and lock this one down if possible. And it's interesting that it's actually gone this far already, and the thing is, 15th round already on the board. HellRaisers at this point, still a lot left to play with. Sure, Virtus Pro have started to already make their approach. They're clawing back, they're getting closer and closer. At this point now, 6 rounds away before we get into that sort of situation where we're like, oh, okay, it's kind of scary. But you just got to wonder, are they going to be able to do it flawlessly? Because sure, they look like they've started to actually have some greatness behind them, but I just don't know if they'll be able to actually close it out, as they do seem to keep making mistakes every now and then. And you need a flawless half. You can't have those individual mistakes.
No. It only takes HellRaisers to exploit a mistake.
Yeah.
They have been very well at doing that. I mean, we saw a lot of over-aggressive plays from VP on the CT side, for example. I remember specifically that round where Snacks pushed up aggressively and HellRaisers brought back a 4-on-3 to a 3-on-2 and then took the round subsequently. So, yeah, mistakes have been made from the CT side of VP. They've been more clean on the T side, but definitely room for HellRaisers to kind of get in there and get up in their faces. I'd like to see a little bit more aggression. I like this play, though, because they've gone for a bit of a stack over towards a connector, something that we were hoping to see at some point here on these quasi-eco buys. And aside from that, I'd like to see some aggression, some actual buying aggression. So 2 players maybe pushing up towards long, going for that double system, and that could actually work out very well for HellRaisers, because the thing is they've been playing passive and frankly it's not been working.
That's true. That nade going in as well. Ooh, barely missing out those CTs. Won't actually transfer any splash damage over towards them. Trying to go for the counter boost as well. Neo just holding them penned in. They're cooped up. The peak will come through, but actually doesn't go his way. The kill comes through from Zero there. Snacks on the AWP though, firing off these pot shots. Looking so good as he gets the opener. Dead Fox with retaliation on towards Bialy. But there's Snacks to try and equalize the situation even more. Pasha eventually will deal some blows. And it just falls on Zero. And 1 versus 2, scavenges the AK, realizes it's time to back off. No chance of getting any more frags into the round.
Yeah, not enough HP to make that one work. Has to hold on, and going to be valiantly done as well, considering the situation they're in. He's going to want a little bit more money to work with when they go for their buys. But Pasha, he's on the hunt, spotted, and well, isolated. Zero's dead, and VP 10 rounds to 15 now. They've really clawed this back from what was quite dominant for HellRaisers. What was it at one point? Something like 15-4 or something silly. So VP actually made this look realistic. I don't know. Is it just me? I still feel like this is a HellRaisers game. Despite VP having this great showing, I feel like eventually HellRaisers will just crack the egg.
Well, that's all it is. It's a moment, it's a matter of time. When you get into these situations where you have that 15th round on the board, it's so hard for you to claw it back into OT when you have such a crazy round lead. Sure, they've been able to link these together now, but still 5 rounds to go before we talk about that potential OT. there is always a chance. It'll be interesting though. VP do look very good right now. Hindrance coming into this round though, as Dead Fox unable to get out the AWP, the weapon that's been getting him some really vital openers.
That's just spotted. Bondit can't get him. Bit of an aggro play over towards short, as well as the control that Dead Fox has towards long, but no AWP to play with this one. As Bondit can't afford to get picked here. Neither can Dead Fox, but Neo's looking for that. He's trying to find that opener. In the meantime, VP going to put a lot of aggression towards long, but look at Angel repositioning to join Dead Fox. At least if he baits it out, Dead Fox can go for the frags and actually peek out aggressively because they're all focusing on his position. Now, we need to see Angel peeking. He will. Quick kill. Nice work, though. HellRaisers, just as I say, they are going to pick it up. This is it. 5v1. It's all on Boyali. And as we said, while it was looking good for VP in terms of bringing it back, I still feel like this is a HellRaisers game, and those words echo through the very minds of HellRaisers right now. It's going to all be onto Boyali, and he has got to go absolutely nuts. I do not see it happening.
No chance at all. Spraydown comes through off the back. Bondic closed out, just as you said. HellRaisers, I mean, that is absolutely crazy. 2-0 the series up against Virtus Pro. They're going to be very happy with where that puts them in the standings as they work their way through.
I definitely want to see these updated standings soon when they're done, because that is just crazy. 4 out of 4 maps in the previous 2 days here. And they're against good teams. It's not like they've been beating, you know, teams that have only just made it up from Premier, for example. They're beating VP, they're beating G2. I mean, G2, when I say good team, you can argue for and against. At least in EPL, they haven't been good, but they've been good in other things. So, like Star Series, for example. So, it's a hard one to judge up. So you've got to give it to HellRaisers. They've really been stepping up as of late.
It's true. A very crazy feat for them as they work their way through that one. Why don't we take a look at those replays as well? See some of the key moments in that matchup that allowed them to propel themselves so highly.
Very, very good. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But yeah, destroying our predictions once again. I feel like this week has been a week of upsets so far. We've still got one day tomorrow. We're obviously going to be bringing you more B-Stream broadcasts, Jackie and I, just for one more day this week as the broadcasts continue. And then I think we'll be back on something like the 28th. I think I'll be back there. So yeah, I mean, great performance so far from HellRaisers. A lot of upsets today. We've been seeing some great games. NaVi North was fun earlier on as well. That, obviously, if you missed it, went 1-1 on the split, and I think NIP won both of their games as well against LDLC, which is actually very, very good to see as well. You know, them actually having some resurgence after picking up Draken.
Yeah, crazy stuff though on these replays. You saw some fantastic moments that worked their way through. It was looking good, and it's interesting to see them being able to bring so much to the table. Obviously, Styko as well, just on this eco round as he turned his way through. You look at it though, and you're thinking, oh, okay, 59 at the highlights here. You're still going to think there's more highlights to come, but it's not, because it was such a dominant affair. They closed it down with a 16-10 scoreline. That's crazy. Both of these maps, they were a very dominant affair. It wasn't even like how Virtus Pro had that much to bring to the table in retaliation.
Yeah, not at all. I'm interested to see more of HellRaisers, and VP just, well, typical VP Online. What can you expect? It's very, very hard to really predict them. We did call it earlier. We said they were going to win 2-0, and frankly, we got that slap back in our face, so I know who I'm going to be sticking with next time.
It's true. Try and stick to your predictions. Why don't we take a look at the games that went down today as well, if we look at the results, just so we can see what happened over on that mainstream. Obviously, oh, actually there isn't the scores on there for the mainstream, but if we just go over as quickly as well, obviously 4-16 was the scoreline. It was a really crazy day as well. That first NaVi game, they got in 4 rounds on the board. It was very awkward. They didn't really bring too much to the table. Then 16-19 with NaVi being able to take the series 1-1. That went into OT, and we were like, oh, okay, this is pretty crazy. It's all kind of popping off. Then obviously 16-10, HellRaisers take that one, and as we just saw, 16-10 again, HellRaisers taking both maps with the same scoreline, looking absolutely crazy. Then working our way through, checking out the standings now, we can see where that has propelled them after these absolutely crazy wins. 5th place has been taken by HellRaisers. I mean, that is amazing.
And those wins as well from NaVi North earlier have forced them up from 3rd and 4th to 2nd and 3rd. Obviously, they're both still equal. It's only round difference separating them. Mouthsport's still leading, but I'm not sure if that's going to remain too long, as we do see NaVi North and Astralis even creeping up on them. And HellRaisers, for that matter. 7 and 5 is just, as you say, really, really something else. Even beating FaZe for the time being, and seeing the inconsistency of some of these French teams at the bottom, G2 and Envious, really quite surprising.
Yeah, it has shaped up very differently to sort of what we imagined as we work our way through there. Interesting to see sort of how things start to pace up now, especially as the changes come into effect with NIP making it from what essentially was the bottom spot. They were at the very bottom, now sitting at around sort of 8th place, I believe, as they've started to climb their way up. That's pretty good. Yeah,
I'm actually quite interested. I haven't seen any of their games yet because we've obviously been casting at the same time, but I'm interested to see what NIP are going to bring to the table now. How good are they with Draken? Because the fact of the matter is, you can say what you like, but as soon as they took out Pith and they put in Draken, suddenly they're winning all their games.
It's true. They've started to win all of their games to tear their way up. By the way, guys, if you did miss tonight's action as we are getting to the end of the stream, unfortunately, once you head over to our YouTube, you can catch all of the VODs there if you want to look through, see what goes on. You can see some of me and Hugo covering those games. But also, when you're there, don't forget to ring that bell, so make sure you stay updated with all the information we have. Hugo as well. Obviously, we've got to touch on it. The way teams make their way here. Mountain Dew League. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't see a lot of these teams slipping their way into the Pro League and being able to bring their stuff on the table. So don't forget to check out Mountain Dew League as well. That's going on. You can see some fantastic games there when we're not around, bringing you this greatness. And Hugo, other than that, I think the last thing we have to do is, of course, touch on the fabulous guys that make this possible. Is going to be the sponsors. Obviously, ESEA, without them, there wouldn't be much going on. It'd be very somber, very quiet. It'd be a sad day. Pay safe, obviously, allowing you to pay people, Hugo. That's always what you want. You want money.
I do like that.
You love money. That's always good. And then Logitech G making everything possible. And, of course, Mountain Dew League, which we previously spoke about. Some great guys that have made all of this possible. Without them, it would be a bit of a shame. We'd be here, you know, there wouldn't be really any chairs. There wouldn't be a table. It'd be kind of sad.
I couldn't afford this nice jacket, you know. Wouldn't have been a nice day at all.
Did you actually buy that?
Yeah.
Oh, you could.
No, I rented it from ESL.
That's true. But there you have it, guys. You know, pretty much everything that we have time for today, it's all been closed down. The games are done. Me and Hugo are done. We just get back to the hotel and relax. We've got a bath together. It's going to be fabulous. But thank you guys for sticking around, watching the stream. Obviously, we are back tomorrow, same time, same place, but more fantastic Counter-Strike. Be there or be square.